Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 301 Things are going on. Of course there is no problem. You don't know your husband's strength yet. Yu Ran conjured a big orange out of nowhere, and peeled it for Huang Lingmeng meticulously. Huang Lingmeng liked to eat sour things recently, and this orange had just the right amount of sourness and sweetness. Of course, I will go and watch your match in the quarter-finals. Don't refuse. I'm not so weak that I can't walk yet. Huang Lingmeng blocked Yu Ran's rebuttal as soon as she opened her mouth. Yu Ran actually didn't want to refuse. Yu Ran also learned a lot about pregnancy knowledge last night. He knew that everything was normal at this time, including moderate exercise, but he couldn't stay in the room every day. Okay, but only in the stands, no running around. Nature. Huang Lingmeng smiled happily. It was really boring to recuperate in the room. Watch the competition. With his strength as a man, he would definitely win the championship. On the 5th day of the competition, Yu Ran met Dao Kuang. The battle between the two top players attracted a lot of attention. What was shocking was that Dao Kuang surrendered with just one move. With one move, Dao Kuang understood that he couldn't do anything to the guy in front of him without using his trump card. Even if he used his trump card, it was still unknown, so he decided to wait until the top 8, so he decisively surrendered. He is not just a swordsman. Most of the top 8 players will judge the enemy's strength when encountering them, and then choose to surrender and retain their strength. The first and third fields only have 2 mid-stage transformations, so the fight is naturally difficult, but the second and fourth stages have 3 mid-stage transformations, so the battle becomes much more intense. However, Yin Dai in the second field was really miserable. When she met the 2 seed players Qin Haoshan and Xiao Feng, she gave up the fight with Qin Haoshan and chose to fight Xiao Feng. The result can be imagined. Although Xiao Feng couldn't beat Yu Ran, it didn't mean that anyone could beat him. Yin Dai was defeated directly, and the resistance was not even as fierce as the one when Huang Lingmeng beat Li Xiang. Xiao Feng didn't even use any special skills, he forced her to use all her cards, and it ended miserably. She was a little downcast. They were both in the middle stage of energy transformation. Why was the gap so big? She is also the top genius of the demon sect generation, but she was beaten to the point where she was unable to fight back. In fact, from Yu Ran's point of view, if she had chosen Qin Haoshan, she would not have lost so miserably. Qin Haoshan's methods were much less sophisticated than Xiao Feng's, and there was also a gap in strength. If Yin Dai worked hard, she might be able to force out 1 or 2 of Qin Haoshan's trump cards, but unfortunately she was afraid of Qin Haoshan's status as the number 1 seed, so she chose Xiao Feng, and ultimately lost miserably. In this battle, Xiao Feng truly entered into the vision of winning the championship. Xiao Feng was no stranger to people from the 5 major families. I thought he was just good at leading troops, but he didn't expect that his strength was not bad either. The top 2 spots in Venue 2 have been locked in, Qin Hao and Xiao Feng. The most intense event had to be on Venue number 4, where Yun Zong, who had hidden his strength, finally decided to fight Jian Rugzhu for the last spot. Both of them tacitly gave up fighting Ying Nu, and finally the 2 fought against each other at the 4th level of Huajin. Yun Zong used the opportunity to hide his strength to catch Jian Rugzhu by surprise, and Jian Rugzhu lost. After Jian Rugzhu's defeat, the hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. She couldn't believe that she had failed here. But this is the fact. The top 8 list has been completely determined. There were 8 people including Yu Ran, Dao Kuang, Li Xiang, Qin Haoshan, Ying Nu, Yun Zong, Xiao Feng and Long Bai. On the 7th day, all competitions ended. Although it was theoretically a 9-day preliminaries, in fact a large proportion of withdrawals occurred. However, no one died in this competition, which is good news for Tiandaomen. Although life and death in the ring are determined by fate, it would be strange if the person killed does not make a fuss every time. Even if the incident is settled in the end, the organizer will be extremely annoyed. Tianda Omen felt that except for the accident between Li Xiang and Huang Lingmeng, everything went very smoothly in this competition. Dao Kuang also successfully entered the top 8. At least he has a spot, so it's worth it. 10 places for first place. 8 places for second place. 5 places for third place. 3 places for fourth place. The remaining 4 only have 1 quota, for a total of 30 quotas. So as long as you win the first game, you are guaranteed 3 spots. Everyone is naturally paying attention to their opponents. There is still a big gap between 1 quota and 3 quotas. Who doesn't want to go further? The players were lined up that day, and everyone knew who their opponent was. Yuran vs. Li Xiang's first scene. The first scene of Ying Nu vs. Knife Madness. Xiao Feng vs. Yunzyuka second venue. Qin Haoshan vs. Long Bai in the second match. Looking at the battle table, some were sad and some were happy. Long Bai's face was the darkest. He was obviously the first in the group, but he still faced off against Qin Haoshan, who was the first in the group. Although he is not afraid of Qin Haoshan in his heart, after competing with Qin Haoshan, he will definitely have all his trump cards out, and he may not be able to continue the second game, which is very annoying. The competition kindly gave everyone 3 days to adjust their condition. Before leaving, Yuran took a deep look at Li Xiang and counted down the 3 days. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and no one else except Yunzong had suffered any injuries before. It was an unexpected surprise for the Yun family that Yunzong entered the top 8. Yunzong received strong praise from Yun Sheng, which made Yunzong, who had always been gloomy, rarely look happy. Remember, no matter what situation you encounter, don't get excited. Just sit back and have a good relationship with me, do you understand? I know, you've been nagging me so many times. Listening to Yuran's tireless nagging, Huang Lingmeng rolled her eyes at him. She was not a child, so why did she need to nag like this? Yunyi, I will ask you to take care of Lingmeng. No matter what happens, don't get too excited. Yunyi nodded quickly and went over to hold Huang Lingmen's arm. Father-in-law, and Yunqi, please take good care of them. Yuran said to Yun Sheng, looking at Yunqi, who was a little reluctant but still said it. Yunqi turned out to be Yun Sheng's sister and Yunyi's aunt. No wonder Yun Sheng could call him here. Yuran really didn't want to pay attention to Yunqi's bad temper before, but he did save Huang Lingmeng, so he had to be polite. Don't worry, just compete. Yun Sheng patted Yuran on the shoulder, and Yuran nodded and walked straight to field number 1. I feel like this guy is going to do something big. Yunqi looked at Yuran's eyes and stared slightly. Haha, isn't this normal? If he doesn't want to do something, why not just give him instructions again and again? Yun Sheng shrugged. If nothing serious happens in the competition, does Yuran need to give instructions again and again? Then you still agreed so happily. Yunqi looked at Yuran and couldn't figure out why his elder brother would marry his precious daughter to such a playboy. Okay, I know you have a problem with him, not with men, but Yuran is really good. Why not be more attentive? It's better than those losers. Yun Sheng's father-in-law looked at his son-in-law, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Yunqi stopped talking and sat down to see what Yuran was going to do today. Yuran vs. Li Xiang in the first game. In the second game, Xiao Feng faced Yunzong. The competition is about to begin. Chapter 302 The coming wave is ruthless. Li Xiang and Yuran stood on the platform of venue number 1, looking at each other speechlessly. Li Xiang was full of anger towards Yuran, and defeating Huang Lingmeng was not enough to vent his anger. His last violent attack was indeed because of the conflict with Yuran. But it doesn't mean that you have completely vented your anger. You must defeat Yuran and trample him under your feet. This is victory. He exposed his trump card in the last battle with Huang Lingmeng, but if Yu Ran thought that was his last trump card, he would be totally wrong. If Yu Ran underestimates the enemy, he will definitely make him pay the price of blood to repay the 2 slaps that day. Yu Ran's face was expressionless, and he held the Hong Yao sword firmly in his hand. Li Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly. In the preliminaries, Yu still swept everything. He never used weapons. He only used his body skills similar to Huang Lingmeng and one move of earth-level boxing to be invincible. I didn't expect Yu Ran to be holding a weapon right from the start today. Do you have to use all your strength when you come up? Li Xiang suddenly felt his whole body boiling. Only by defeating Yu Ran in an upright manner can he truly eliminate his hatred. The one who will be stepped on must be you. Come on Yu Ran! Yu Ran, you are the best, help me take revenge. Yu Ran heard the voices of Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi and waved to them slightly. The 2 little girls in front of them were embarrassed to call him husband. Brother Xiang, come on! Brother Xiang will win, teach this wild boy a lesson. The people of the Li family were not to be outdone and cheered for Li Xiang, but they only attracted boos from many people. You people without martial arts spirit do not deserve to win, come on Yu Ran. That handsome guy below must avenge Sister Ling Meng. Beat this shameless guy to death. There was still public opinion about the competition a few days ago. As soon as they heard people from the Li family cheering for Li Xiang, many spectators spontaneously cheered for Yu Ran. For a while, Yu Ran's cheers echoed throughout the stadium, but Li Xiang's cheers were very few. Li Xiang looked ferocious and glanced viciously upwards. Yu Ran gave a fist cup salute to the people above. He didn't expect that he accidentally hit Li Xiang and so many people supported him. The competition between Yu Ran and Li Xiang was filled with grievances, from being an outsider to Huang Lingmeng, so it attracted a lot of attention. Most people focused their attention here, but Xiao Feng's audience was much smaller. Are both players ready? Dao Feng, the person in charge of Tiandaomen, was in charge of Yu Ran and Li Xiang's venue this time. He was also worried about something happening, so he took the initiative to be the referee for this game. Yu Ran and Li Xiang both expressed that there was no problem, and Dao Feng took a deep breath. The game begins. Li Xiang still focused on taking a preemptive strike, holding an explosive armor hammer and smashing it hard at Yu Ran's face. The giant hammer in Yu Ran's pupils grew bigger and bigger. The moment the giant hammer hit, Yu Ran concentrated his arm strength fiercely and Hong Yao sword fiercely attacked the explosive hammer. Everyone on the field was stunned. Even Huang Lingmeng did not expect that Yu Ran could not dodge or dodge. You should know that according to Yu Ran's previous fighting style, he would naturally use Lingzi step to avoid this move and then counterattack. This is also what Huang Lingmeng thinks is the best way to parry. There was a hint of disbelief in Li Xiang's eyes, and he was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran was so overwhelmed by hatred that she dared to confront him head-on. What he was most worried about was Yu Ran's weird body skills. He could easily get beaten if he couldn't touch it, so he only dared to use 7 points of his strength to attack, leaving 3 points of force to take precautions. Yu Ran's style of fighting was exactly what he wanted. It was just that Li Xiang was confused as soon as he came into contact with him. He was holding an explosive armor hammer, which was a real powerful attack. As a result, Yu Ran's sword hit his hammer, and he actually felt the impact of a mountain. He was instantly beaten and flew out. This dramatic change made all the audience confused. What's going on? Is Yu Ran a power player? Even for a power player, isn't this power too much? Huang Lingmeng suddenly woke up from a dream. She actually forgot that Yu Ran was already at the peak of his strength. He had hidden his strength before and used skills to win. Yu Ran doesn't hide his strength. He is someone who dares to challenge the Grand Master. How could Li Xiang be his opponent in a head-to-head confrontation? Huang Lingmeng suddenly had doubts on his face. Why did Yu Ran suddenly not hide his strength? Even if he was in the middle stage of energy transformation, he could easily beat Li Xiang. There was no need to expose this kind of strength. Unless... Huang Lingmeng suddenly thought of something and stood up suddenly. Yun Yi next to him noticed Huang Lingmeng's condition and quickly grabbed Huang Lingmeng. Sister Lingmeng, you can't get excited now. Master has repeatedly told you to just sit back and watch the game. Huang Lingmeng was still calm at this moment. She could see that Yu Ran was going to kill him with one blow. This is really about avenging her. Yu Ran has been acting calmly in front of her these past few days, but he didn't expect that he wanted to make a ruthless move on the battlefield. Just as Huang Lingmeng was about to say something, Yun Sheng was already standing next to her. Don't move around. Your stability and safety are the best help to him. Look carefully, he is not a brainless person. Huang Lingmeng couldn't sit still, but he still listened to Yun Sheng's words and tried to calm down. The moment Li Xiang flew upside down, his face was full of disbelief. He was hit with such force that his whole body felt a little bad. Green Lotus Sword Technique. With an expressionless expression, Yu Ran drew out a few streaks of sword energy with the Hong Yao sword. 4 streaks of Qinglian sword energy appeared beside Yu Ran. The general trend of the world was swept up by Yu Ran. In an instant, only a flash of green light was visible on the battlefield. Unity. Yu Ran pointed his sword at Hong Yao, and the 4 sword energies instantly merged into one, and the explosive power made the entire venue begin to tremble. The blade's expression was extremely ugly. Damn, even before the collision, the field began to become unstable. The power of this kid's move was too damn terrifying. What is this move? Is this a move that the younger generation can use? What a joke, he may not even be able to use this move, this martial arts competition is even worse. But having said that, blade can only quickly thicken the stability of the venue to ensure the stability of the venue. Otherwise, if the aftermath spreads, it will be in big trouble. When there was only this green sword energy left in the entire field, Li Xiang stabilized his body. Yu Ran's sword strike just knocked him to pieces. When he raised his head, he discovered the shocking blue sword energy. Just looking at it from a distance, his legs couldn't help but tremble. This power of heaven and earth made him resist with all his heart. I will die! I will die! Li Xiang's alarm system was stretched to the limit. He would never be able to take this move. The audience above were all dumbfounded. Is this a scene that young people should see in a martial arts contest? Li Rulan stood up directly. This move was basically aimed at Li Xiang's life. This Yu Ran was too cruel. He didn't care about the majesty of the elders at the moment and hurriedly shouted at Li Xiang. Hurry up and admit defeat. Even if Li Xiang didn't hear Li Rulan's words at this moment, he still knew what to do. I admit. Before he could finish his words, Yu Ran's shocking sword energy had already struck him hard. Chapter 303 Killing Li Xiang. Admit defeat? It allows you to admit defeat and then lose. Yu Ran perfectly calculated Li Xiang's reaction time and absolutely prevented Li Xiang from shouting surrender. Even if there was an accident and Li Xiang shouted surrender, Yu Ran's attack had already been released, so naturally he could not be blamed. Referee, stop it quickly. At this moment, Li Rulan had long lost his usual calmness, and shouted at the blade at the top of his lungs. It was too late to stop him from the top of the mountain. The referee had to take action. Dao Feng also looked bitter. He had expected that Yu Ran would cause trouble, but he didn't expect that he would be killed immediately. And isn't this kid going too far in hiding his strength? He's actually so strong. But thinking about it, his movements on the hand were not slow at all. At this most urgent moment, he had no time to charge up any big moves, so the right way to stop him was to rush to stop him. Although it may not be able to block the full power of Yu Ran's Qinglian sword technique, it is still possible to block part of it. In this way, Li Xiang will not be killed, and his mission will be completed. Just when Blade was about to take action to stop him, his breath was temporarily stagnated, and his action was interrupted for a moment. But at this moment, the blade was too late to stop Yu Ran's attack, and the Qinglian sword technique struck Li Xiang on the head. The explosive armor hammer in Li Xiang's hand has reached a height of 30 feet, reaching the limit of hugeness. Bloody wrapping appeared on his body, and the aura on his body became much stronger. At this moment, Li Xiang wanted to take out all his trump cards, but he had no time to react to the situation on the field. He only used 2 trump cards, and Yu Ran's Qinglian sword Ju was already above his head. The sword energy in his pupils continued to expand, and Li Xiang had no time to think about anything else, he had to survive first. He instinctively slammed the giant hammer towards the Qinglian sword art, but was cut in half by the indestructible sword art in an instant. Even the hammer and the people. Bang! Day! Day! Half of the giant hammer fell to the ground with a loud noise, followed by the sound of 2 people falling to the ground, and Li Xiang turned into Li Xiang at this moment. The 2 bodies fell to the ground, their eyes had already lost their light, and they died on the spot. Yu Ran put away the Hong Yao sword, as if nothing had happened, and raised his eyes to look at the blade at the scene where the needle could be heard, his voice indifferent. "Referee, can you announce the result of the game?" Blade was still charging up moves, but the inexplicable interruption just now made him finally one step too late to stop Yu Ran's attack. Li Xiang died. He died miserably. His eyes were wide open and he could not rest in peace. Yu Ran's Qinglian sword technique also included spirit slaying, which annihilated both the body and the soul, but it was done in a relatively hidden way so that no one present could notice it. "I declare that Yu Ran wins at Venue 1. Blade slowly put away his moves and announced the result of the game with an expressionless face. The matter had come to this, and the result could not be changed, so he could only declare it truthfully. "You little beast, how dare you!" Li Rulan was so furious that he had already flown down from the mountain and rushed onto the field. Blade's face was bitter, but he had no choice but to stop him and was scolded sternly. "Be brave, what are you going to do? Life and death are matters in the arena. Even if Li Xiang is killed by Yu Ran, it is impossible for the Li family to take revenge. Not only the Tiandao sect, but even the 5 major families cannot bear this cause and effect. The most important thing is that Yu Ran has a backstage. If the Li family really kills him, everyone will not be able to survive. If it was Xiao Feng who killed him, he could still retaliate by secretly poking him, but Yu Ran could kill you so much that you can't even retaliate in private." Li Rulan was so angry just now that he suddenly stopped as if waking up from a dream. If he attacked Yu Ran here, regardless of whether he killed Yu Ran or not, he would definitely die, and the Li family would definitely throw him out as a scapegoat. "I can't stand a reason for attacking Yu Ran." He had not yet thought of giving his life for Li Xiang. At this moment, he became calm and composed, and the anger in his eyes was slightly reduced by 3 points. No matter how Li Xiang dies, he will definitely be punished when he returns to the Li family, but it is not directly related to him. At most, it will be a small punishment or a big warning. The peak level of Huajin is not everywhere in the Li family, so naturally it is not someone who can be manipulated by others. Although Li Xiang is a genius, the Li family will produce a genius like this every few years. A dead genius is worthless and not worth his efforts. Thinking of this, Li Rulan calmed down, looked at the blade, and asked sternly. "Chief referee, I remember the rules are written, you can't kill someone deliberately, right? This rule is not actually written, but there will be a reminder before every game. Friendship first, competition second." Dao Feng nodded, saying that it would do him no good to refute such words. "That's it. I wonder what the Li family wants to say." Li Rulan thought clearly and looked at Yu Ran on the field with a look of resentment. If that's the case, Yu Ran just knowingly and maliciously killed Li Xiang and deliberately used a sure kill move on Li Xiang. Yu Ran almost laughed out loud. He had already planned that the Li family would say this. Now in full view of everyone, he would definitely take advantage of his righteousness and disgust the Li family. Can I say a few words to the referee? Dao Feng was about to speak when he heard Yu Ran speak. He thought for a moment and nodded. This kind of thing made him decide whether it would be better to confront Xini or the person involved directly. Yu Ran looked back at the entire venue. All the spectators in the venue where the needle could be heard were looking here, wanting to hear Yu Ran's speech. Qin Haoshan and others, who had not yet started the game, looked at each other solemnly, and they were more concerned about Yu Ran's strength. First of all, I didn't know that Li Xiang was so weak. He couldn't even catch a move from my 7th level of transformation. Who knew he was so weak? Could it be that a full blow from the 7th level of transformation could instantly kill the 5th level of transformation? Yu Ran directly responded to Li Rulan's words. Can he transform the 7th level of energy into the 5th level in an instant with just one move? That's right, the strength Yu Ran exposed was the 7th level of Huajin, because this strength was enough to kill Li Xiang. If he really exposed the peak of Huajin, today's reason would not hold up. The entire venue suddenly became quiet, and many people began to whisper and ask about their elders. Master, is there such a big gap between the middle stage of Huajin and the late stage of Huajin? Can't you even catch a single move? Uncle, is the 7th level of Huajin really so much stronger than the 5th level of Huajin? The warriors who have not yet reached the level of strength are full of doubts. Is the gap in the small realm enough to be killed instantly with one move? The answer is naturally no. If the 7th level of energy can be transformed into the 5th level in an instant, the martial arts will collapse. Although the entire venue was whispering, the powerful warrior's ears could naturally hear it clearly. The sudden change in the wind direction caught Li Rulan off guard. Yu Ran smashed his questioning counterattack in an instant. But how could Li Rulan be willing to do so? His voice was as cold as a poisonous snake. Are you, Yu Ran, an ordinary 7th level Huajin? Chapter 304 Crazy CS. Yu Ran smiled and didn't answer, just asked a question. Is Li Xiang an ordinary 5th level Huajin? Li Rulan was choked up all of a sudden. Everyone standing here was a proud man of heaven. It was impossible for him to deny that Li Xiang was an ordinary 5th level Huajin. This was a denial of the Li family. In an instant, he became speechless and just snorted. Anyway, you have no good intentions, Yu Ran. Li Xiang was ready to surrender just now. Why didn't you stop? Yu Ran licked his lips. Everyone knew that he had bad intentions, but the dirty water could only belong to your Li family. Have no good intentions? I just mentioned the first reason. The second reason is what kind of person Li Xiang is. We have seen it before. Everyone knows who won Huang Ling Meng in that match. What is the result? Where is the spirit of martial arts? Someone who has no martial arts spirit asked me to stop my moves in advance. When I was seriously injured, I told him directly that I won. Can you guess whether he will fight back? Besides, I didn't hear Li Xiang say surrender. I don't know who among the people present listened. Arrive. Li Rulan originally wanted to discuss Yu Ran, but now he felt a little bit stuck. Yu Ran directly said that Li Xiang had no martial arts spirit. What if I withdrew my move and he attacked me by surprise? The Huang Lingmeng incident is still there, it's totally reasonable, and you, Li Rulan, can't even refute it. As for whether Li Xiang shouted for surrender, he really didn't. Li Xiang was interrupted halfway through his shout, so no one must have heard him. What Yu Ran did naturally complied with all procedures. At this time, the whispers above made Li Rulan feel a little anxious. This Li Xiang really seems to have no martial arts spirit. Who knows if he will take advantage of others' danger? Definitely. Isn't this how Sister Ling Meng was sneak attacked by him before? This kind of person may carry out a sneak attack even if she doesn't lie down completely. I can't believe it. This Li Xiang is indeed, he seems to be the only one who has competed in martial arts for so many years. Li Xiang was already dead, but Yu Ran nailed him to the pillar of shame after his words. He had no martial arts spirit, so he was beheaded. In the future, every martial arts competition in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm will use Li Xiang as a counter-example to teach their disciples. Now Li Xiang is completely famous. Li Rulan had blue veins popping out on his forehead. Ever since he became the elder of the Li family, he has always had a smooth ride. Wherever he goes, he is flattered by others. How could he have ever been criticized like this? Reason clearly told him that it would be best to leave immediately, but in reality, he still let out an uncontrollable mouthful. You Ran are not a good person if you deliberately kill someone. Yu Ran's cyberbullying against Li Xiang was over, but Li Rulan actually stretched out his head to chop him off again. This was brought to your doorstep by yourself. The ring is about life and death. You said that killing people is not a good person. Last time, your Li family, Li Luo, killed 2 people in the ring. In the previous 3 games, your Li family, Li Feng, killed 1 person. It seems that every generation of your Li family has evil people. Yu Ran can ignore the word intentional. I have already explained it before. Killing people is a bad person. Then I will nail all the previous glory of your Li family to you on the pillar of shame. Li Rulan. You're such a bch, and you stuck your head out for him to chop off again. Originally, going back to Li's house was just a small punishment, but now it has to be changed from a fixed-term sentence to a life sentence. Damn it! Li Rulan's whole body is in bad shape. If he goes back, Li Xiang will die. The Li family's reputation has suddenly dropped so much, and he will definitely be skinned when he goes back. But how could he dare to attack Yu Ran now? If he was slashed one more time, he would be sentenced from life to death, so he decisively gave up attacking Yu Ran and attacked the blade instead. Chief referee, Yu Ran's attack just now was clearly beyond his endurance. It seems that you did not rescue Li Xiang. Li Rulan actually didn't want to drag the blade into the water, but he had to find some reason, otherwise wouldn't all the blame be put on his head when he went back? Dao Feng's expression froze. He thought that the blade of this argument would not fall on his head. Of course he would not admit that he was being disturbed, but his face darkened. Are the Li family questioning this referee? Everyone in the audience knew whether I took action just now, but the attack speed was too fast and the referee didn't have time. What's the problem? Li Rulan naturally knew that there was nothing wrong with the blade, but in such a situation, he just asked so that he could give the referee a reason for not rescuing him. You are right, but in the previous 3 competitions at the Li family arena, 3 people were killed in the ring. Is it all the fault of the Li family chief referee? Yu Ran didn't seem to want to let Li Rulan go, so he continued to hit the target. Li Rulan's whole body is not well, why the hell are you here even if he doesn't bother you? And if you, Yu Ran, are poisonous, I asked Dao Feng, you are the Li family and the Li family. How can I, Li Rulan and Hehehe, represent the Li family? Li Rulan looked bitter and was in a dilemma. Now he has left in despair. The reputation of the Li family has been ruined. It will be really miserable if he goes back and will be sentenced to death. You are still arguing there, can't my Li family afford to lose? It's embarrassing, why don't you go back? The sound that came from nowhere reached everyone's ears in an instant, and everyone looked up in the sky to find the source of the sound. Yu Ran saw an old man with white hair and beard in the audience at a glance. He was stooped and looked very ordinary. If Yu Ran hadn't had strong perception, he wouldn't have been able to tell that such an ordinary old man was actually a master. Ha ha ha, old man Li, you're not dead yet. Can the Li family afford to lose? Why did my granddaughter still do something small in that game? When Yu Ran heard this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He had long known that Huang Xianlin was here. It was Huang Xianlin who had given the blade some tips before. Stopping the referee was also part of his plan. Of course, it was also important to find a grandmaster to support him. Li Ning, the Grand Master of the Li family, was not angry. He just teleported to the Li family's camp. With a swing of his walking stick, Li Rulan let out an ouch and a stick mark appeared on his back. Trash, I asked you to lead a team. How did you lead it? You didn't know anything about Li Xiang and Huang Lingmeng? You brought shame on my Li family. Go back and receive a first-level punishment. If you don't perform meritorious service on the battlefield outside the territory, you will never be able to do anything in your life. Back. Li Rulan did not dare to quibble, so he could only lean down and say yes, and silently led everyone in the Li family away from here. Then Li Ning looked at Huang Xianlin again, his mouth full of apology. This junior is so ignorant that he neglected that victory. This stick should be regarded as an apology to Junior Riemu. Huang Xianlin snorted, they are all 1,000-year-old foxes. As soon as Li Ning appeared, he pushed everything on Li Xiang and Li Rulan, and then gave a super punishment to show the attitude of the Li family and silence everyone. This incident was naturally an independent act of Li Xiang and Li Rulan. The Li family did not know about it, and the incident that Yu Ran had just carefully researched and attacked the Li family's reputation was instantly resolved. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Xiao Yu can just leave if he wins. There's nothing to be proud of in defeating these people. The corners of Yu Ran's mouth were also slightly raised, matching Huang Xianlin's arrogance, and he bowed slightly and answered. Yes. Chapter 305, Kill first and tell later. Yu Ran and Huang Xianlin left the scene, and Li Ning disappeared without knowing when. The huge competition arena became noisy again, and some people in the audience were filled with excitement. Grandmaster, Grandmaster! I actually saw the Grandmaster, 2 of them. The living Grandmaster, that movement, that voice is so cool, I want to become a Grandmaster too. Not all sects have Grandmasters. Most of the Grandmasters are like dragons but not their tail. It is normal that many people have never seen them. As the current highest state of martial arts, the Grandmaster naturally has extremely high popularity, making many young people yearn for him. But the most widely discussed topic is Yu Ran. That Yu Ran seems to be only 22 years old, in the late stage of transformation? What a monster! Hey, haven't you heard about this? I heard that when Yu Ran was born, he was dazzling with colorful rays of light, accompanied by natural martial arts skills. That's why he was able to reach the advanced stage at this age, so he must be a master. Don't talk nonsense. I heard that Yu Ran worshipped 7 Grandmasters as his masters. They continuously transmitted vitality to Yu Ran, which allowed Yu Ran to become the 7th level of transformation energy so quickly. Yu Ran instantly gained a very high degree of popularity among the crowd, and his popularity suddenly increased. The rumors that followed became more and more outrageous, and Yu Ran's life experience seemed to be shrouded in mystery. Huang Xianlin walked in front, while Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng walked hand in hand behind. The 2 of them didn't speak. They both knew that walls have ears, so Huang Lingmeng remained silent even if he was confused. Yun Yi was not with Yu Ran. She knew that after Huang Xianlin came, she must have a lot to say. She also gave Yu Ran face and allowed the 3 of them to go together. She left with Yun Qi and Yun Sheng, but she recruited Yun Qi. Of ridicule. I'm talking about eldest niece, you haven't married yet, and you think about him like this. Men are not good. If you don't be stronger, Yu Ran will definitely not take you seriously. Yun Sheng didn't say anything, mainly because he couldn't beat the Grandmaster. His daughter couldn't save her face for the time being. Yun Yi glanced at Yun Qi and pursed his lips. Auntie is not what you said. Yu Ran is very good and he also takes me into his heart. But when Grandmaster Huang comes, they will definitely whisper something. I am called sensible. Yun Qi's face was filled with disbelief, and he spoke with a strange air of yin and yang. Yo, you are still sensible. You will know when he sells you. At this time, Yun Yi saw that Yun Qi kept saying bad things about Yu Ran, and couldn't help but hesitate. Auntie, what does it have to do with Yu Ran that you have been hurt by a man? Why are you talking about me if you can't keep a man? Yun Qi's expression changed instantly when Yun Yi said this, and Yun Sheng also scolded Yun Yi angrily at this moment. Xiao, what did you say? Apologize to auntie. Yun Yi also got angry at this time and directly contradicted Yun Sheng. Why, she keeps saying bad things about Yu Ran, why don't you say it? You won't make others happy if you meet someone unkindly. Yun Sheng raised his hand, and when he saw Yun Yi's look, he still couldn't bear to fight, and just roared angrily. Get out of here! Yun Yi's eyes turned red and she trotted away from the place. Yun Sheng also turned to apologize to Yun Qi. Yun Yi, this girl has been spoiled by me. All she says are angry words. Don't take it to heart. Yun Qi wanted to say something, but in the end it just turned into silence. Yun Yi's words, if you meet someone unkindly, you won't let others be happy. It pierced into her heart like a thorn, and it was still the original wound in her heart, and it was dripping with blood in an instant. Don't you want others to be happy? Yun Qi's silence made Yun Sheng think she was still angry, so he had to continue to comfort her. Don't be angry. Yu Ran is indeed a good man and very responsible. He has always been very kind to Yun Yi, so you think Yu Ran Yun Yi has such a big reaction? Yun Qi raised his eyes and glanced at Yun Sheng, but nodded silently. Is Yu Ran a good man? Even his eldest brother gave such a high evaluation. Is it really because he is narrow-minded? Leaving aside Yun Yi's side, Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng finally arrived inside the house, and the barrier was opened, blocking outside prying eyes. Huang Lingmeng was full of doubts, so she first looked at Huang Xianlin. Grandpa, when did you come? Huang Xianlin showed a loving smile and looked at Huang Lingmeng's belly. I just arrived today. My Lingmeng has a baby. It's a big deal. Why can't I, the grandpa, come? When the time comes, Grandpa will personally protect you and return to Oris Hill. Go back and raise the baby obediently. Huang Lingmeng made an unhappy expression. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I want to watch Yu Ran's game end. Also, don't lie to me. Are you here just to take me back? Huang Lingmeng was not easy to fool. Huang Xianlin was speechless for a moment. He didn't know whether he should say anything or not. He turned his attention to Yu Ran. The meaning was very clear. You can explain it. I asked Grandpa Huang to come here. Firstly, I wanted to escort you back safely. Secondly, I asked Grandpa Huang to hinder the referee today. Yu Ran didn't think there was anything to hide about this kind of thing. To be honest, there was nothing bad about him avenging Ling Meng. Obstructing the referee is not a shameful thing. Huang Lingmeng looked at Huang Xianlin, who nodded quickly. Yeah, that guy deserves to die. When Huang Xianlin heard Huang Yongsheng say that he almost killed one person and two people, he almost went crazy and wanted to attack the Li family. If Huang Yongsheng hadn't quickly explained Huang Lingmen's OK and Yu Ran's plan, Huang Xianlin might have really gone berserk. The culprit Yu Ran said that he wanted to kill him, so Huang Xianlin must come to help. Huang Lingmeng naturally believed that Yu Ran would not lie to her, and gently shook Yu Ran's hand. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing? Are you afraid that I would stop you? Yu Ran chuckled. Don't I want to give you a surprise? In fact, he was really afraid that Huang Lingmeng would persuade him to give up on the grounds that he was fine and not to have any grudges with the Li family. When the time came, forcing him to do it would create a rift between the two of them, which was unnecessary. Cut first and then play, I will give you permission. Huang Lingmeng didn't expose it, and hugged Yu Ran tighter. Huang Xianlin's teeth were sore when he saw it. Two young people bullied the master who took care of him for 7 years. Is it okay to show affection in person? Ahem. Huang Xianlin coughed twice, and Yu Ran wanted to pay attention to the impact, but Huang Lingmeng glared at Huang Xianlin. Huang Xianlin's old face collapsed, and he did not dare to say such a harsh word to his granddaughter. Forget it, just pretend you don't know and keep talking. I will take Reimu back after the game. His father can't wait. If it weren't for the military and political affairs, he would probably come here. By the way, your parents can't wait to hold their grandson. Reimu must be going back. Yu Ran didn't have any objections to this. This was his original plan. Huang Lingmeng didn't have any objections either. The place Yu Ran was going to next was not suitable for her to follow. The last thing is about your safety, Yu Ran. I mean, don't worry. Chapter 306 Double Pregnancy. Huang Xianlin glanced outside. Grandmasters are somewhat sensitive to each other. It should be the so-called fields that attract each other. And the movements of the Grandmaster are too big and difficult to hide, so there is no need to worry about the Grandmaster secretly attacking you. The Li family does not have the guts to break such rules. They really dare to take action. Even with the strength of my southern military headquarters, I will destroy his Li family. Huang Xianlin's words were so heroic that Yu Ran could only say that it was so good to eat this soft rice. It was different having a backer. Before Yu Ran could say anything, Huang Xianlin continued. Dead people are worthless to the family. The Li family will not use a grandmaster to deal with you because of a dead genius. They are not that stupid. In the past, people from the 5 major families were killed and injured in the ring. They all sent their peers to compete, so Li the ones who come most often are those who are in the late stage or at the peak of Huajin. After saying that, Huang Xianlin glanced at Yu Ran, who shrugged. The peak of strength? Don't be afraid of anyone. He has enough points to become a second-level grandmaster. In fact, he is not afraid of being a grandmaster. But that's a bit too crazy to say, so it's better to keep a low profile. Huang Xianlin thought of the scene where Yu Ran and the grandmaster fought, and did not attack Yu Ran. It seemed that it was really difficult for anyone with the highest level of energy to kill Yu Ran. But don't take it lightly. Even a grandmaster cannot be completely unaware. If you are really killed, no matter how we try to get justice for you, the child will lose his father. Speaking of this, Yu Ran also stopped laughing and his expression became serious. This is natural. I will cherish my own life. Huang Xianlin is still very relieved about Yu Ran. He is strong and smart. Even in the battlefield outside the territory, there are only a few people who can kill him. By the way, do you have a clue about your path to become a grandmaster? Although you are young and have little experience, you cannot make common sense. If you need experience, I can lend you the Grandmaster's experience manual in the military department. Speaking of this, Yu Ran was really touched. Huang Xianlin really regarded him as one of his own. The Master's experience manual was the experience of the military's past masters. It was the best gift to help transform one's strength into a master. But Yu Ran doesn't really need a little more system and level up. His practice was so boring, and he lost a lot of fun. I have a little idea. I feel like it might be enough to go around the battlefields outside the territory and gain some experience. Huang Xianlin. He originally wanted to say that there is no need to worry if you don't have a clue. You are still young and you will succeed sooner or later if you have more experience. The result, is this kid really a FG pervert, a 22-year-old grandmaster? This is simply outrageous. It's so FG outrageous. It's so outrageous. The fastest grandmaster in his mind was Ying Zhen, the founder of the Ying family, who reached grandmaster at the age of 35. This kid still has 13 years left, and he may have climbed to the level of grandmaster. Even for the protagonists in the book, Lin Fan became a master at the age of 38, Ye Chen became a master at the age of 36, and Xiao Feng became a master at the age of 34, so Yu Ran is a real pervert. There is no doubt that this is the power of the system. It is not your kind of frivolous practice. Well, you just have to figure it out yourself. If you have any questions, come to me anytime. Huang Xianlin pretended to be profound as he spoke, but in fact he could no longer hold back any longer. His decades of experience had fed the dogs, and his expression could no longer hold up. Fortunately, Yu Ran did not continue this topic and simply asked a few questions about foreign battlefields. However, the style of the painting quickly changed. The two of them talked about the mother and baby market from foreign battlefields to their experience in raising babies. Huang Lingmeng felt bad after hearing this. After Yu Ran left, Huang Xianlin looked at Huang Lingmen's belly. Although he couldn't see anything for a month or two, Huang Xianlin always felt itchy. Riamu, do you think it will be a twin? Huang Lingmeng frowned. What's right? It's only been more than 2 months, who knows what's going on inside? Huang Xianlin was talking to himself. It would be great if they were twins. Yu Ran told your father before that one of the 2 children can take your surname Huang. Your grandmother and your mother both died early. Your father and I have no interest in women. You are the only one left in this lineage. If I can have a great-grandson with my last name, then everything will be worth it. The older generation still had serious ideas about carrying on the family line, so Huang Lingmeng didn't say much. Yu Ran's previous promise would certainly count, but how would she know if they were twins? Yu Ran left to call Lu Qingxiu. On the one hand, after Huang Lingmeng returned to Jinling, he had to pay attention to all the troubles in Jinling. Lu Qingxiu was currently the person in charge of Jinling and wanted to tell him. Lu Qingxiu looked at her belly, feeling slightly envious. It was clear that the rain and dew were almost there, but she didn't move. Yu Ran is also concerned about chaos. If something happens to Huang Lingmeng and Huang Lingmeng in the military department, it will really change the world. However, Lu Qingxiu still agreed smoothly, stabilizing Yu Ran's mind. The two chatted casually about some family matters and love words, and Lu Qingxiu told Yu Ran some good news. Chu Qingkai is also pregnant. After Yu Ran heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, and then ecstatic. Really? Then I will personally send Ling Meng back after the game. How about Qingkai's place? Have you arranged for someone to protect her? This is the most important thing. Forget it, just take her directly to the Yu family. Lu Qingxiu heard Yu Ran's somewhat incoherent words, and she could feel the joy overflowing the screen, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. She's very nice there too. Don't worry. You have to pay attention to safety outside. Don't be in a hurry to come back to see us. There's still a long time. Do your important things first. Your women are not giant babies. Everything will be arranged. Yu Ran and Lu Qingxiu chatted for a few more words. After hanging up the phone, Yu Ran couldn't wait to tell his parents the good news. After thinking about it, he found another group. Love each other as a family. Yu Ran, Ling Meng and Qingkai are both pregnant. Ling Meng will also return to Jinling soon. I will come back as soon as possible. Please take care of me while I am away. Lu Qingjian. Bai Yuan, congratulations to the 2 mistresses. Ansuandi, Xiao Huang, you are running in front. Su Jianqian, do you sisters have any skills? Li Shui envy. Chu Qingkai, well, sisters will all have it, let's work hard together. Soon the group became quiet, and Yu Ran didn't pay attention, but in another group Beauty Alliance, this night was destined to be an uneventful night. Have you decided? Even if you don't do it, it won't affect your status. Lu Qingxiu looked at Chu Qingkai's firm face and couldn't help but ask. Well, give it a try, it's not for me. Chu Qingkai showed a loving expression and touched the little guy in his belly who had not yet taken action. There is no turning back when I shoot my bow. I want Jinling to have only one name left. Lu Qingxiu's eyes were burning, looking into the distance. Chu Qingkai's firmness behind her looked after her, and the two people's brief words seemed to determine the major events after Jinling. Chapter 307 Dark Horse Xiao Feng. The next day's game will still be held as scheduled. Yu Ran's first scene with Ying Nu. The second match between Qin Haoshan and Xiao Feng. Since Yu Ran shocked the audience by beheading Li Xiang yesterday, Xiao Feng received almost no attention. By the time everyone finished discussing Xiao Feng had formed a unilateral suppression and quickly defeated Yunzong to advance. The battles between Ying Nu and Dao Kuang, Qin Haoshan, and Long Bai still attract attention. Before Yu Ran joined, Qin Haoshan was the first seed, and Ying Nu was a strong candidate to win the championship against the second seed. Unexpectedly, Ying Nu, who was known as the second seed, almost overturned the car. Dao Kuang hit a knife, which almost killed Ying Nu. Ying Nu was also frightened. Dao Kuang fought tooth and nail at the beginning, but was overtaken by Ying Nu and suppressed from beginning to end by Ying Nu. He had almost no power to resist. I thought that this was the end of Dao Kuang, but I didn't expect Dao Kuang to hide a knife. This knife was left when Ying Nu wanted to end Dao Kuang. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, and Ying Nu instinctively launched a defense. After all, it was the fighting consciousness of a top expert that instantly revealed some of his trump cards to block the attack. In the end, Ying Nu was still 3 points stronger. Dao Kuang fainted immediately after the sword strike, and Ying Nu won. However, it was just a miserable victory. Ying Nu's whole body was cut with a ferocious wound from his shoulder to his abdomen by the knife, and his breath was sluggish. Today's battle with Yu Ran, Ying Nu has not fully recovered. Even the top healing medicine prepared by the Ying family cannot be completely cured in such a short period of time. So Ying Nu stood on the field, looking a little sickly, with an abnormal white color on his face. This made Yu Ran feel embarrassed. He had really taken a huge advantage. Ying Nu was like this. He couldn't even beat Yunzong 8 times. The referee is still the familiar Blade, who is staring at Yu Ran all the time, with moves already stored in his hands, ready to interrupt Yu Ran's attack at any time. Yu Ran was also speechless. Did he seem to be such a cruel person? He would never kill people casually, right? Li Xiang silently clicked 2 likes, one at the top and one at the bottom. The game begins. At Blade's command, Ying Nu quickly jumped up and wanted to attack Yu Ran. His condition was so bad that it was impossible to fight for a long time, not to mention that he knew in his heart that he might not be Yu Ran's opponent at his peak. So he planned to fight Yu Ran in 2 moves and surrender to end the game. If there was a fierce fight and someone was seriously injured, he could still get 3rd place tomorrow. The weapon used by Ying Nu was unusual. Holding the Fangtian painted halberd in his hand, Ying Nu used all his strength to attack Yu Ran fiercely. Yu Ran really didn't dare to use Hong Yao sword at this moment. It would be bad if he killed Ying Nu for a second. At this moment, Ying Nu was not at his peak, and there was no need for him to dodge. In an instant, all his strength was concentrated on his arms, clenched into a fist, thunder and lightning flashed in it, and the arc spread towards the surroundings. After charging up the crazy thunder fist, Yu Ran headed towards Fang Tian's painted halberd to attack. The domineering thunder combined with the powerful punch force made Ying Nu's entire face distorted at the moment of almost contact, and then he flew back and fell to the ground. One move determined the outcome, but not many people cheered. Many people, especially girls, secretly laughed. At this time, Ying Nu was as black as coal under the introduction of lightning, his whole hair turned into an afro, and his clothes turned into holes, with all kinds of battle damage. He turned from a graceful nobleman to a beggar. In fact, this was really not Yu Ran's intention. His proficiency in the crazy thunder fist was getting higher and higher, and he was now proficient in it. In order to take care of Ying Nu, Yu Ran reduced the power of the crazy thunder fist and increased the thunder of the crazy thunder fist. Unexpectedly, even if lay input indirectly, he would still have such a result after being weakened in various ways. He could only say sorry. Ying Nu didn't care about his image being shattered. If the warrior still cared about this, he wouldn't be able to reach the position of leader of the young people of the Ying family. It's just that he didn't even catch Yu Ran's move without a sword, and he felt a little annoyed in his heart. Although he was not at his peak, he was still a little bit hurt when the move failed. He was certain that if it were Qin Haoshan, he would never be able to defeat him with one move. Yu Ran is really strong. However, he didn't hold on. Li Xiang's matter was at the forefront, and he was afraid that Yu Ran would really kill him, so he hurriedly expressed his concern. I give up. In the first place, Yu Ran wins. Blade kept announcing Yu Ran's victory, for fear that Yu Ran was up to something. Ying Nu stood up and looked at Yu Ran with more respect. The strong are always respected. Master Yu, you are very strong. I look forward to fighting you in your prime. Ying Nu did not feel frustrated or disappointed after being defeated, nor did he feel resentful. Instead, he was full of energy. After fighting Qin Haoshan for so long, he finally had a goal that the two of them could pursue together. He was more excited. Master Ying, I'm looking forward to it too. I'll definitely do it if I get the chance. Seeing Yu Ran's kindness, Ying Nu walked away in relief. The people in the Ying family gave him some relief. Meeting Yu Ran was a bad fate, not to mention that Ying Nu was not in his prime. It seems that the final is between Yu Ran and Qin Haoshan. Do you think Qin Haoshan will be his opponent? The leader of the Ying family, Mr. Ying Mo, looked at the battle on the other side and fell into thinking. No, I know Qin Haoshan's strength. He is no match for Yu Ran. Yu Ran is really strong. Ying Nu said with certainty that he and Qin Haoshan had been fighting for so long, and they knew each other well. Neither of them had the confidence to block Yu Ran's sword yesterday. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured and lose their fighting ability. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be a dark horse this time. The Yun family has found a treasure. Ying Nu wanted to answer, but his eyes suddenly became serious. I'm afraid the final may not be Qin Haoshan vs. Yu Ran. Ying Renmo showed a surprised look, and followed Ying Nu's eyes towards Qin Haoshan's field. Qin Haoshan was actually suppressed. Yu Ran's eyes were also on Xiaofeng's battlefield at the moment. The two people in the book were supposed to meet in the finals, but now they met in advance. It's just that both of them in the book were in a battle-damaged state. Xiaofeng and Ying Nu fought hard, and Qin Haoshan was injured by the sword madman, but in the final, Xiaofeng was the better. In the semi-finals, both players were in peak condition. Qin Haoshan completely suppressed Xiaofeng at the beginning. However, the wind and clouds on the field suddenly changed. After Xiaofeng distanced himself, the black hole reappeared. Martial skills swallow. There are still offensive martial arts with misleading names. Yu Ran would probably have been fooled if he hadn't read the book. It is hard for anyone to imagine that a black hole that comes out and swallows up martial arts can still have attack effects. In fact, it is not swallowed, but directly offset by the power of the black hole. Qin Haoshan was caught off guard and was directly attacked by the black hole. His rhythm was disrupted, and he was instantly suppressed by Xiaofeng. Chapter 308 Xiaofeng fights Qin Haoshan. Yu Ran was watching with great interest. Although there was a big gap between these two people and him, it could be regarded as a decisive battle among the younger generation. Xiaofeng and Qin Haoshan are the strongest people in this generation, not including Yu Ran. Although Qin Haoshan was suppressed, his eyes were extremely calm. He no longer swung his sword as arbitrarily as before, and was always on guard against Xiaofeng's omnipresent iron fist. Xiaofeng used his fists as weapons, and when close to the enemy he used military fighting techniques, but this invincible physical technique did not give him an advantage. Qin Haoshan is the best warrior of the Qin family and even this generation, so how could he not have experienced military training? Especially when the Qin family gave him Xiaofeng's previous battle videos and information to study the day before, they would naturally analyze the military fighting skills that Xiaofeng was good at. Although Xiao Feng firmly held the initiative at this moment, the attacks of the two people were also full of sparks. Xiao Feng punched Qin Haoshan from time to time, and Qin Haoshan also suddenly stabbed Xiao Feng with a knife. Xiao Feng had all the advantages on the field, but Qin Haoshan was not seriously injured. Yu Ran came to Huang Lingmeng to watch the fight. Huang Lingmeng was watching with great interest. Seeing Yu Ran coming, Huang Lingmeng also became interested. Yu Ran, do you think Xiao Feng can suppress Qin Haoshan all the time? Yu Ran shook his head. I can't suppress him right away. Qin Haoshan's armor is a little stronger than Xiao Feng's. Xiao Feng's punches don't do much damage, but being slashed by Qin Haoshan is very troublesome. In close combat, bare-handed combat is still a big disadvantage. Xiao Feng should be change of mindset. As soon as Yu Ran finished speaking, he saw Qin Haoshan find the right moment and slashed hard at Xiao Feng's abdomen. If the knife was hit hard, Xiao Feng would definitely be seriously injured. But Xiao Feng was in a suppressed situation, so how could he reveal such a flaw? Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of the big move brought about by Qin Haoshan and create some distance between himself and Qin Haoshan. On the surface, it seemed that Xiao Feng suppressed Qin Haoshan, but in fact, it was Qin Haoshan who entangled Xiao Feng. Huang Lingmeng saw that what Yu Ran said was indeed effective, and secretly admired Yu Ran's observation ability on the battlefield. At this moment, seeing the two of them separate, Huang Lingmeng blurted out his conclusion. It looks like the outcome will be determined by martial arts. When the distance increases, there is a high probability that a martial arts duel will occur. A martial arts duel basically depends on the grade, quantity, and characteristics of the martial arts, as well as the two people's understanding and connection of the martial arts. Of course, there are other reasons such as energy reserves, so most people are unwilling to use martial arts to win after suppressing the enemy. If the other person hides a martial arts trump card, you will be dumbfounded. Xiao Feng took the initiative to pull away. Firstly, it would be disadvantageous for him to continue fighting, and secondly, he was very confident in his martial arts. Martial arts devouring. The dark black holes reappeared, but this time there were 3 of them. Xiao Feng stood in the middle, with 3 black holes forming a triangle around him. The power hidden in the black holes was frightening even in the audience. Go! Xiao Feng shouted softly, and the black holes attacked Qin Haoshan. The 3 black holes were still in the shape of a triangle, tightly connected to each other, like some kind of formation. Qin Haoshan suffered a loss once and realized the strangeness of this move. He also knew that it was not a devouring martial arts skill, so his fear was reduced by 3 points. Qin Haoshan tightly grasped the sword in his hand, and his whole body became sharp. The sword was an unstoppable offensive, and vitality was continuously injected into the sword. In an instant, the entire situation of heaven and earth began to resonate with Qin Haoshan, and the momentum of this sword's blade was as powerful as Yu Ran's sword sound before. The people in the audience felt some pain on their faces from being scratched by the momentum of the blade, and the overwhelming sense of oppression could be felt even from a distance. As expected of the top player, this strike is so powerful. Huang Lingmeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Qin Haoshan's sword was so terrifying. The sharpness released by the middle stage of Huajin was almost the same as Yu Ran's previous sharpness. Yu Ran stood in front of Huang Lingmeng to block the sharp edges for him. His opinion was completely different from Huang Lingmeng's. Yu Ran shook his head instead. The edges are similar, but the power is far different. Qin Haoshan's sword energy is very strong, and it's a bit strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Yu Ran's words caught the attention of Yun Sheng, who was standing next to him. Yun Sheng couldn't help but nod in his heart. Yu Ran's vision was indeed worthy of his strength. Huang Lingmeng judged the power of Yu Ran and Qin Haoshan's move based on the overflowing momentum, which was actually completely inaccurate. Although the momentum felt similar in the audience, the power was at least 10 times worse. This move could not kill Li Xiang instantly, and even if Li Xiang used all his trump cards, he would not necessarily be seriously injured. Is that so? Huang Lingmeng looked at the field suspiciously. She felt that Qin Haoshan's sword was very powerful. Royal Battle Golden Sword Slash. The moment Qin Haoshan reached his peak, he slashed fiercely at Xiaofeng's black hole. All eyes were on the three black holes in the center of the field that looked like a formation and Qin Haoshan's sword light. Huang Lingmeng also stared at them intently. Was Qin Haoshan's sword really just a show of strength on the outside but weak on the inside? Xiao Feng was also looking at Qin Haoshan's sword seriously. Just because it was far less powerful than Yu Ran's move didn't mean it was really bad. The distance between the black holes and the blade light was getting closer and closer. Xiao Feng's gesture suddenly changed, and the three black holes instantly dispersed. Two of the black holes actually avoided Qin Haoshan's blade light and went around to directly attack Qin Haoshan's body. The remaining black hole was unable to withstand Qin Haoshan's full-strength attack and was instantly shattered by the sword light and flew towards Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng had already made up his mind. His legs flew to the right like a rocket, and a small protective shield was erected in front of his body. Buck Shield. Xiao Feng was extremely fast and reached a distance of 1,000 meters in almost an instant, but he was still unable to avoid all the sword beams. His protective shield was shattered and he instinctively protected his head. Xiao Feng was shaken to the edge of the ring by the aftermath. After rolling 3 times on the ground, he quickly stood up and stared at the situation on Qin Haoshan's side. Qin Haoshan was in a much worse situation than him. The 2 black hole attacks blocked all of Qin Haoshan's evasive routes. The sword light from the previous move drained most of his strength. Now he was still in a state of not recovering. He had no choice but to use the ground. He used a disposable defensive device to block in front of him. The first black hole directly devoured the defense, and the second black hole actually hit Qin Haoshan. Countless amounts of blood were spilled in an instant. Qin Haoshan was smashed to the ground, bounced up several meters, and fell to the ground again, lying there with no one knowing whether he was dead or alive. Xiao Feng made a sudden change in formation that no one expected, and the effect of this change was extremely outstanding. It was almost an injury for an injury, a life for a life, but Xiao Feng, who was well prepared, suffered a minor injury in exchange for Qin Haoshan falling seriously injured. Yu Ran sighed slightly. The ending of the book could not be changed. It looks like the winner has been decided. Chapter 309 Xiao Feng's Tragic Victory. Qin Haoshan struggled to stand up, and his entire arms hung down, as if they were broken. Just now, he used his arms to protect himself to save his life. Naturally, his hands were completely scrapped. This was still his mildest injury. His legs became bloody, and the white bones were exposed, which looked extremely scary. Because of the relationship between his legs, Qin Haoshan even stood in a very weird posture. The originally handsome face was directly ruined. Half of the entire face was unrecognizable. The exposed eyeballs all showed the thrill just now. Blood was still oozing out of his body, and Qin Haoshan seemed reluctant to even stand. Compared to Qin Haoshan, Xiao Feng is much better. The injury he suffered was not minor. Although he was only scratched by the edge of Qin Haoshan's blade, the undiminished power was still too terrifying. He overestimated his speed and did not dodge this move. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There was a cut in the middle of Xiao Feng's hands and forearms, and the blood couldn't stop flowing down. His abdomen was injured by the blade at some point, and a ferocious mouth tens of centimeters open and sprayed blood. But compared to Qin Haoshan, he was really slightly injured. The most nervous person at the moment is the referee. He didn't expect Xiao Feng's sudden change of formation just now. Both of them walked in the Palace of Hell, and now both of them are so seriously injured. Although Xiao Feng still had a big advantage, he did not dare to announce the result casually. He could only look at the two of them for help, hoping that someone would admit defeat and end the game to avoid death. Qin Haoshan was unwilling to give up, but he was indeed at the end of his strength. If he didn't receive treatment, he might die, so he could only utter 3 words feebly. I admit defeat. Xiao Feng's slow steps towards Qin Haoshan finally stopped as Qin Haoshan spoke. He won. Qin Nian sighed slightly. The child was hit hard this time. If he had followed the rules step by step, his winning rate would have been higher. It was too ugly to lose when he was stimulated by Yu Ran and made a desperate move. The most important thing is that this time he loses, the Qin family will definitely be in 4th place this time, and they will not be able to play tomorrow, giving the Ying family a 3rd place in vain. Qin Nian didn't think too much, and quickly helped Qin Nian to step down. He gave Qin Nian a lot of emergency healing medicine. He wanted to hang on to Qin Nian's life first and then go back and treat him properly. Huang Lingmeng seemed to have realized something, but she still felt a little off, so she still asked Yu Ran. What's the difference between Qin Haoshan's move? I think his move is more powerful than Xiao Feng's, so why was it hurt so badly? Xiao Feng was prepared to dodge in advance for one reason, but I always feel it's not that simple. Yu Ran naturally took Huang Lingmen's hand and prepared to go back to rest. Qin Haoshan's move released too much aura, and the power was not concentrated enough. It looked scary, but was actually easy to dodge. If Xiao Feng hadn't been weak in body skills, it would have been possible for Qin Haoshan to be hit without any damage. Yu Ran's eyes were a little deep. Xiao Feng was very fast today, but he was still a little slower when he competed with him. I don't know if it was unintentional or deliberate. Huang Lingmen's ability to understand was not bad, but he was just a little short of a hint. He understood immediately as soon as Yu Ran said it. I understand that Earth-level martial arts rely on the general trend of heaven and earth, and it is impossible to achieve perfect concentration. However, the lower the spread, the more concentrated the power, and the stronger the locking, making it difficult to avoid. Qin Haoshan ignored this, or maybe his lack of proficiency in martial arts eventually resulted in Xiao Feng almost dodging him. Yu Ran kissed Huang Lingmeng. Honey, you are so smart. Huang Lingmen's face turned red. Grandpa was still beside her, so Yu Ran kissed her in front of everyone. She only dared to look around with her peripheral vision, and found that Huang Xianlin had eyes and ears, and she seemed to know nothing. Look. Huang Lingmeng pouted, pretending not to know. Fortunately, Huang Xianlin didn't know what Huang Lingmeng was thinking, otherwise he would have vomited blood and even pretended not to see it, and would still be scolded. It's unreasonable. It seems that Mr. Yu has also noticed that Haoshan is still too impatient. This failure may be a good thing for him. I don't know when Qin Nian appeared next to him. Qin Hao was carrying Qin Haoshan on his back. Qin Haoshan closed his eyes and fell asleep. He didn't know if he could hear him. Yu Ran smiled and didn't answer, but Huang Lingmeng didn't have any inhibitions and continued to talk about his conclusion. The blade of Qin Haoshan's move looks powerful, but it is much less powerful than Yu Ran's move, but the spilled power is the same. This shows that this martial arts is obviously not very skilled, and he just used the most powerful move. This way it seems that the higher the martial skill level, the easier it is to use. Qin Haoshan still didn't open his eyes, but Qin Nian nodded appreciatively. Lingmeng really has outstanding vision, and he is worthy of being the leader of this generation of the military. Lingmeng smiled sheepishly. She had only now had a glimmer of understanding of what Yu Ran had seen a long time ago. It was really a big difference. Qin Hao saw that the surrounding area had become quiet, and secretly ran to Yu Ran's side, keeping his voice low. Brother Ran, you have to avenge Qin Haoshan tomorrow. Although this kid is very stinky, he is also a member of my Qin family. I can accept being defeated by you, but being defeated by that kind of person. Qin Haoshan originally wanted to pretend to be asleep, but he couldn't pretend anymore after Qin Hao said this. What do you mean by that kind of person? Xiao Feng is not weak. If you lose, you lose. I will practice more when I go back. Although Qin Haoshan only got 4th place, the Qin family will not be harsh on him because of this. The 3 quotas are a bit less, but the main Huajin members are enough to get in. Qin Hao shrugged silently, his mouth still as tough as ever, but based on his understanding, he would probably target Yu Ran in the future. Qin Hao really wanted to persuade him not to target Yu Ran, otherwise he would easily become desperate. He and Yu Ran were both at the peak of Anjin back then, but now he is still at the peak of Anjin, and Yu Ran is about to reach the peak of Anjin, so there is no comparison. Yu Ran didn't have any bad feelings towards Qin Haoshan. Perhaps it was because Qin Hao's relationship came first and the conversation along the way was quite harmonious. Qin Haoshan is not the kind of person who is stubborn and arrogant. He also asked Yu Ran about some of his own problems. Qin Hao, the only engine in the team, listened with great interest. The final will still be held on the next day, but according to today's situation, Xiao Feng will probably surrender directly after 2 moves. But you still have to take 2 moves. Yu Ran showed a smile. He has already calculated how he can seriously injure Xiao Feng without the referee stopping him. It would be best if this kid can't go to the Sea of Cloud's secret realm. After Yu Ran made the calculation, he slept soundly at night, as if he saw Xiao Feng's miserable situation the next day. But what Yu Ran didn't expect was that Xiao Feng immediately announced that he would give up the competition. Chapter 310 Xiao Feng abandons the game. Yu Ran was caught off guard by Xiao Feng's abandonment. He thought that Xiao Feng would just follow up with 2 moves in a formal manner. I didn't expect Xiao Feng to stop participating. Are you angry? Yu Ran was very angry and became the first person to win in the finals of the Yunhai Secret Realm competition without even making a single move. In the past, even if the injury was more serious, taking more healing medicine would have to be done in 2 moves. If you surrender without a fight, you would easily be criticized for not having the spirit of martial arts. They have said that competition comes second and friendship comes first. People will not kill you when they see you seriously injured. Well, it was true that he wouldn't do it in the past, but Xiao Feng thought that Yu Ran would, so he quietly avoided Yu Ran. If you can't be selected, you won't be able to hurt me. I will come to trouble you when I become stronger in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm. Yu Ran's guess was actually good. He just deliberately did not avoid Qin Haoshan's move. If he was not injured and abandoned the game, it would be a big problem. But because he was seriously injured, he was afraid that Yu Ran would kill him. This reason is valid. Even if the Li family and others say that he has no martial arts spirit, this reason is enough to frustrate everyone. Xiao Feng had a rift with Yu Ran. Li Xiang was killed by Yu Ran. I was the representative of the Li family and was seriously injured. It was reasonable to fear that Yu Ran would be cruel. In this way, Yu Ran successfully became the champion of this year's Cloud Sea Secret Realm, which can be called the easiest championship in history. He just beat Li Xiang in seconds. He was seriously injured in the semi-finals and Xiao Feng abstained from the finals. It can only be said that the champion of the martial arts competition has the skills. Why did you abandon the game? Li Rulan roared crazily at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng looked at the crazy Li Rulan with disgust in his heart, but remained calm on the outside. He couldn't fall out with the Li family yet and had to rely on the power of the Li family. Qin Haoshan and I were injured too badly when we fought hard. We couldn't catch Yu Ran's move when we went up. We were still in second place after abandoning the game. There is no difference. Of course Li Rulan knew there was no difference. Xiao Feng perfectly covered up the shortcomings of not participating with a serious injury, so he abandoned the competition as a matter of course. But Li Rulan has received a written punishment from the Li family brought by Li Ning. Without great achievements, he may have to stay in foreign battlefields for the rest of his life. He could only vent this anger on Xiao Feng, but Xiao Feng's unhurried attitude could not make him calm down, and he continued to vent his anger. Shit makes no difference. There is no one in history who has abandoned the finals. You are putting the dignity of my Li family on the ground for others to trample on. In the future, when others mention the Sea of Cloud's secret realm, they will think of the Li family's abandonment of the finals. It's annoying. Laughing stock. Was Li Rulan wrong? In fact, it was not entirely wrong. In the future, such a special finals competition in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm will definitely be mentioned, but trampling on dignity is obviously Li Rulan's deliberate attempt to bring something private. When will the second one be bullied by the internet? To put it bluntly, Xiao Feng and the Li family are the eighth in this term, and they were killed by Yu Ran. Uncle, please don't deliberately discredit Xiao Feng. He achieved second place for our Li family. 8 places is already our best result in the past 5 years. Li Fengling couldn't listen anymore and chose to defend Xiao Feng. She knew a little about Yu Ran and Xiao Feng's grudge, and coupled with Yu Ran's grudge for killing Li Xiang, she naturally believed in Xiao Feng more. In Xiao Feng's mouth, Yu Ran is the vicious villain who robbed Xiao Feng's fiancée, deliberately destroyed other people's marriages, and committed all kinds of evil. Li Rulan's status has been demoted now, and Li Fengling can no longer treat her as a junior like before. Just snorted coldly. Humph, I think he doesn't regard himself as a member of the Li family, and deliberately discredits the Li family. Uncle Clan. Li Fengling became increasingly dissatisfied with Li Rulan's words that slandered Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was nominally her fiancé. Didn't he mean that Xiao Feng didn't want to marry her at all? Seeing that Li Fengling was showing signs of anger, Li Rulan did not dare to continue to speak ill of Xiao Feng, but he still could not change his bad words. Anyway, I will report this matter to the family truthfully. Let the family judge whether Xiao Feng did it intentionally or not. Li Rulan is now focused on saying that a dead pig is not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. He will go to the battlefield outside the territory to wait for death anyway, so he can drag anyone into the water. As the leader this time, he naturally has the right to report the situation to the family. It is normal to include a little guesswork of his own in it, isn't it? Compared to the tense situation of the Li family, the Yun family is already smiling crookedly. The Yun family has not won the first place since the Yunhai secret realm was held, and the best result was only the runner-up. Not only that, Yun's Yuka also entered the quarterfinals and got a quota, 11 quotas. This time, they got the most quota in history. Suddenly, the Yun family suddenly realized that they didn't have enough Huajin people under the age of 30 to go up to 11. Including Yun Zong, there are only 6 people in the Yun family who are under the age of 30. You must know that the head of the Yun family has tens of thousands of bonus members. This ratio is really not high. Suddenly I feel troubled by the family's situation. Did the Qin family and the Ying family have so many people under the age of 30 in the past? Huang Lingmeng originally had to take up a quota, but now that Huang Lingmeng is pregnant and will not participate, there is only 1 quota for Yu Ran, and the Yun family is frantically allocating 10 quotas. Yun Sheng was grinning crookedly at this moment. He quickly retrieved all the energy from the Yun family and arranged for a quota. Although those under 30 years old were the most secure, those over 30 years old could still try. Naturally, Yu Ran wouldn't worry about these things. The secret realm of the Sea of Clouds would be opened in a week. He planned to take Huang Lingmeng back to Jinling to see his parents and his woman. It was strange not to see each other for a while. Although the mobile phone contact has not been broken, as long as they are not sleeping next to them, they are still a bit strange. I go back and measure their sizes carefully. Yu Ran naturally left as soon as he said so, while Yun Yi left the Yun family to deal with some matters and complete some procedures for going to the battlefield outside the territory. Waiting for Yu Ran to come out of the Sea of Clouds secret realm and go to the battlefield outside the territory with her. The helicopter flew extremely smoothly in the sky, and it quickly reached Jinling from the imperial capital in 2 hours. At -- This was a helicopter from the military headquarters. It landed on the apron of the military headquarters. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw a roaring crowd rushing over. The leader was Huang Yongsheng. "Hey, my daughter is back. Are you hungry?" Huang Yongsheng was so excited that he didn't know what to say for a moment, so he simply asked about food that ordinary people would ask when meeting. Huang Lingmeng looked a little funny at Huang Yongsheng, and Yu Ran next to him answered for her. After eating, I had some light cuisine for lunch, drank some fish soup, and ate 5 oranges after the meal. Huang Yongsheng nodded happily, feeling quite like an old father who has endured the end of his life. Huang Tian suddenly squeezed out from nowhere and gave Yu Ran a thumbs up. Brother Ran, you are so awesome. Am I going to have a nephew too? That's so cool. Go, go, don't stop Ling Meng from going back to rest. If you have anything to do, go inside. Huang Xianlin waved, and a group of people moved out of the way as if waking up from a dream, and the roaring crowd rushed towards the house. Chapter 311 Return to Jinling. Huang Lingmen's pregnancy is a great event for the military. Huang Lingmeng and Yu Ran are very strong, and this child has a bright future. Many people from the military who were close to Huang Yongsheng came to express their condolences, but more of them were Huang Lingmen's younger brothers and sisters. As the leader of this generation in the military, Huang Lingmeng had about 40 or 50 people under his command, plus the previous one. Older brothers and sisters. The entire rest room was surrounded by people. It was obvious that she was just pregnant and the child was not born yet, but her enthusiasm did not diminish at all. What Yu Ran didn't know was that both Huang Xianlin and Huang Yongsheng had excellent reputations, and both of them were in high positions. Huang Lingmeng was the leader of the next generation, the idol of countless people, and their every move attracted attention. Therefore, Huang Lingmen's pregnancy was suddenly magnified, and countless people came to take a look to show their concern. I arrived in Jinling at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I didn't walk out of the crowded lounge until 10 o'clock in the evening. If Huang Lingmeng hadn't had to rest, this group of people would have slept endlessly. From parenting knowledge to postpartum care, there are also some seniors who teach martial arts training during pregnancy. Anyway, it is all available, and it is not all nonsense. Yu Ran also gained a lot from it. When Yu Ran walked out, he saw Huang Xianlin sitting on the roof. When he saw Yu Ran walking out, he waved to him. Yu Ran understood and instantly came to Huang Xianlin's side. Yu Ran, Ling Meng is pregnant now. The baby will be born in half a year. It's time for you to get married. Yu Ran was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he and Huang Lingmeng were still engaged and had children. It would be unreasonable if they didn't give them a name. But King Kai also had it, and there were so many confidants, which gave Yu Ran a headache. Huang Xianlin glanced sideways at Yu Ran and laughed inwardly. Now the brat knows the disadvantages of being a philanderer? On the surface, Huang Xianlin was calm and his expression looked a little serious. Yu Ran, I know you are in trouble, but Ling Meng and this kid have to make a promise, right? Is there a problem with what Huang Xianlin said? There is no problem at all. You already have children. How can you not make a promise? But the woman on my side has a headache. Huang Xianlin saw Yu Ran's entanglement and laughed inwardly. How dare you not be nice to Ling Meng in the future? He had heard in the imperial capital before that Yu Ran was injured in Huang Lingmeng and was crying and howling outside to protect his elder. If this kid had some conscience, if Yu Ran dared to say that he wanted to protect his younger brother, he would kill him immediately. I won't make it difficult for you, but you have to have a wedding. There are many people here at the military headquarters, so it won't be difficult to give Riemu a wedding alone, right? Yu Ran nodded wildly. It's not difficult, it's not difficult. Grandpa Huang, just tell me a time and I'll take care of it right away. This requirement cannot be lower. Wait until you go to the battlefield outside the territory. Didn't you promise that girl from the Yun family to go there? The Yun family's first experience will take about 3 months, and it will take about a month to enter the Yunhai secret realm. By then, Riemu Laihoki the wedding is not going to look good. Huang Xianlin's considerateness made Yu Ran feel a little embarrassed. He should have been accompanying Ling Meng during her pregnancy, but he actually had to go to a battlefield outside the territory. It was really embarrassing. Huang Xianlin looked at Yu Ran's face and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You brat won't keep you in check. Are you feeling guilty? To feel guilty, shouldn't you be kinder to Ling Meng? I heard that there is a woman at Yu Ran's side who is also pregnant. If Ling Meng gave birth to the eldest son and daughter, it would be difficult to maintain such a stable position. That silly girl doesn't care about this. I, an old man, have to pay attention to her status at home. It's really a life-threatening thing for me to worry about. It was already very late when Yu Ran returned to Yu's house. Yu Fu and Zheng Mei had already gone to bed. Yu Ran had told them about the military affairs before, and they expressed their understanding. It would be the same if he went to see Ling Meng the next day. As for meeting his son, that wasn't important. Back. Although Yu Fu and Zheng Mei were asleep, there was still a cup of warm milk left on the table. The headlight was not turned on. A small table lamp illuminated their peerless beauty, which was even more impressive under the residual light. Aren't you asleep yet? Yu Ran gently took the milk and drank it in one gulp. Lu Qingxiu smiled and walked behind Yu Ran to massage him gently. Yu Ran was shocked. When did his domineering female CEO learn how to massage? Qingxiu, can you still do this? Of course, I know a lot more, right? Lu Qingxiu's voice was soft, and she seemed a little bit clingy. If the subordinates of the Yu family and the Lu family saw the resolute female CEO looking like this, they would only suspect that Lu Qingxiu might have been taken away from her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That cold iceberg face would frighten them out of their wits even if they opened their mouths. How could there be any gentleness in it? Lu Qingxiu is extremely smart and learns things quickly. Apart from being a bit clumsy in martial arts, she is good at other things. Naturally, she also learned this massage from Yu Ran. Yu Ran leaned there and was slightly distracted. I have to say that it feels so good for the domineering female CEO to give you a massage. By the way, Qing Ci is also living here now. I asked Lian to come back and be responsible for protecting her safety. Yu Ran looked surprised, but after all, it was late at night and it was hard for him to disturb Chu Qingkai. Chu Qingkai is special. She is the head of the Chu family. She cannot live in the Yu family forever. She may encounter various emergencies and must have a master to protect her. Although the battlefield outside the territory was more suitable for Lian's performance, Lu Qingxiu asked her to come back, and she immediately came back, preparing to be a loyal bodyguard. She also has a very good relationship with Chu Qingkai, and she won't be bored if she stays with Chu Qingkai. Well, I'll go see Qingkai again tomorrow. You've worked hard during this time. After hearing Yu Ran's words, Lu Qingxiu's smile bloomed instantly. Didn't she work so hard just to hear the praise from Yu Ran himself? It turns out that the female CEO who remained motionless despite the collapse of the mountain would actually be happy because of her sweetheart's words of concern. In the dim room, the two people were just talking simple words and greetings, but the room was full of warmth. The hot bath has been set up. You can go take a bath and rest. It's been a tiring day. Lu Qingxiu continued to speak softly, and Yu Ran nodded and got into the bathroom. Taking a hot bath after a tiring day is a refreshing experience that can only be understood if you experience it yourself. But what was even more refreshing was that after taking a hot bath, the door opened and Lu Qingxiu was leaning on the bed, fiddling with the computer. Her slender thighs were resting together casually. She had faded away from her dressing up in the living room and was only wearing underwear, which made Yu Ran crazy. Swallow. Seeing Yu Ran come in, Lu Qingxiu wisely shut down the computer and gently stretched her feet to Yu Ran's chest. It's quiet at night, do you want to do something you love? Yu Ran smiled slightly. Let's start with Lu Qingxiu to test the changes. Chapter 312 Family Gathering. After a night of warmth, Yu Ran felt refreshed, but Lu Qingxiu rarely slept in. She couldn't keep up with Yu Ran's physical fitness for the time being. President Liu Dai, who had a rare break, still took out his computer and started arranging work remotely after Yu Ran left the room. This was the only thing she could do to help him now, and she would not allow any mistakes. Brother Yu, wake up and try the breakfast I made. Dahlia was still resting, but Xiaolia was very energetic. Yu Ran looked at the sandwich on the plate, picked it up and took a bite. Qingjian, when did you know how to cook? Pfft. Yu Ran initially felt a little surprised, but turned into fright. What the hell is this sandwich that tastes bitter and a little sour? He couldn't help but spit it out. Lu Qingjian's eyes were obviously a little disappointed, and her fingers kept stirring. Brother Yu, is it really that unpalatable? Yu Ran looked at the disappointed Lu Qingjian, and the words on his lips instantly turned into comfort. Although it's not very tasty, it's just like this when you first start cooking. Just practice it slowly and it'll be fine. When Lu Qingjian heard Yu Ran's encouragement, her eyes shone brightly, her small mouth that had been flattened opened up a smile again, and she blurted out happily. Really? My sister said that I can only cook dark food. Those sisters are not willing to eat the food I cook now. Brother Yu, I will cook it for you tomorrow. Yu Ran suddenly wanted to slap himself for being such a bad mouth. What was he talking about? Lu Qingxiu came to such a conclusion. It was obvious that Lu Qingjian's cooking was unreliable. He forgot for a moment that Lu Qingjian was a silly and cute girl with zero other skills. For the sake of his own stomach, Yu Ran had to overturn his previous remarks. That Qingjian, as the old saying goes, there are specialties in martial arts. You are a genius in martial arts. There is no need to go into cooking. Just practice martial arts hard. Lu Qingjian nodded in understanding, with a hint of confusion in her little eyes. But I saw my sister delivering food to my brother, and brother Yu liked it very much, so I wanted to practice too. Each of you has your own shining points. I like your differences rather than being the same, so Qingjian, just be yourself, and my brother will like you just as much. After listening to Yu Ran's little love words, Lu Qingjian smiled happily, took Yu Ran's arms and shook them gently, mumbling in her mouth. I understand, I understand. Yu Ran sighed, finally getting the round back, and his stomach no longer had to suffer. Just as Yu Ran was about to go out to buy some breakfast, the little maid Bai Yuan just pushed the door open and walked in. The breakfast items such as steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk were very conspicuous. Seeing Yu Ran, Bai Yuan bowed slightly. Master, breakfast has been bought. It's your favorite buns. Do you want to eat it now? After buying breakfast, Yu Ran was not in a hurry to eat it. Looking at Bai Yuan who was still wearing a maid uniform, Yu Ran fondly touched her head. Thank you for your hard work. I'll get them up and have dinner together. Bai Yuan nodded. She bought a large amount, which was enough for many people. Yu Ran went to wake people up and put the steamed buns and breakfast on plates for everyone to eat. Qingkai, are you still asleep? Yu Ran gently knocked on Chu Qingkai's door. Ruiao who snorted from inside, and then a voice came from inside. I'm awake, but I don't want to get up. Yu Ran smiled and pushed the door open. Chu Qingkai rubbed her groggy eyes. She had obviously just woken up. Yu Ran placed a kiss on her forehead. Chu Qingkai lay lazily in his arms and refused. Move. I don't want to get dressed and get up, Hehehe. Chu Qingkai leaned into Yu Ran's arms, feeling the hot temperature inside, and couldn't help but close her eyes, it felt so comfortable. Seeing Chu Qingkai getting angry, Yu Ran found it very interesting. He took the clothes Chu Qingkai put aside in his hand and helped her get dressed. Well, silly follower, I'm not wearing my clothes properly. The sleeves are stuck in my sleeves, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. With her eyes closed, Chu Qingkai could still feel the situation outside, and she groaned in discomfort. This is also the first time Yu Ran has dressed someone else. He has always only taken off clothes, so where can he wear them? After tinkering for a long time but unable to find out what he meant, Chu Qingkai laughed angrily at his stupidity, opened his eyes, and pinched Yu Ran's cheek with his hand. You idiot, this is your left hand, you put it on backwards. Okay, my princess, I will change it now. Yu Ran gently turned the clothes around and gently put Chu Qingkai's hand into the cuff. He could get up in 2 minutes, but was forced to wear it for half an hour. Yu Ran and Chu Qingkai were still enjoying it. After half an hour of hard work, Chu Qingkai was completely awake. He didn't plan to wear formal clothes at home, so he just put on his pajamas and went to wash up. Yu Ran went to the room again to pick up Lu Qingxiu who was working. Lu Qingxiu, who had been strong all her life, did not want to be weak in front of others, so she limped by herself and went to wash up. But after washing, she really couldn't walk, and secretly cursed Yu Ran for being a beast. Yu Ran seemed to have a tacit understanding, so he carried her to the table again, and everyone at the table was laughing secretly. Lu Qingxiu looked a little confused. Although they were all sisters, after Yu Ran left, she was basically responsible for major events in Jinling. Her image of a domineering female president in front of others was once again shattered. But it doesn't feel bad. Breakfast was hearty but slow, and Yu Ran talked about what happened from southern Xinjiang to the imperial capital. Maybe he was born with the talent of storytelling, or maybe several people's hearts were attached to him. Everyone listened very seriously, and from time to time they asked questions and expressed sighs. When they heard that Li Shui and Yu Ran had achieved perfection and confessed their love in front of everyone in southern Xinjiang, the eyes of the girls were full of caution and a little romantic. His acceptance of Li Shui instantly became higher. But soon the topic turned to Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai. Their pregnancies made the other sisters envious. They couldn't help but touch their bellies and sighed that they were not living up to expectations. A few people were chatting happily, but the doorbell rang at an inappropriate time. Bai Yuan took the initiative to open the door, and it was Su Jianqian and Wu Qing who came. When Su Jianqian and Wu Qing heard that Yu Ran had returned to Jinling, they couldn't contain their thoughts and got up early in the morning to drive back. Otherwise, when Yu Ran thinks about them, the daylily will be cold. Wu Qing seemed a little embarrassed behind Su Jianqian at this moment. This was the first time she saw the sisters Su Jianqian mentioned. At this moment, she could only admire Yu Ran's high vision. The group of orioles and swallows inside were all stunning to the outside world. She thought she was beautiful enough, but now it seems that she is just average. Hello everyone, my name is Wu Qing. Wu Qing seemed indifferent in front of tens of millions of dollars in business every minute, but at this moment he introduced himself like a primary school student. Wu Qing was secretly annoyed at his stupidity. What kind of self-introduction was this? But he saw a talented girl next to him coming over and holding her hand. Hello, my name is Chu Qingkai. Chapter 313 Common Wedding. With Chu Qingkai's introduction, others also introduced their identities. Wu Qing's embarrassment disappeared instantly. Chu Qingkai glanced at Lu Qingxiu. This woman clearly wanted to help, why did she suddenly stop? Her hostility towards Lu Qingxiu had long since disappeared, and the two of them were still working together to do some things, and their relationship had improved a lot. Qian and Qing are here. I was planning to go see you after I was done with my work. Yu Ran also pulled the two people into the room in time, and placed them on the sofa with one hand each. Su Jianqian was calm, while Wu Qing was a little restrained for the first time, but soon relaxed. The topics they talked about were all kinds of strange. In terms of business, she soon discovered that the first person she met, Chu Qingkai, and the incredibly beautiful Lu Qingxiu, were very capable. If she hadn't had a notebook, she would definitely write down everything. Who knows what will happen in the future? It will be used when the time comes. She also discovered that this group of people was indeed dominated by Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu, which was similar to what Jianqian had said before. Huang Lingmeng is the leader in martial arts, and Chu Qingkai is the leader in daily life. Of course Queenan was definitely not convinced, but her position determined that she could not run around with Yu Ran. Wu Qing felt that Lu Qingxiu was also very capable, but Chu Qingkai seemed to be more talkative and could connect with any of the sisters' topics. After chatting for a while, the door was opened again, and it was Yu Fu and his wife who came in. "Mom and Dad, you're here." After Yu Ran stood up, a group of young girls also stood up and called out to their uncle and aunt, slightly lagging behind Yu Ran by half a beat. "Well, General Huang called me yesterday and told me that Ling Meng is pregnant. It is reasonable for us to go and see her. If Ling Meng is willing, we can let her come and keep Qingkai company." The trip to the military headquarters was already decided yesterday. Yu Ran quickly took his parents to the military headquarters. Since they were going to discuss marriage, all the women were very tactful and stayed at home. Otherwise it would be a mess. It's just that marriage is something that every woman cares about. As soon as Yu Ran left, discussions about the wedding were heard in the room. "Can we also have a wedding with Yu Ran?" Wu Qing raised her hand weakly. As the youngest, she actually cared about this matter. She only wanted to be with Yu Ran for the status, but a wedding was every woman's dream, so of course she wanted to have one. "Even if I can only wear a wedding dress, it would be fine." Especially since she was the only married woman, she obviously felt inferior among this group of beautiful girls. Will Yu Ran give her the wedding that Xiao Feng couldn't? She is looking forward to it. "Of course, I saw my sister and I wearing red and marrying brother Yu at future spring," Lu Qingjian said without hesitation, with a hint of pride in her words. Future spring is an experience shared by only her and Yu Ran. "Don't worry, he promised to hold the wedding, but the military is pushing for it on Riamu's side. The military can help him the most right now, so it's better for him to get married sooner." Chu Qingkai actually wanted to have a wedding more than anyone else. She was also pregnant, but she knew what to prioritize. Huang Lingmen's background could be of great help to Yu Ran, so naturally she let Ling Meng go first. Su Jianqian also raised her hand, her voice a little weak. "Well, is it illegal for us to hold a wedding?" "Phew!" Chu Qingkai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Qingxiu also looked at Su Jianqian strangely. What an innocent child. Of course it's not against the law. This kind of thing is common up there. What's more, Yu Ran will be a grandmaster soon. Ordinary laws don't care about grandmasters. Lu Qingjian said thoughtfully. "I asked brother Yu this question before. He said that the outlaw Zhang San said that it was not illegal for me to marry 8 women in one day. It was legal. The lawless fanatics are right. In that world, if you don't get a license, you won't break the law. What's more, in this more open world, another certificate is of little use to the women around Yu Ran. They love Yu Ran, and Yu Ran cannot be superficial to them with a certificate. So that means we are likely to get married together." Wu Qing said something excitedly, but when she saw the strange looks from the people around her, she thought she had said something wrong and did not dare to ask. She had to lower her head and stretch her ears to listen to their thoughts. "If we go together, will brother Yu be exhausted?" "Haha, I guess it's too late for him to be happy and realize his dream. I think the extra-large bed he customized before was just waiting for this day." Chu Qingkai snorted coldly. "Qingjian is still too young, with that cow-like body, will she die from exhaustion?" Su Jianqian and Wu Qing were obviously not used to such harsh words, and their faces turned red for a moment and they didn't know what to say. Yu Ran came to the military headquarters with his parents and received warm hospitality from the military headquarters. Before Yu Ran's rise, the relationship between the Yu family and the military headquarters was quite good. Now that they are getting married, both parties are quite satisfied. Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng originally wanted to decide the wedding on their own, but several parents wanted to arrange it, so the time was set for 1.5 months after Yu Ran came out of the Sea of Clouds' secret realm. As for the details of the wedding, Yu Ran actually couldn't get involved even if he wanted to, because he really didn't understand. The same was true for Huang Lingmeng, who was obviously the protagonist, but was embarrassed to stay aside and listen to the parents' heated discussion. Qingkai is also pregnant. Do you want to stay at my house for a while? While they were discussing, Yu Ran took the opportunity to pull Huang Lingmeng into gossip. Huang Ling dreamed about it and shook his head, but he was afraid that Yu Ran would be too preoccupied, so he quickly explained. It's not that I don't want to go. My dad said before that it's better not to go to your house before the wedding. This is a matter of etiquette. I can stay there after 1.5 months after the wedding. In fact, it doesn't affect my movements. You can act as a training officer and train the team. Yu Ran also suddenly realized it and didn't say anything more, but made a few simple requests about Huang Lingmen's training team. First, don't overdose, no more than 4 hours a day. Second, find a leading officer and try not to do anything when encountering problems to avoid problems. Seeing Yu Ran's full concern, Huang Lingmeng also agreed. It would be a bit boring to let her do nothing all day long. Yu Ran was a little concerned and confused, but he didn't force them to do nothing. Although Chu Qingkai was at Yu's house, he usually went to the company to handle things. It's just that she doesn't go back to the Chu family to live at night. Huang Lingmen's personality as a martial arts idiot makes it really difficult for her to be a good baby. 5 months ago, it wasn't really a big problem, not to mention that there were still so many people watching from the military headquarters. I heard that Huang Xianlin was planning to be transferred back to garrison the military headquarters until Riemu gave birth. It can be said that there are multiple guarantees, and Yu Ran is relieved. The wedding was talked about until the afternoon, and later Yu Ran couldn't sit still anymore and found an excuse to sneak out. He still has a woman he hasn't gone to warm up. Chapter 314 Have Fun Together. When Su Jian saw Yu Ran, her whole body was like a blooming flower. Su Jian now lives in a simple way. She usually grows flowers, exercises, and takes care of her skin. She was the oldest among Yu Ran's group of women, and she didn't mention how anxious she was inside her mouth. Although the warrior helped her delay aging, she still worked hard to do it, so that Yu Ran would have a good look when he saw her. Impression. Suzy was really happy when Yu Ran came. Yu Ran held Suzy in his arms and entered the room tacitly. Suzy's maturity was unmatched by any woman. It was a charm unique to mature women. The plump figure coupled with Su Jian's flattering attitude can really make Yu Ran feel different from a group of young girls. The two of them took a lunch break until dusk. Su Jian's body was actually a bit at its limit, but she still gritted her teeth and hugged Yu Ran and refused to let go. She knew that Yu Ran's time to come to her was very limited. She was very satisfied with this moment, and she also wanted Yu Ran to go back satisfied, so that he could still think of her next time. For one afternoon, Yu Ran and Su Jian could still talk at first, but later it turned into a solo by Yu Ran. Su Jian listened to Yu Ran talk about something about herself, and she felt very happy. Even if her identity is not visible to the public, even if Yu Ran has many beauties around him now, Yu Ran has not been indifferent to her because of this. What else is she dissatisfied with? Sister Jian, I'm leaving. I've put dinner here for you. If you're hungry, just get up and take a bite. Don't worry, one day I'll let you stand upright in the Sunday. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Suzy poked her head out from under the quilt, and Yu Ran said the last words many times. Suzy actually knew that it was very difficult, even impossible, but even so, she was willing to stay with him all the time. If anyone else said it, it would be a lie, but Suzy felt that Yu Ran would not lie to her. When Yu Ran returned home, the number of people in the family increased again. Lian rushed back from the battlefield outside the territory, and Ansuandi also appeared at home. In addition to Su Jian, Huang Lingmeng, Yun Yi, and Li Shuet, he has all the beauties. Yu Fu and his wife did not come back. The military headquarters held a banquet for them in the evening, but Yu Ran came back to have dinner with his women. It was rare for Yu Ran to come back today. Everyone put down what they were doing just to spend the day with him and had a great time at dinner. It's just that there were serious differences in the allocation of rooms at night. Oh, it's so troublesome to divide them up. Everyone can sleep in my big bed. It's great to communicate and exchange feelings. Impossible. The girls unanimously rejected Yu Ran's request. They were still talking about this matter in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran wanted to put it into practice in the evening, so don't even think about it. Seeing the public outrage, Yu Ran ran to take a shower dejectedly. It happened that Sister Qian and I were a little full in the afternoon, so it was okay to take a break. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yu Ran was lying on the bed. On his mobile phone, there was information about the extraterritorial battlefield from Lu Zitong. The Yu family's secret guards had occupied a place in the extraterritorial battlefield. However, Lu Zitong kept in mind Yu Ran's steady approach and did not expand and compete for hegemony for the time being, but was just quietly strengthening his position. There is no rush for the foreign battlefield. I have about a month to get there and investigate the surrounding forces. Don't be afraid to spend money and buy more information. Sooner or later, I will earn back. Yu Ran was talking to Lu Zitong about the next steps in the foreign battlefield, when the door was gently pushed open. Yu Ran raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Young man, I didn't know you were talking so high-sounding. It would be strange if you didn't knock on the door in the middle of the night. But it was only 8 o'clock, could it be considered an above-board attack? Sister Butterfly. What surprised Yu Ran was that the first one to come in was Ansuandi. Ansuandi was still dressed in leather clothes today, and the tight clothes fully showed off her explosive figure. What? Are you surprised? Or a little disappointed? Ansuandi smiled. She didn't discuss it with them. She would definitely come. If she didn't come, she didn't know when this heartless person would remember her. Another main reason is that Huang Lingmeng is not here, and she has no one else to look for her. She and Huang Lingmeng have always been rivals, but Huang Lingmeng is pregnant but she has no reaction at all. How can this be done? Her strength is similar to that of Huang Lingmeng. She was included in the previous battle with Ye Chen. Now Huang Lingmeng is one step ahead of her. When has she ever fallen behind Huang Lingmeng? She must squeeze Yu Ran dry tonight. How could it be? I miss Sister Dai too. Yu Ran stood up with a smile and went to greet Ansuandi. Ansuandi smiled slightly at Yu Ran and pressed him on the bed. Ansuandi stroked Yu Ran's abdominal muscles and rubbed them gently with her fingers. She liked the feeling of it very much. My lovely brother, are you ready to be eaten dry by me? Ansuandi smiled sweetly, and the room was suddenly filled with spring. Qian, do we really want to do this? Qing, what are you afraid of? We are good sisters. We must do things like this together. Su Qian said matter-of-factly, while Wu Qing looked at the room next to him with a guilty conscience. Didn't we make an agreement not to give him the chance to sleep with him? It won't matter if they don't come? We haven't been with Yu Ran for a long time. Besides, they are coming. Everyone makes mistakes. What's our mistake? Su Qian said confidently, jokingly, Yu Ran will leave in 2 days. If she doesn't seize the opportunity now, she doesn't know how long she will have to wait next time. So 2 more distinguished guests were added to Yu Ran's room. Ansuandi was a little tired at first, but when she saw the newcomers, her eyes lit up. She dragged Wu Qing over and her mouth was like a devil's whisper. Little sister, let me teach you what happiness is. Wu Qing didn't know what happened. Su Qian was caught by Yu Ran and was already too busy to take care of herself. Ansuandi licked her lips. It seemed like tonight was really interesting. Sister, aren't we going tonight? Lu Qingjian hugged Lu Qingxiu curiously, and Lu Qingxiu was in a daze. When Lu Qingjian said this, she knew that her sister had also thought about it. Go and take Bai Yuan with you, I won't go. She and Yuran spent a night alone yesterday, so she won't fight with her sisters today. We still need to have the idea of a big family. Oh, if my sister doesn't go, I won't go either. Lu Qingjian hugged Lu Qingxiu, her voice a little disappointed. What are you talking about? Go find Bai Yuan and drag her along. Bai Yuan is too embarrassed to go. After all, she treats herself as a maid. It would be a good thing for her to drag her along. Lu Qingxiu convinced Lu Qingjian in a few words. After all, she had always listened to her sister's words the most. So Lu Qingjian happily pulled Bai Yuan into Yuran's room. Seeing the tiger-like wolf situation on the bed, she suddenly fell into silence. At this moment, Ansuandi suddenly let go of Su Jianqian and smiled strangely. Come, come, let's have fun together. Chapter 315 Entering the Secret Realm of Cloud Sea. Even if they think about what happened this night later, Su Jianqian and Wu Qing's ears turn red instantly. Where did Ansuandi know so many weird ways to play? It's really embarrassing. That night, it was almost Ansuandi and Yuran who were divided between them. Several girls really couldn't get up in the morning. Yuran, on the other hand, carried forward the spirit of the head of the family and took the initiative to make a sumptuous breakfast. After Ansuandi finished her breakfast, she couldn't help but lick her tongue. No wonder little brother Yuran enjoyed it all day long. This beauty really has a unique flavor. These little beauties who are as beautiful as flowers are really fun. It's a pity that we can't add some props, otherwise it will be more interesting. When the other girls saw Ansuandi's actions, their cheeks turned red instantly. This sister Dai was so open-minded. If it weren't for Yuran's existence, they would have suspected that Sister Dai liked women. Chu Qingkai drank her porridge slowly. Although it wouldn't be a problem for her to sleep with Yuran now, Yuran probably wouldn't agree. I already have it, so naturally I should take care of the other sisters. Thinking of her, I touched my belly again. My little baby, my mother has endured a lot of hard work for you. Time flies by, and happy days are always short-lived. After Yuran stayed in Jinling for 5 days, he finally wanted to visit the imperial capital again. Leaving today. Chu Qingkai held Yuran's hand with some reluctance. These days, Yuran was not all about S***X. He took her shopping and walking to see the scenery and experience the most beautiful things. These daily routines fascinated her. Well, the secret realm will be opened over there in 2 days. I will come back when the secret realm is over, so don't worry. You are very capable, so I won't say much. All you need to know is that my child and I are waiting for you to come back. Chu Qingkai took Yuran's little hand and placed it on her belly. The subtle throbbing made Yuran's face look excited. I feel it, she's kicking me. Chu Qingkai didn't say anything that was impossible because it was early, but he quickly stepped forward and touched Yuran's lips. Well, she is also looking forward to your early return. After Chu Qingkai said hello, Lu Qingxiu stepped forward and kissed Yuran's left cheek. No need to worry about Jinling. If you need anything, call anytime. After Lu Qingxiu said goodbye, the girls came up to say goodbye one by one. After saying goodbye, the red lip mark on Yuran's face had already been taken up. It wasn't until Yuran's plane had gone away that the girls left the scene. They all had their own things to do, and no one wanted to be a vase. Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu walked side by side, each with firm eyes, as if they were determining something. Yuran's face returned to normal when he got off the plane. Yunyi looked very happy when he picked him up. He pulled Yuran all the way to the house and handed him the information about the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds that he had already prepared. Yuran picked up the information and read it carefully. This secret realm of the Sea of Clouds was another place of extraordinary craftsmanship. It has obviously been opened more than 20 times, but the good fortune inside seems to be inexhaustible. The Sea of Clouds secret realm is mainly divided into 3 major areas: the experience area, the forest area, and the Sea of Clouds area. The experience area has basically been explored. The so-called experience means that various afterimages of warriors compete with you. Some of these afterimages of warriors have always been there, and some were left behind by later contestants. The training area is naturally divided into regions, and the areas from the 1st level to the 9th level of Hwajin are located in different areas. The lowest level in the experience area is the 1st level of Hwajin, so there is nothing to gain from entering Anjin. And as long as you defeat the residual image of the same level or a high level, you can get a reward of Yuanmei power, which can help those who transform energy to improve their Yuanmei practice, and increase the width of Yuanmei and the capacity of Yuankai. Of course, you can also advance directly, so the most exaggerated person stayed in the competition area for 30 days, defeated 160 afterimages, and directly improved from the 3rd level of Hwajin to the 8th level of Hwajin, which is terrifying. What Xiao Feng said before about catching up with Yu Ran was this area. Directly raising the level is more useful than anything else. He is very confident that he can fight at the same level. As long as he is at the same level as Yu Ran, then he is confident that he can defeat Yu Ran. However, the advice given by the Yun family is not to stay in the training area for too long. Although the rewards are good, once you get used to the reward increase, your mentality and martial arts spirit are considered useless. A 2-level improvement is the limit. For example, a person who has been promoted to the 8th level of Hwajin will still be at the 8th level of Hwajin until his death. There is no room for improvement because he can no longer be promoted in the normal way. Next is the forest area. Currently, less than 25%, only a quarter, has been explored. One reason is that the forest area is extremely dangerous. Various birds and beasts will appear in the forest area to attack intruders. The resources in the forest area are also extremely rich, and even some out-of-print heaven-level resources can be found. However, due to the many dangers, many people died in the forest area every time they entered. In the worst period, only 5 people came out, and the others died in the forest area, and no one knew how they died. The entire forest area is shrouded in mystery. Even so, the rich resources in the forest area are the targets that countless talents are flocking to. If the experience area can help them save time in cultivating their realm, then the forest area is the best way for them to quickly gain strength. From weapons to elixirs and spiritual plants, a warrior can be strengthened in all aspects. What's more important is that many of the resources in the forest area are unowned. Only some top-level resources are guarded by monsters. Most of the other resources are unowned. If you are lucky, you can even pick up a bunch of Earth-level resources. Countless people rush into the forest area but only explore 25% of it. The second reason is naturally because the forest area is too big. It's so big that a group of Hwajin's exploration progress is very slow. The third reason is because the forest area will change. Every time the Sea of Clouds secret realm is opened, the entrance terrain of the forest area will change, making it impossible to follow the map. However, you can still find some similar roads inside, which is also the role of the map. The maps drawn by each family are similar. The 5 major families are united in this regard. After all, they are all trying to reduce the mortality rate. If it all depends on chance, there is no need to hide the map. With the map given by the Yun family, Yu Ran will be more relaxed in his subsequent explorations, but he still cannot take it lightly. As Yu Ran, who can become a master at any time, the forest area should not be that dangerous. If there were master-level monsters inside, the forest area would have become a forbidden area long ago. The Tiandao sect doesn't have the benefit of a map. Most of their hidden sect's entrances are in the training area. After all, if you are weak, you can easily die in the forest area. Yu Ran rubbed his fingers in the forest area. This is a good place for killing people and stealing goods. Chapter 316 Tracking Spell. The last area is the Sea of Clouds district, which is the source of the name of the Sea of Clouds secret realm and is also the most mysterious place. I only know that there are ways and resources to help people become masters, or perhaps inheritance. 6 of the 5 major families have confirmed this to each other. But no one can tell where the Cloud Sea district is. It seems that whether you can find the Cloud Sea district depends on luck. The masters are silent about the things in the Cloud Sea district and only say it is chance. But what everyone agrees on is that the Sea of Clouds district is above a sea of clouds, and there are opportunities for masters in it. There is no other information. A mysterious place, a mysterious veil. If Yuran guessed correctly, Xiao Feng would definitely be able to find Yunhai district and gain opportunities. After all, he is the protagonist. Then it seems that I don't need to go to Yunhai district, I can just follow Xiao Feng. It's such a simple thing. It seems that Xiao Feng is still very useful, but how to track Xiao Feng is a big problem. I'm afraid I have to use points this time. Yuran locked the high-efficiency tracking symbol in the system mall at a glance. Efficient tracking talisman, colorless, odorless, and invisible, disappears immediately after being touched, cannot be countered by a master, duration is 2 days/100 points, 7 days/500 points, a month/1000 points. 1000 points? You are really robbing the system of money. Yuran couldn't help but secretly cursed the system. Host, this system is reasonably priced and fair. Please don't slander this system. Yuran ignored the system's shameless promotion. This prop was crucial in his plan. 1,000 would be 1,000. Yuran gritted his teeth and placed an order directly. A butterfly-shaped charm landed in his system space. As long as he took it out and recited the spell silently and pasted it on another person, it would take effect immediately. After becoming familiar with the news about the Sea of Clouds' secret realm, Yuran was somewhat looking forward to the unknown journey ahead. He kept following the script in the book. Some occasional unknowns can make people more passionate. By the way, this is the prison Yuan Pearl that won the first place in the previous competition. You left in too hasty. Let me hand it over to you after the Yun family collects the award. Yun Yi carefully took out a fist-sized bead from the storage ring and handed it to Yuran. There is nothing special about the Qi Yuan Pearl. The entire bead shows a light blue light, exuding a faint blue light outwards. After Yuran received the Qi Yuan Pearl, he realized that it was unusual in that it was very heavy. It weighed at least about 100 kilograms. It was obviously just a fist-sized bead, but it weighed so much. It is indeed a heaven-level material, but think about it, as the material used to upgrade the Hong Yao sword, it is really light, so how can it be upgraded? Putting away the Qi Yuan Pearl, he asked the system about the upgrade status of Hong Yaojian. Under the current circumstances, Yuran was not in a hurry to upgrade for the time being. Yun Yi was still standing here. He can't ignore this cute little apprentice, although the little apprentice has changed into his shape and is no longer the person who hates evil and wants to prove himself as an excellent policeman. But he is not a person who favors one thing over another. This time when he goes back, he will be equally affected by rain and dew. Naturally, his little apprentice will be the only one to receive the favor when he comes back. Thanks for your hard work. Yuran said and hugged Yun Yi into his arms. Yun Yi struggled twice symbolically and glanced outside the door. That, it's still broad daylight. Seeing Yun Yi's lack of rejection, Yuran laughed loudly and immediately activated the anti-spying formation in the room. During the day, you can see more clearly during the day. Seeing that the formation was opened, Yun Yi also risked his life and took the initiative to kiss Yuran. During this period, Yuran first accompanied Huang Lingmeng and then returned to Jinling. She also missed it. Yun Sheng looked at the formation rising in the day and suddenly thought of a word. Want to cover up? Yun Qi secretly spat, what a pervert, what a scumbag, professing prostitution in daylight. Yun Sheng glanced at his sister, with a strange look in his eyes. Are you sure you want to go to the outer battlefield with Xiao Ai? Yun Qi nodded naturally. Yes, I must protect Xiao Ai. I am just a niece. What should I do if something happens to her? Yun Sheng glanced inside the room. Yun Yi must be with Yu Ran. It seems safer to be with Yu Ran. What kind of trouble is Yun Qi making? However, Yun Sheng will definitely not say this. It doesn't matter if Yun Qi is willing to follow Yun Yi. After all, Yu Ran is not a therapist. It would be better to have a therapist to follow for safety. The house is full of spring, but outside the house the two people have different thoughts. In the evening, Yun Sheng couldn't bear it anymore. Yu Ran was too tormented. Can his daughter's small body bear it? Sighing at the old father's breath, Yun Sheng left. If there is anything that needs to be entrusted, let's talk about it tomorrow. Yun Qi had left long ago, and when he left, his face was red and he didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, Yun Sheng's guess was correct. At this moment, Yun Yi was a little unable to bear it. He just lay on his side in Yu Ran's arms with his eyes slightly closed. It's really hard for her to bear it alone, but there's no one else to help her share the burden. It's so hard. She will definitely not go back tonight, that is to say, it is only half time now, and the second half will continue. She has to work hard to adjust her condition. Yu Ran looked at Yun Yi in his arms and sighed slightly. Ever since he knew that Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai were pregnant, every one of his women had gone crazy and would never admit defeat until they drained themselves dry. But this group of women were both playful and fun-loving, and every time they were suppressed by him, it seemed like Yu Ran was squeezing them. It was obviously them who were squeezing themselves crazily, okay? It's my fault that I have good physical strength. Yu Ran felt helpless, but he also knew that these women were very upset in their hearts even though they didn't say anything, and he couldn't even persuade them. Yu Ran wanted to stop just now, but Yun Yi, who looked a little sluggish, suddenly turned over and became even more sluggish. Just like this, she is still thinking about squeezing herself at night. Once a woman goes crazy, it is really scary. Yu Ran went out to order dinner, but Yun Yi couldn't get out of bed at all, so he simply enjoyed Yu Ran's feeding service and took all the time to regain his strength. She even secretly stuffed a pill into her mouth when Yu Ran went out to get dinner. She must turn over and be the master tonight. The result is, the cute little sister Yun Yi was suppressed again, and Yu Ran took the initiative to stop it even before she could persist for 2 hours. Yun Yi's face was filled with shame and anger, but she had no choice but to do anything. I could only curse the elixir secretly in my heart as it was really rubbish. Ah, sneeze! Lu Zitong sneezed and almost destroyed the pot of pills in front of him, but then he laughed. Sister King I must be missing him. At noon the next day, Yu Ran slowly led Yun Yi out of the room. Yun Sheng looked at his daughter and hesitated to speak. Are young people really so intemperate? Their walking postures have become deformed. Chapter 317 Upgrading Hanjiao Sword. When Yun Yi saw his father's face turned red, he immediately chose to run away and went back to his room to rest. It's just that the way he ran away looked weird. After all, Yun Sheng couldn't hold back and wanted to say something for his daughter. That Yu Ran, I know that young people can be very angry, but they should also be a little gentler. Xiao I and you are already a family, and we don't care about this moment. Yu Ran saw Yun Sheng's expression and instantly understood what he meant. Yu Ran was hesitant to speak, but still spoke a little more tactfully. That uncle, you really don't blame me for this. I didn't think about it that crazy. Yun Sheng's old face suddenly turned red. It was his daughter who took the initiative for a long time. So is this girl. Cough cough cough. After coughing for a long time, Yun Sheng simply pretended that he hadn't asked before and directly brought the topic to the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. Yu Ran, have you read the information about the Sea of Clouds' secret realm? What are your plans? Yu Ran had already thought of his words. Uncle, I won't go with the big army. When I go to the training area, I will start in the late stage of energy transformation. I am going in a different direction from them. If you can meet me in the forest area, I will help you. In fact, Yun Sheng also guessed what Yu Ran meant, but the Yun family still wanted to ask Yu Ran's thoughts and see if Yu Ran could lead the team for the Yun family. Now the group of brats from the Yun family are still very convinced by Yu Ran. Well, that's good. You should also pay attention to your own safety. Although you are strong enough to walk sideways in the forest area, you still have to be more steady and safe to get opportunities. Yu Ran nodded and accepted Yun Sheng's concern. He had also made a very strict plan and would not do such a thing rashly. Yun Sheng also understood that Yu Ran's ability to lead the Yun family was simply a waste of his opportunity. Self-protection for so many people in the Yun family shouldn't be a problem. After returning to the room, Yu Ran took out the Lingwei stone, Nongdianti, Qi Yuanzu, and upgrading stone and placed them next to Hong Yaojian. System: how to upgrade Hong Yaojian. The host can integrate Lingwei stone, Nongdian iron, and Qi Yuanzu into the upgrading tool stone, and then integrate the upgrading tool stone into Hanjiao sword to complete the upgrade. How do these three things fit into the upgrade tool stone? Yu Ran played with these three heaven-level materials, each of which was extremely hard, so he couldn't let himself mash it up and then melt it into it. The Lingwei stone is melted into the weak water, and Nongdianti melts it with magma. Then the water that the Lingwei stone is melted into and the magma where the Nongdianti is located are poured into the Qiwan pearl, and the vitality is transformed. These materials are still available. Magma and weak water are relatively common materials. There are still surplus in the space. No wonder the system did not mention these materials. Just do it. After activating the formation, Yu Ran first took out a container to hold the weak water. In order to prevent the container from being damaged, Yu Ran took a small stove with a peak Xian level to hold it. And the magma also took out a small basin at the peak of Suanja to hold it, which is really arrogant. After preparing the weak water and magma, Yu Ran temporarily separated the two containers to avoid uncontrollable problems. He looked at the system and couldn't help but start talking. Host, why are you taking so much trouble? You said it can be done with 1,000 points OEM fee. You have to do it yourself. Shut up about the dog system. You always want to cheat me for points. You can make enough food and clothing by yourself. If you ruin it, I will rip your head off. The system saw Yu Ran's stern look and stopped talking, lest the blame would be placed on its head if it failed. But it still knows too little about people and is too naive. If it fails, Yu Ran will still put the blame on his head. Follow your steps. If it fails, who should you blame? Yu Ran carefully placed the Lingwei stone in the weak water. Almost immediately, the Lingwei stone began to slowly blend into the weak water. Yu Ran expected that it would take about half an hour to fully integrate into the weak water. After finishing the Lingwei stone, Yu Ran put the Nongdian iron into the magma, but the Nongdian iron had no reaction when placed in the magma, which was completely different from the Lingwei stone. Yu Ran was not in a hurry and waited patiently for the two materials to melt. The Lingwei stones were faster than Yu Ran imagined. In just 25 minutes, they were all integrated into the weak water, and the color of the weak water also turned red. The melting speed of Nongdian iron in magma is much slower. It took about an hour for Nongdian iron to begin to melt. It was not until late at night that Nongdian iron was completely melted into the magma. The magma has also changed at this moment. The red magma actually contains a little cyan and black. The cyan and black are coiled in the center of the magma. The three-color magma is just amazing. After finally completing the first two steps, Yu Ran was a little anxious after waiting. He quickly took out the Qi Yuan pearl and fumbled around, and sure enough he found a node on the right side of the bottom of the Qi Yuan pearl. After slightly inputting some vitality, Qi Yuanzu immediately changed, and a small hole as wide as a chopstick appeared. Yu Ran picked up the weak water and carefully poured the weak water into the cave. The weak water integrated into the Lingwei stone was very obedient, and smoothly entered the prison Yuan pearl without leaking. The subsequent pouring of the magma seemed not to be smooth. The spiritual vessel holding the magma was too wide and the flow of the magma was too unrestrained compared to weak water. Yuran had no choice but to use a funnel-like spiritual weapon in the middle to help the magma slowly blend in. Without daring to relax his hands at all, he concentrated his energy and finally successfully completed this step. Yuran breathed a sigh of relief and carefully observed the situation of the Chu Yuan pearl. He only saw two energies inside the Chu Yuan pearl, red, navy blue, and black, confronting each other. They were slowly buffered by the energy inside the Chu Yuan pearl. Fusion. The Qi Yuanzu's vitality gradually merged into the two liquids and acted as a fusion agent. Soon the entire inside of the Chu Yuanzu turned into a three-color mixture of red, green and black. Red accounted for the largest proportion, and the other two colors were wrapped in red. It looks like a Tai Chi diagram. This force is still eroding the outer layer of pearl clothing, and it seems that it will burst out soon. How do you insert the upgrade stone into it? Yuran knew that when the time came, he looked at the beads and stones in front of him, but he was confused. How to put the beads into the stones? Host, you can use your vitality to enter the interior of the upgrader stone, and it will soften. Just put the beads in afterwards. At this time, a universal system is still needed to answer doubts. When Yuran input his vitality, he found that the upgrading stone was just like plasticine and could be kneaded at will, which made him feel playful. All of a sudden, the upgrading tool stone changed into various images in Yuran's hands, leaving the system speechless. Why are humans so naive sometimes? The host is almost gone, Qi Yuanzu can't hold it anymore. The system's reminder brought Yuran back to his senses, and he quickly stuffed the beads into the stone, and then it was time to wait for the fusion. Chapter 318 The Five Great Masters Kai Yun Hai. After a long night of waiting, the moment the upgrading stone emitted a dazzling light as the system said, Yuran finally felt relieved that the fusion of the upgrading stone was complete. The next thing is very simple. Yuran pinches the upgrade tool stone into the shape of Hong Yao sword and wraps Hong Yao sword completely, as if there is a scabbard on the outside. The next step is the process of Hong Yao sword absorbing it by itself. When Hong Yao sword after it is absorbed, it will directly evolve into a peak heaven level weapon. I feel excited just thinking about it, the peak of heaven. It is already one of the top weapons in the world, and I can finally experience the pleasure of being crushed by equipment again. Moreover, the Hong Yao sword is special. No one else can use it without his permission. You can't tell the level when you are not using it. You don't have to worry about being coveted. If you are really coveted, Yuran will immediately enter the Grand Master and let him know what it means to give it away. Head. After packing up the Hong Yao sword, he still kept in his space a purchased Earth-level intermediate spiritual weapon, the Spirit Eye Sword. It was named because the hilt resembled a spirit pupil. It could be used temporarily, and the Hong Yao sword could be used as a trump card. He hasn't slept all night, but Yuran is still in good spirits. The warrior has got rid of the shackles of daily diet and sleep, but Yuran is still used to sleeping, because only when he sleeps can he do some things he loves to do, cough cough cough. Of course, it's okay during the day. He still doesn't distinguish between day and night, but it's more at night. When Yuran came to the Yun family team, he instantly attracted everyone's attention, most of them with a hint of awe, and a few with admiration. Even Yun Zong's eyes became odd. No one looked jealous or disgusted, which made Yuran feel satisfied. If it weren't for a specific situation, he wouldn't want to conflict with the Yun family, otherwise Yun Yi and Yun Sheng would definitely not feel comfortable. Set off! Yun Sheng shouted loudly, and the 10 members of the Yun family immediately formed a standard team. Yun Zong stood at the top as the captain. Although there were people stronger than him in the team, age and strength were equally important in the Yunhai secret realm. Yuran walked side by side with Yun Sheng alone, heading towards the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. I don't know how many of this batch will come back, and how many of them will have the chance to become Grand Masters. But the guy named Yu Ran is pretty good. Even if he doesn't get into the Grandmaster's program, he still has hope. Hey, Mr. Qin, why do you value Yu Ran so much? What kind of genius have we not seen before? Are there too many Grandmasters? Then have you ever seen a 22-year-old in the late stage of Huajin? Ha ha ha, old Ghost Ying didn't expect you to be quite optimistic about that kid. Before Yu Ran arrived, he overheard a few people chatting, and the topic of the chat turned out to be himself. When I arrived at the place, I saw 5 similar old men chatting together. The only difference was that the terrifying aura exuding from their bodies meant that all 5 of them were masters. Grandmaster Yun Kui, Grandmaster Qin Shu, Grandmaster Li Neng, Grandmaster Ying Chuan, Grandmaster Long Xiang, and the junior Yun Sheng of the Yun family have met all the Grandmasters here. As expected, he is the master of the 5 families, jointly in charge of the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds, and also has the responsibility of guarding the imperial capital. Yu Ran and others also bowed to the Grand Master. The Grand Master should not be insulted. Qin Shu waved his hand most impatiently. Okay, why are you so formal? The days of sitting here are finally over, and you can go find trouble with those chicken guys. What did that group of people do? They have been so passive in the past 2 years. Yun Kui glanced at Yu Ran, his face full of approval. The Yun family was proud for the first time in so many years. Although they had to rely on outsiders, they still won. Let's all go in. The children of the Yun family must help each other and not fight among themselves. You all understand? Before Yu Ran could react, he heard shouts from behind. Yes, Grandmaster Yun Kui, we understand, the Yun family is glorious. There was a look of satisfaction on Yun Kui's face, and Yun Sheng also walked inside with the children of the Yun family. After Yu Ran walked by, a hint of surprise flashed in Ying Quan's eyes, and he looked at Qin Shu, and both of them read something in their respective eyes. This boy named Yu Ran is really not simple. Even they can't see through his aura. They can only see that the aura is very stable without any fluctuation. Walking inside, Yun Sheng explained to Yu Ran. The 5 Grandmasters are responsible for the security of the Sea of Clouds secret realm, and they also guard the safety of the imperial capital. They rotate once every term. After the end of the Sea of Clouds secret realm, these masters will be rotated to battlefields outside the territory. Only then did Yu Ran understand what Qin Shu said just now, but is the battlefield outside the territory so attractive to the Grand Master? Yun Sheng seemed to notice Yu Ran's doubts and looked at the sky. There is no end to martial arts. Which Grand Master doesn't want to continue on? How many of the masters are not willing to fight? Only the battlefield outside the territory can make the master stronger and fight unscrupulously. Therefore, the battlefield outside the territory is where most masters go all year round. Where they stay, they rarely return unless there are special circumstances. Yu Ran doesn't quite understand the psychology of the masters, because his strength has improved too quickly, and there is no difficulty. The path to promotion is still clear, and he really has no idea about the battlefield outside the territory. He prefers to hold his wife at home, give birth to a few babies, and play the main character when there is nothing else to do, which is perfect. When the Yun family arrived, other families had already arrived. This was also one of the unspoken rules. The ranking was the order in which the families arrived. The first place was naturally the last one to arrive. Yu Ran glanced at Xiao Feng in the crowd of Li family members. Xiao Feng also glanced at Yu Ran, but quickly looked away, as if he didn't want to be noticed by Yu Ran. The other members of the Li family looked at Yu Ran with a little hatred, and Li Fengling was no exception. Li Xiang was the leader of their generation. He was beheaded by Yu Ran on the spot in the ring, which was a huge blow to the morale of the Li family. They wanted to kill Yu Ran to avenge Li Xiang, but they definitely couldn't do it, and they had to protect themselves from being killed by Yu Ran. Naturally, there is a matter of life and death in the secret realm. Most people in the training area will not kill people. There are many people in the training area, and everyone basically does not interfere with each other. It is easy to expose the murder, and the murderer will be taken out to make amends. But the forest area is different. Once you die there, you are dead. No one knows how you died. The forest area is very big and no one knows how clean it is. If the 5 major families have conflicts, they will usually resolve them there. However, the large forest area also has great benefits, which may not be found once you enter. Yuran faced the Li family's hostile gaze with a smile, wondering whether he should come and wipe them out. The Li family members and Yuran felt uncomfortable looking at each other like this, so they could only turn around and stop looking at him. Just when Yuran was still thinking about whether to destroy the group, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. The secret realm of the Sea of Clouds is open. Chapter 319 Continue to beat Xiao Feng. It has to be said that even the formation of the Sea of Clouds secret realm is very unique. A thin layer of Sea of Clouds at the entrance slowly dissipates, and the entrance hidden behind the Sea of Clouds slowly opens. Different from the dark entrance of the previous secret realm, the entrance of the Cloud Sea secret realm is white and flawless, with a sense of holiness, and even the door looks extremely bright. Some of the 30 people who entered could not help but sigh in a low voice that even the entrance to the Sea of Clouds secret realm was so different. But most of them watched silently without saying a word. Yuran stood in front of the Yun family and followed Grandmaster Yun Kui's words, "Come in." He entered the secret realm first, followed closely by the Yun family, followed by the Li family, the Ying family, the Qin family and a series of other families. Entering the secret realm according to ranking is also one of the unspoken rules. Yun Kui touched his beard. This was the first time that the Yun family grandmaster came to shout the password to enter. It was really refreshing. Yuran stood at the entrance of the secret realm, looking at the whole picture of the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. When he first entered, he felt a less obvious feeling of weightlessness, but it was fleeting. The feeling of weightlessness did not affect Yuran in the slightest. He looked at the battlefields ahead. This is the first area of the Sea of Clouds secret realm, the experience area. Just as the information given by the Yun family said, the training area is composed of battlefields one after another. The battlefields are covered with a thin white mist, and the conditions inside can only be vaguely seen. It was a battlefield about the size of dozens of football fields. There was a stone tablet next to it, but it was unclear what was engraved on it. According to the intelligence, once someone enters and starts the challenge, the white fog in the battlefield will become thicker and completely sealed to protect the privacy and battle intelligence of the individuals inside. However, as the 5 major families have explored from generation to generation, the general situation has also come to an end. However, compared to intelligence, the strength of the training field is the most critical factor. Everyone in the Yun family came behind Yuran and began to look around. Everyone was full of curiosity about the secret realm of Yunhai that they had heard about for a long time. However, not everyone is in the mood to observe the secret realm of Yunhai. At this moment, Huajin, a member of the Yun family who is over 30 years old, has his teeth clenched, as if he is enduring some pain. Stay calm and relax. Don't fight. Some stress is normal. Once the bone age exceeds 30 years old, it will result in being suppressed by the Yunhai secret realm. This is a matter that everyone knows. The suppressed members of the Yun family have also been informed. Naturally, they grit their teeth and hold on. This is a place that the Yun family has finally obtained. They must persist even with all their might. Yuran no longer paid attention to the situation of the Yun family. Yun Sheng must have already told them everything. He had no intention of taking them with him, so there was no need to care too much. Of course, if he encountered one, Yuran would help. Yuran looked at the other family members filing in, and his eyes quickly locked on Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng felt Yuran's direct and undisguised gaze and shuddered. Being stared at by Yuran was not a good thing. Yu Ran soared into the air and headed straight for Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was so frightened that he took 3 steps back, but still pretended to be calm. Li Fengling and other members of the Li family also noticed Yu Ran's actions at this moment, and Li Fengling shouted loudly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Yu Ran, what are you going to do? Do you want to be an enemy of our Li family? Yu Ran's movements and Li Fengling's loud shouts instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, but Yu Ran didn't care about Li Fengling's threat, and the attack did not change at all. Xiao Feng endured Yu Ran for a long time, but Yu Ran was so bullying. He couldn't bear it, so he stood up from the ground and attacked Yu Ran. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was sure that Yu Ran would not dare to kill him. He felt much more at ease now that there was no weapon in Yu Ran's hand. At this moment, he would definitely accept the challenge. The thunder light in Yu Ran's crazy thunder fist was shining, and the black hole in Xiao Feng's hand was breathtaking. The two were about to collide, attracting countless eyes. Yu Ran just sneered. Idiot! The shadow technique was activated, and Yu Ran instantly appeared from Xiao Feng's shadow and attacked Xiao Feng's back. Xiao Feng raised the corners of his mouth. He was tricked by your move once before. How could he not be wary of the same move a second time? He turned around sharply and punched towards the back, but suddenly found that Yu Ran changed direction instantly, so fast that his eyes could not keep up. Suffer it! Xiao Feng secretly said something bad and instinctively activated his defense. Yu Ran's crazy thunder fist hit Xiao Feng firmly on the back. Xiao Feng flew hundreds of meters away, fell to the ground and quickly jumped up, fearing that Yu Ran would continue to attack. The blood at the corner of his mouth and the damaged clothes made him look extremely embarrassed. So fast! Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu looked at each other at the same time, and Yu Ran immediately started the Lingzi step turn using the shadow technique. If Xiao Feng didn't move, Yu Ran would collide with Xiao Feng head-on. But Yu Ran guessed Xiao Feng's thoughts thoroughly and was sure that he would turn around, making a perfect time difference. In martial arts all over the world, speed is the most respected thing, but speed is the only thing that can't be broken. Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu had solemn expressions on their faces. Neither of them had actually fought with Yu Ran. They were still a little dissatisfied with Yu Ran, but Yu Ran's casual move made them frown. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. Li Fengling was furious at this time, and everyone in the Li family immediately surrounded Yu Ran. Yu Ran, what do you mean, you want to kill members of my Li family in public? Do you really think that with the protection of the Yun family, you can be lawless? Yu Ran just sneered and shrugged indifferently. I have a personal vendetta against him. Isn't it okay to take revenge? I originally wanted to teach him a lesson in the ring, but it turned out that this kid was too guilty to go on stage. Now, do you have any opinion on how to teach him a lesson? Or do you think I will be scared if there are many of you? Yu Ran, what are you talking about? My Yun family is not afraid of trouble. Whoever is afraid of a group fight. What Yu Ran didn't expect was that Yunzong actually brought someone over to support Yu Ran. Yu Ran was a little surprised and nodded to him with interest. Yunzong also responded with a smile. Since the competition, Yunzong's attitude has made a 180-degree turn. Li Fengling's eyebrows were gloomy. To put it bluntly, the 8 of them might not be enough for Yu Ran to fight, let alone the Yun family. But if they gave in at this moment, the others still didn't know how to mock them, so she gritted her teeth and continued to glare at Yu Ran. Anyway, if you dare to attack my Li family for no reason, I, Li Fengling, have the right to protect the dignity of the Li family. If you want to fight, I will fight you. I will inform the elders when you leave. Although Li Fengling's tone was still tough, he brought out the elders and seemed a bit harsh but obviously lacked confidence. Yu Ran looked at Li Fengling as if he were a fool. I told you it's a personal feud and it has nothing to do with your Li family. Why do you like to defend your lover so much, and even get involved in the Li family's banner? Xiao Feng was also furious at this moment. It was obviously Yu Ran who had been ruining his good deeds, but now he dared to talk about his personal grudge against him, and he shouted angrily. Yu Ran, tell me, what hatred do I have against you? You have always been deliberately targeting me. Today you are talking nonsense, and I, Xiao Feng, will fight you to the end even if I risk my life. Chapter 320 Exposed in Public. As soon as Xiao Feng said this, the entire Yunhai secret realm became extremely quiet. The other families quietly stood far away, ready to watch a good show. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Feng. Don't say it, don't say it. It seems that he has been targeting Xiao Feng all the time, but who asked you, Xiao Feng, to be a points baby? You still want to take advantage of Li Shuai, who else should you target if not you? Although Yu Ran thought so in his heart, he still just smiled disdainfully on his face. You want to listen? Don't you remember the name Wu Qing? Xiao Feng's eyes were cold, as if he had thought of something, and Li Fengling beside him also frowned. She had investigated Xiao Feng's situation in the past 3 years. He went to the Wu family as a son-in-law, and his ex-wife's name was Wu Green. What does it have to do with Wu Qing? Xiao Feng's expression remained unchanged at this moment. He thought about the problem between him and Wu Qing and realized that it could not be said to be a personal grudge between him and Yu Ran. Oh, Wu Qing is my woman now. Yu Ran's bland words instantly made Xiao Feng clench his fists. This adulterous couple, he had only been away from Jinling for a few days, and Yu Ran and Wu Qing were already together. I'm afraid they had been in contact before, no wonder she was so determined to divorce me, it turned out that Yu Ran was behind it. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng became furious. He was so angry that he actually took the initiative to attack Yu Ran, which stunned Yu Ran. Are you so brave, young man? You brought this upon yourself. Xiao Feng. Li Fengling's stern shout brought Xiao Feng back to reality. Xiao Feng withdrew his attack as if he had just woken up from a dream, and looked at Yu Ran with anger in his eyes. Although he was angry, he also understood what Li Fengling meant. If he took action at this moment, Yu Ran could really attack him naturally. I can't bear it. Yu Ran secretly thought it was a pity, but he did not look disappointed, as he had never thought that Xiao Feng would dare to take action. Now you understand what the personal grudge is, right? You did those stupid things to Wu Qing before. Now that I'm her man, it's not too much for me to avenge her, right? Xiao Feng took a deep breath. He was completely upset by Yu Ran's shamelessness. He forced himself to calm down, his voice cold. How dare you, a mistress who destroyed other people's families, say such things? If it weren't for you, how could Wu Qing? Stop, 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 don't try to trick me. Wu Qing was my woman when she was single. The Li family will definitely be able to find out. Do you want to ask Li Fengling? Li Fengling remained silent. Of course she knew that she was paying attention to everything related to Xiao Feng. Later, she investigated Yu Ran, so she knew all about Yu Ran and Wu Qing's contact. It was indeed after Xiao Feng's divorce. Yu Ran and Wu Qing had only met once before to borrow money, so there was no problem with what Yu Ran said. Seeing Li Fengling's silence, Xiao Feng's face looked unhappy. He didn't expect that Li Fengling did not stand up to support him. It seems that Miss Li should know about this. Is it okay for me to take revenge on her? Yu Ran smiled and walked slowly towards Xiao Feng. The sound of his footsteps sounded like a soothing death song to Xiao Feng's ears. You have already punched him just now. Even if the incident is over, Xiao Feng did not do anything out of line to Miss Wu Qing. Yu Ran stopped and suddenly turned around to look at Li Fengling. Seriously, you Li Fengling knew about Wu Qing's affairs, but you still wanted to defend Xiao Feng and stand up for Xiao Feng. I have to say that you are really in love. Li Fengling looked at Yu Ran colorlessly. I am only doing it for the Li family. Also, Mr. Yu, please don't forget that your relationship with the Li family is not friendly. Our original leader Li Xiang was killed by you. At this moment, Li Fengling could already feel the strange expressions of other members of the Li family around her, and they seemed a little dissatisfied with her for defending Xiao Feng. After all, Xiao Feng is an outsider after all. Unlike Yu Ran, the marriage contract between Xiao Feng and Li Fengling is not finalized. It is somewhat unwise to keep pulling the banner of the Li family. In addition, Li Fengling is not the strongest person in the Li family. She became the captain because of Xiao Feng's favor, and she also wanted to control Xiao Feng. Li Fengling had no choice but to bring up the matter about Li Xiang, as if to show that he was only protecting Yu Ran's relationship with the Li family. It's just that this is exactly what Yu Ran wants. Can't the Li family afford to lose? Yu Ran looked back at the surroundings with disdain on his face. In an instant, the Li family members' dissatisfaction with Xiao Feng turned into anger towards Yu Ran. Several of them had weapons in hand and were ready to attack at any time. Yu Ran was not afraid at all and continued. Life and death are matters in the arena. It makes sense for me to kill Li Xiang justly and in any place. What's more, Li Xiang attacked Ling Meng sneakily first. Ling Meng was pregnant and almost killed 2 people because of him. Isn't it reasonable for me to kill him? Should. Yu Ran looked fierce when he talked about Huang Lingmen's affairs. The people around him were so frightened by Yu Ran's eyes that they trembled. At that moment, they really felt the pressure of death. Li Fengling had nothing to say at this moment. During pregnancy, 1 body and 2 lives were lost, so Yu Ran's motive for killing Li Xiang couldn't be more legitimate. It would be meaningless for him to continue to dwell on this topic. She glanced around unintentionally. There was a hint of schadenfreude in the eyes of other families looking at them, and she even felt that it was natural. This is just Li Xiang's personal decision and has nothing to do with my Li family. Yu Ran shrugged. Of course I know, otherwise do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Besides, I'm just teaching Xiao Feng a lesson. Ask him if he can survive if I really want to kill him. Li Fengling was also a little angry. Yu Ran's words were really irritating, but it was hard for him to refute. Xiao Feng's face turned purple with anger, and he couldn't refute it. Nanjiang Yuran wanted to kill him, but he really couldn't survive. Yu Ran saw that the time was almost up, turned around and left without caring, and threw a newly bought mobile phone to Li Fengling. It also contains the most complete process of Xiao Feng and Wu Qing's incident, including things that your Li family can't find. To be honest, I really admire you, Li Fengling, for even having such a person. I will also give you this face. That's it for Xiao Feng, I don't have time to trouble you in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm, I still have to find the path to the master, bye. Yu Ran suddenly turned back halfway and smiled again. By the way, do you think why Xiao Feng was dismissed in the first place? If you knew you could still be with him, I respect you as a man. After Yu Ran finished speaking, he laughed loudly and left here, walking towards the late stage of Huajin in the training area. After Yu Ran left, some people from the 5 major families had doubts in their eyes. Didn't Xiao Feng resign on his own initiative? What does it mean to be dismissed? But people with a little bit of political savvy and a slightly higher status had a strange look in their eyes, and they also looked at Li Fengling with a different color. Yu Ran's statement made Li Fengling's face become extremely ugly, and the look he looked at Xiao Feng was no longer as respectful as before. Chapter 321 Love Brain Li Fengling. Xiao Feng felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Li Fengling. This damn guy, Yu Ran, was targeting him like this and insisting on doing this in front of everyone, which made him completely unable to step down. Li Fengling silently opened the phone given by Yu Ran. There was nothing on it, only a file and a video. Li Fengling clicked on the video and didn't have time to adjust the sound. In an instant, Wu Qing's voice accusing Xiao Feng reached everyone's ears. The other family members who originally moved their feet seemed to be welded, and human nature is always extremely gossipy. Li Fengling quickly muted his voice and put on his headphones, but at this moment everyone's curiosity had been aroused. Even the top geniuses like Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu are extremely interested in this kind of gossip. Ahem, wind chime girl, why don't you show it to us too? Long Bai was the most gossipy, and the relationship between the Long family and the Li family was considered the best. This voice tickled his heart, and he couldn't help but speak in an instant. Li Fengling was not in the mood to pay attention to him at the moment. His eyes were fixed on the video without moving away at all. Long Bai felt itchy and ran directly to Li Fengling to watch. Li Fengling didn't make any move to stop him, but his hands were shaking more and more. The video was not long, but Li Fengling seemed to have experienced a century. She tremblingly opened the file again. The text from beginning to end is accompanied by pictures, descriptions of the parties involved, and narrations of bystanders, which vividly outline the scenes of Xiaofeng's life in those 3 years. After reading it, Li Fengling's hand shook and his cell phone fell to the ground. His whole body was stunned, and Xiaofeng's image collapsed in his heart. Long Bai quickly picked up the phone, and then it was taken away by the itchy Ying Nu and Qin Haoshan. A group of people gathered around a mobile phone to read gossip. Of course Xiaofeng knew what the video and file were. Yuran had already used them once in southern Xinjiang. At this moment, he came to Li Fengling anxiously. Wind chime, please listen to my explanation. Li Fengling raised his eyes and glanced at Xiaofeng, tears flowing down unconsciously, and he just looked at Xiaofeng silently, but the silent sword cut was the most painful. After Xiaofeng experienced 2 fiancés, he knew how well Li Fengling treated him. He was not a stick, and he also liked Li Fengling very much. At this moment, his heart was aching, and he exhausted his words to explain the ins and outs to Li Fengling. So the story became that he went to the Wu family to become a son-in-law because he repaid his kindness, but he didn't take action because the situation was limited. The subsequent problems with Wu Qing were completely caused by Yu Ran, who described Yu Ran as a despicable and shameless person. A whole pervert. Xiaofeng even did not hesitate to expose the story of Yu Ran robbing Li Shui in southern Xinjiang, successfully portraying Yu Ran as a super lustful and shameless person in front of Li Fengling. After all, Li Fengling had the first impression. The Xiaofeng she knew was completely different from the above, so she was willing to accept Xiaofeng's reluctant explanation. But she still asked something in a low voice. Xiaofeng, I believe all this. Can you tell me why you resigned? Yu Ran said you didn't resign voluntarily. Is there a reason? Xiaofeng was stunned. Of course he knew. Wasn't he forced by the 5 major families? Among them, the Li family played a big role, but could he say it? Dare he say it? He could only continue to correspond to what he said before. I resigned just to repay my kindness. I resigned on my own initiative. Li Fengling likes Xiaofeng, admires Xiaofeng, and has a bit of a love brain, but she is not really stupid. She could clearly see the looks of Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu just now. There must be a reason for Xiaofeng's resignation, but at this moment Xiaofeng unexpectedly you're fooling her. Xiaofeng, I can believe everything you said above, but do you think I believe this sentence? Li Fengling's questioning made Xiaofeng a little helpless. If I'm not the eldest sister, I really don't dare to say it. Just think that I resigned on my own initiative, and I really submitted the resignation report on my own initiative. Xiaofeng's silence made Li Fengling a little angry. He threw away Xiaofeng's hand and walked towards the training area without looking back. Xiaofeng knew he was wrong, but he didn't dare to say it outright, so he had to follow Li Fengling silently, and the rest of the Li family also followed. This is what Yu Ran wants. Can you, Xiaofeng, say it? Do you dare to say it? As long as you don't say that there will be a rift in your relationship with Li Fengling, then naturally someone will figure out what happens next. After viewing the documents and images, Ying Nu and Qin Haoshan looked at each other and each booed. This Xiao Feng is really a complete scumbag, both in career and emotions. So Yu Ran is really doing justice for heaven. Qin Haoshan pinched his fingers and stopped lingering. It's such a shame to be defeated by such a person. I'm going to go out to practice and let him know how powerful he is. Ying Nu also shrugged and took the Ying family to the training area. The entrance gradually became quiet. Yu Ran walked alone to the training area where Huajin's late stage was. His original strength was at the peak of Huajin. I wonder if it could be detected here. Arriving at a battlefield at the 7th level of energy transformation, as soon as Yu Ran entered, a mechanical sound came from inside. It has been detected that the member is at the 9th level of Huajin. The challenge is currently at the 7th level of Huajin. There will be no substantial benefit from challenging a venue lower than your own strength. Do you want to challenge? Yu Ran stopped and walked out of the venue with a helpless expression. Damn it, the bug couldn't be fixed. So he vented his frustration on the system. Why are you so cool in the system? Didn't you say that the disguise will not be seen? Host, the disguise of this system will not be seen by the Grand Master, but the special secret realm is not included. In addition, the host has already reached the 9th level of strength. What is the meaning of experience? Of course Yu Ran knew it was meaningless, he just wanted to complain. He had always worked hard and worked hard. He had never been promoted so easily, so he wanted to give it a try. Forget it, there's no point in pulling it off. Let's go to the forest area and have a look. Ahem, who said it's meaningless? Yu Ran? Do you dare to play tricks on me with the dog system? The system naturally understood Yu Ran's character of turning sides quickly, and hurriedly explained. The Yuanmei force produced inside has no effect on the host, but this system can help the host store it, and then the host can extract it for other personnel to use. Yu Ran? Is the system teaching him a bug? But it sounds very good. Xiao Feng is still in the training area, and he is not in a hurry to go to the forest area. It would also be good to practice actual combat here and give some Yuanmei power back to Riemu and the others. Just do it if you want to do it. Yu Ran quickly found a battleground with the 9th level of energy transformation and strode into it. It has been detected that the member is at the 9th level of Huajin. The current challenge is for the 9th level of Huajin. There will be no substantial benefit from challenging a venue that is lower than your own strength. Do you want to challenge? Yu Ran answered without hesitation. Yes. Chapter 322 Hall Projection. Compared with other battlefields, the battlefield at the 9th level of Huajin is very deserted. After all, no one under the age of 30 has ever come to fight. When Yu Ran walked inside, he could even see some inexplicable weeds and dust on the ground, as if the ancient temple that had been sealed for a long time had been opened. As Yu Ran stood still in the middle of the battlefield, a projection soon began to appear not far away from him. Yu Ran couldn't see clearly what the projection looked like, and could only vaguely see him holding a knife. Yu Ran glanced at Hong Yao's sword, which had not yet been upgraded, and had to take out the spare Spirit Eye sword. If possible, he really wanted to try the power of the peak heaven level weapon. After all, you won't find anything here, so it's simply the best place to experiment. The moment Yu Ran took out the Spirit Eye sword, the projection on the opposite side started to move, moving towards Yu Ran at high speed. However, in Yu Ran's eyes, this high-speed movement was like a tortoise crawling. He even doubted that this speed was really the speed that the 9th level of Huajin should have. This is not even as fast as Xiao Feng, at most 0.9 Xiao. Yu Ran thought about it for a while but still didn't dodge the first move. The pressure the projection gave him was not strong, but Yu Ran still tried his best to be on guard against unexpected situations. For example, the projection's attack pressure was not strong no matter what the situation. This was a power. A very slow player. Bang! As soon as they met, Yu Ran discovered that this projection was really not easy. Not ordinary weak. Extremely weak. Do you dare to believe that Yu Ran didn't even use his sword skills and just knocked him away? But one thing Yu Ran was right about was that he was indeed a powerful projection. This guy has about 3 levels of power now, but Xiao Feng is at the 5th level of energy transformation, and he is at the 9th level, which is too weak. Yu Ran was a little speechless. What was the point of such a weak projection? Lingzi Buletin followed up at high speed, and ended the existence of the projection with just one sword. The projection dissipated in an instant, and a force of Yuanmei entered his body. Yu Ran could clearly feel that the Yuanmei power was of little help to him, and the system quickly took action to take away the Yuanmei power. Yu Ran estimated his strength. After all, he shot with all his strength just now. This projection has about 1.5 zodiac signs of strength? What a weakling! This 9th level of energy transformation is really too strong. When Yu Ran was about to leave in boredom, the projection on the opposite side began to slowly form again, but this time Yu Ran felt a slight pressure, which seemed to be stronger than the last time. Yu Ran touched his chin and decided to stay. This seemed to be different from the information given by the Yun family. It seems that the projection strength of this 9th level battlefield will be significantly improved. According to the information, in places where the energy is in the early and middle stages, the projection will improve, but the speed is very slow and there is a process of improvement. However, the projection of the 9th level of Huajin can clearly feel the improvement in strength. Just standing there can feel that it is much stronger than before. As soon as the projection was generated, it attacked directly towards Yu Ran without any nonsense. This time, the speed has changed extremely significantly, at least it is the speed of 5 figures. However, in Yu Ran's eyes, it was still not considered high speed, at most it could only be considered a trot. This time the projection is not holding a knife, but a dagger, which seems to focus on lightness and sneak attack. Yu Ran thought about it and still wanted to try the strength of this projection. He was basically invincible at the moment and was too lazy to use his sword to block. The moment the Spirit Eye sword hit the dagger, Yu Ran's expression changed slightly. This guy was quite powerful, and he might have the power of the 8 figures. He was not a speed player. Yu Ran's sharp eyes saw that the projection's left hand took out a small hammer at some point. It instantly became huge and struck Yu Ran's head. Projection from the underworld. Yu Ran cursed secretly, moved very quickly, dodged backwards for a moment, charged up his sword energy, and used the green lotus sword technique to attack the projection with a green sword energy. The projection also reacted quickly, inserting the dagger into the groove of the sledgehammer, and instantly the sledgehammer shone with light and hit the sword energy. With a bang, Yu Ran watched his sword energy being smashed by a giant hammer, but the backlash and the aftermath of the sword energy obviously caused damage to the projection, making his projection even more illusory than before. But overall it was still stable. The moment the sword energy disappeared, the projection struck at Yu Ran's head again, and the sledgehammer was about to smash Yu Ran into a meat pie. But before the projection fell in the air, a dagger suddenly appeared from the handle of the sledgehammer and shot at Yu Ran at high speed. The attack speed was so fast that most people would almost certainly be hit. This guy's moves are really from the underworld, Yu Ran secretly complained. His fingers glowed with golden light, and he instantly caught the flying dagger. The size definitely made Yu Ran's physical fitness as strong as that of a wild beast, and his strength was increased several times. The dagger was clamped between 2 fingers and could not move even an inch. The projection did not stop its offensive because of this. The sledgehammer still hit Yu Ran's head. Yu Ran stopped defending. The Spirit Eye sword in his hand was shining brightly and stabbed hard at the sledgehammer. The delicate sword body collided with the huge hammer, and the visual effect was full, just like a child weighing less than 100 kilograms colliding with a fat man weighing 300 kilograms. But what is shocking is that this is obviously a completely unequal collision, but it is the sword body that wins. The projection was blown away by Yu Ran's huge force, and even the hammer could not be held firmly and came out. Yu Ran was naturally pursuing victory at this moment. Unexpectedly, projection pinched a spell with both hands. The dagger in Yu Ran's hand suddenly fluctuated violently. It turned over under Yu Ran's huge force and pricked Yu Ran's finger. However, Yu Ran reacted quickly and punched it. He smashed into the ground. At this moment, Yu Ran was no longer interested in continuing to fight with this projection from the underworld. The sword energy in his hand was strong, and he immediately caught up with him with Lingzibu and slashed his head with the sword. The projection dissipated and the Yunmei force entered the body. Yu Ran could feel that the Yunmei force was much stronger than the previous one. Looking at the wound on his finger, Yu Ran frowned. He really looked down on the world, to be hurt so much by his weak self. According to this guy's underworld, if it wasn't a projection, the dagger must have been tempered with poison, although the poison was of no use to Yu Ran. But hurting Yu Ran finally made Yu Ran stop being contemptuous. This projection is very strong, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of fighting consciousness and moves. There are at least 10 figures of strength. This is Yu Ran's rough estimate. When Yu Ran saw that the projection in the distance was still forming, he suddenly became a little serious. This time the projection made him obviously feel the pressure. The pressure is not small, it feels much stronger than the projection just now. Every time this projection defeats one, the next one becomes several times stronger. The second projection has already hurt him, so Yu Ran will not underestimate the third projection. Even though Yu Ran was well prepared, the moment the projection was launched, Yu Ran was caught off guard, and it actually arrived in front of Yu Ran in an instant. Chapter 323 Hard Work in Physical Training. Yu Ran instinctively thrust his sword forward, and was punched hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, the Spirit Eye sword blocked most of the damage, and coupled with the strong defensive power of the volume skill, it did not cause much damage for the time being. But Yu Ran's expression became obviously serious. This projection has at least 30 characters, and it is not only as fast as his 0.8 or even 0.9 speed. Just now, Yu Ran maintained a relatively safe distance and actually captured its figure when the projection was in front of him. So strong! Yu Ran became completely serious at this moment, and the Spirit Eye sword in his hand also exuded a shining light, seeming to echo the master's will, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Yu Ran was only serious for a moment, and the movement of the projection did not stop at all. It was only 100 meters away in an instant. However, Yu Ran, who was fully focused, naturally would not be beaten on the spot. Lingzibu ran at high speed and dodged the punch coming from the projection at high speed. He opened it, causing his long-prepared attack to fail. The Spirit Eye sword in his hand slashed hard at the projection's side. To Yu Ran's surprise, the projection didn't dodge at all, nor did he take out any weapon, but actually raised his left arm to block Yu Ran's attack. The Spirit Eye sword struck the projection's left arm, and Yu Ran felt as if it was struck on a giant wall. Such hard flesh! Then Yu Ran's left hand formed a fist, the lightning flashed, and he directly punched the projection's freed right hand. The huge collision between the two made each of them retreat several steps. Yu Ran took 120 steps back, while the projection took 180 steps back, making a judgment. However, Yu Ran took advantage of the power of the crazy thunder fist, and although he gained a small advantage, it was not a decisive victory. Yu Ran saw that the projection did not change at all, and two words popped into his mind: body repair. It is a physical practice that almost does not exist in modern times. It should be an ancient practice system. The introduction to the experience area of the Yunhai secret realm is formed by the projection of ancient and modern times. This projection must be an ancient physical practice. This kind of body strength is even 3 points stronger than Yu Ran, who has practiced the body mass technique, and his strength is not far behind. The projection was very strong, and more importantly, they were painless and tireless. The moment they were almost repelled by Yu Ran, they roared back again. Without giving Yu Ran any time to breathe, Yu Ran's spirit eye sword slashed wildly on the projection, and the two people's fists kept attacking each other. For the first time, Yu Ran felt the pleasure of punching to the flesh. However, he was obviously suppressed by this kind of punching to the flesh. In close combat, he was still 1 point behind in physical training. Yu Ran felt troublesome for the first time. This physical training and projection were almost the most perfect combination. The tireless and painful physical training could entangle the enemy at close range infinitely, dragging the enemy into their attack rhythm. Even if Yu Ran tried to use martial arts and other methods to distance himself, even if the projection was repulsed, he rushed forward again without any pause, and his attack efficiency could be described as flawless. For the first time, Yu Ran felt suppressed and out of breath. His contempt for projection in the battlefield was wiped away. For the first time, he began to seriously hone his fighting methods. I have to say that the projection was a perfect sparring partner, allowing the combat consciousness in Yu Ran's mind to be trained in actual combat, although the process was a bit painful. But this is exactly what Yu Ran hopes to experience in the secret realm. When he comes to the unknown secret realm of Yunhai, doesn't he just hope to experience the unknown? So he was satisfied. But being suppressed all the time was obviously not Yu Ran's style. After being suppressed for half an hour, Yu Ran retreated at a high speed, and the projection speed was also very fast, biting Yu Ran tightly. But during the retreat, Yu Ran still completed the preparations for his sword skills. Qinglian sword technique, this is the martial skill he is most familiar with and uses the most. The Cyan sword energy lay across the center of the battlefield, and the projection subconsciously made defensive movements, obviously feeling the fatal threat from this move. Yu Ran is not afraid of him defending, but he is afraid that he will not defend. If he gets close to her, it will be even more difficult to distance herself. The Green Lotus sword technique still has considerable power in the competition at the peak of energy, but it is still a little short of a final word. Although the projection became slightly illusory under the attack of Qinglian sword technique, its still undiminished speed showed that he was not seriously injured. Yu Ran's eyes slowly turned deep. After all, the Green Lotus sword technique was only a martial art at the pinnacle of the earth level. There was no doubt that it could suppress someone with the same strength, but it was slightly less capable of killing someone. It's just that the Qinglian sword technique is no longer his trump card. He hasn't used this trick for a long time because there is no opponent worthy of using it. The projected body in front of me has high strength and extremely fast speed. It is really not easy to kill it with one strike. The spirit eye sword in Yu Ran's hand made a faint sword cry, as if he was anticipating the next sharp attack, or had some anticipation of the severe burden he would be involved in next. The vitality of the entire world surged towards Yu Ran in an instant, and Yu Ran had now become the master of this place. The majestic world trend is enough to crush any Huajin warrior. If it weren't for the special projection, it wouldn't be able to make any progress compared to it at this moment. The strength and vitality of the whole body rushes into the arm crazily, and is then transmitted to the spirit eye sword. This power makes the spirit eye sword make a buzzing sound, and the entire sword body trembles. Under the general trend of the world, a sword energy overwhelming the heaven and earth appeared. The sword energy, which was more than 20 meters long, almost covered the entire heaven and earth. The sight like a punishment from heaven only made people's legs tremble with fear. Even the projection was actually affected by this general trend at this moment, and its speed dropped directly, and even seemed to be retreating faintly. Even the projection that knew no pain, was not afraid of death, and only had the consciousness of fighting was stopped in horror by the sword energy that carried the general trend of the world. It seemed that if he took another step forward, he would die immediately. The golden light on the projection shone another 3 points, as if it was a stress move forced by Yu Ran's move, with a sense of risking one's life in it. Yu Ran looked at the somewhat out-of-control spirit eye sword in his hand, and without hesitation slashed the sword towards the projection with a sword that covered the world. The sword is all over the place. Yu Ran's strongest trump card at present, the heaven-level intermediate skill, even almost helped him kill the master in reverse. Bang! A loud noise caused the entire battlefield to tremble. The entire ground was cut directly from the middle by Yuran, and a narrow crack of tens of meters appeared in an instant. You must know that the ground here is much stronger than the ground outside. It exists as a battleground for Hwajin. However, even the battlefield that exists for the 9th level of Hwajin battle was split in the middle by Yuran's blow. That crack seemed to be telling Yuran's terrifying strength just now, and the projection on the crack had long since disappeared, leaving only the aftermath of the sword. The Yuanmei force poured into Yuran's body. This vigorous Yuanmei force was much more powerful than the previous two combined. It was immediately taken back by the system, which made Yuran touch his chin. Chapter 324 Xiaofeng in the late stage of energy transformation. System, I'm telling you, you won't take my energy from me. The system acted so quickly. Yuran had never seen it act so proactively. Host, you cannot slander the legitimacy of this system. This system is just keeping it for you, and the host can take it out later. After listening to what the system said, Yuran became even more worried. It seemed that the system had never studied human psychology and did not understand what it meant to feel guilty. Then system, can you guarantee that I will get the same amount of Yuanmei power as before? Host. Well, since it is extracted from your body, it is normal for it to be damaged a little, right? Yuran held his forehead and said, damn it! You dare to embezzle my things? UBD system. System, I'm telling you, if there's too little, I'll tear you apart. Although Yuran couldn't dismantle the system, it didn't stop him from talking nonsense and made the system more restrained. Without the system, he would have no way to store the Yuanmei power, and the Yuanmei power absorbed by the system would be regarded as a reward to the system. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to what use the Yuanmei force had for the system. Any of the heavenly weapons and techniques it could produce were much more powerful than this thing. The teacher said that we should not be ashamed to ask questions, so Yuran asked directly. System, what do you want this Yuanmei force for? Unexpectedly, the system did not answer immediately. After a moment of silence, a line of words appeared in Yuran's mind. The Yuanmei force is of no use to this system, but some things inside it are useful. This system does not deceive the host, but it is better for the host not to ask what is inside. However, this system can guarantee that it will be of great benefit to the host without any harm. The serious words from the system made Yuran stunned for a moment, and then he rolled his eyes. I'm not saying this is a dog system, why are you still so distant? You should have told me earlier that you wanted Yuanmei power. With our relationship, how could I not help you? Let's go and fight in other 9th level Hwajin battlefields. I know I shouldn't advance so quickly, otherwise I could have swept all the battlefields. Yuran and the system share the same fate. He has seen the help the system has given him. Moreover, the closest person to him in this world is the system in his mind. They have been together since he came to this world. Yuran even thought with evil humor that if the system could be materialized in the future, he would definitely give it a beautiful woman with big breasts, a thin waist and long legs, and then he. Host, wow, I am so touched. If I had known, I would have said it directly. I didn't expect the host to be so kind. Can I not return this Yuanmei power to the host? Dog system, how dare you? Everyone was laughing and cursing. Yuran knew that Yuanmei power was useless to the system, otherwise he would not care about this at all. Yuran left the battlefield. The ravines in the battlefield became the mark of his coming here. After several years, it even became a holy place visited by many young warriors. There are only 3 battlefields at the 9th level of Hwajin, and each of them is a triple projection, still with step-by-step enhancement. However, Yuran did not fight so badly in the other 2 battlefields. Relying only on Qinglian's sword technique and Lingzi step was enough to take down the 3rd phantom. The strongest phantom in the 2nd battlefield was a speed-type phantom with very weak defense. After Yuran used his physical strength to forcefully take down one of his moves, one counterattack directly knocked it into illusion, and another move ended the battle, and the Yuanmei power was obtained. The strongest phantom in the third battlefield is a defensive phantom. It has extremely strong defense and not weak attack power, but its speed is very slow. With the support of Lingzi Bulletin, he can't touch Yuran's body from behind, which is very easy. After grinding to death, the third Yuanmei power was obtained. After 9 battles, Yuran actually vaguely felt that the strength ranking of this phantom corresponded to the different warriors of the 9 Yuan veins. The strength ranges from 1 Yuan meridians to 9 Yuan meridians. The strongest body cultivation is the 9 Yuan meridians, the defensive type is the 8 Yuan meridians, and the speed type is the 7 Yuan meridians. The second phantom in the battlefield represents the warriors with 4 Yuan veins, 5 Yuan veins, and 6 Yuan veins respectively. The first phantom is a warrior representing 1 Yuan vein, 2 Yuan veins, and 3 Yuan veins respectively. It is worth mentioning that the first projection Yuran encountered was the Yuan vein, so he was weak. In today's martial arts society, except for Yuran, the 9 Yuan veins have disappeared, and there is actually no 1 Yuan vein. Today's Huajin requires too much talent and resources. Not in the ancient martial arts, just anyone had the opportunity to enter Huajin. Today's Huajin warriors are basically in the range of 2 to 6 Yuan Mei. Even Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu only have 6 spiritual meridians. Thinking about Lian's 7 spiritual meridians, it's really scary, and the talent is so high. After taking the 9 Yuan Mei powers, there is no place worth lingering on here anymore. Yuran was a little regretful that there were only 3 battlefields and 9 projections, but what he didn't expect was that no one had ever been to the battlefield at the 9th level of Huajin, so the projection data inside had not increased at all, and it was still the most primitive situation. But those who will have the opportunity to come to the 9th level of Huajin in the future will be lucky. They may encounter Yuran who is at the 9th level of Huajin. That's our feeling, tisk tisk tisk. After Yuran left the battlefield, he headed towards the forest area. It was only 3 days since he entered the secret realm. Yuran was not a fighting maniac, so he had to take a brief rest after 3 consecutive battles, especially the battle with the body projection. He was also injured, so it took a little more time. When Yuran entered the forest area, others were not idle either. They all started their own training in the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, they would stay in the battlefield for 10 to 20 days and would not rest unless necessary. Words are a treasure. For example, Li Fengling has been promoted from the first level of Huajin to the second level of Huajin at this moment, and Xiao Feng is standing next to him. At this moment, the relationship between the two has eased a lot compared to before. Xiao Feng's painstaking explanation finally made Li Fengling feel more at ease. Love brain is love brain. Even if she knew something was wrong, Li Fengling still thought that she would tell me after getting married. Yuran doesn't hate the love brain, so he really wanted to conquer Li Fengling, but now he has given up because it is really stupid not to face his own love brain. For example, Li Fengling is leaning on Xiao Feng a little tired now, leaning on you and me. Both of them had just finished fighting in the battlefield and looked a little tired. Although Xiao Feng's level has not been improved, he is still at the 5th level of Huajin, but he is already 1 step away from the 6th level of Huajin. Wind chime, I can improve to the 7th level of Huajin in about 15 days at most. It will be safer to enter the forest after entering the later stage of Huajin. Then we will explore the forest area together. We may have a chance to see the legendary Sea of Clouds area. Maybe our family will become double masters by then. Xiao Feng's words clearly touched Li Fengling's heart. She looked at the forest area in the distance and seemed to see a bright future. Chapter 325 Hunting in the Forest Area. Yuran casually slapped a sheep-like monster to death and threw it directly into the system space. At first, he had the purpose of subduing some spiritual beasts for his own use, just like Shui Yi did. It's a pity that the ones here are more like monsters than spiritual beasts. They have no desire to communicate at all and just do it when they meet. Yu Ran even tried to communicate after knocking them down but failed. The monsters had only two choices, escape or attack, with no desire to communicate at all. Over time, Yu Ran also gave up this idea. When he saw those monsters that attacked, he directly chose to beat them to death, and then took out some meat to eat. I have to say that the meat of these transformed demon beasts is really good and contains a lot of energy. If you take it back and feed it to your parents and women, they will probably reach the peak of dark energy quickly. The energy of Huajin is so abundant. But if a prodigal like Yu Ran wants to give it directly to An Jin or even Ming Jin warriors, there is no one else in the world. Without him, the transformed monster beast is too rare. But the number of transformed monsters in this forest is terrifying, and no one here has ever dared to hunt like Yu Ran. Firstly, without Yu Ran's strength, it is easy to be killed. Secondly, without the large system space of Yu Ran, the smell of blood on his body will attract more and more monsters. Even if Yu Ran appears, the tide of monsters will appear. However, I can't stand it. It had been 5 days since Yu Ran came to the forest area, and he had killed 30 monsters. The efficiency was terrifying. Not only that, Yu Ran also picked up a lot of earth-level elixirs and materials. These things in this forest are almost free of charge. Yu Ran really doubted how the ecology of this forest was achieved. Although the concentration of vitality here is extremely exaggerated, that's not why Huajin and ground-level materials and elixirs can be found everywhere. When in doubt, it is natural to consult the system. In this level of ecological situation, in addition to vitality, there must be an item that can support the growth of powerful monster beasts, earth-level materials, and elixirs. The system did not give a definite answer, but he still understood the general situation from its answer. In other words, there is another item that supports the growth of the magical beasts and earth-level material elixirs. But what are the things that both monsters and elixirs use? Suddenly I woke up from a dream: water. Whether it is monsters, elixirs, or even materials, they cannot be separated from the support of water. The elixirs and monsters that can be seen everywhere here are probably because of water. But he walked for so long and didn't see anything related to the river. I believe that with Yu Ran's foot strength, he has covered at least the area of Daxia province in the past 5 days, which may not be 1% of the forest area. First, at least he didn't find any common ground on the map given by the Yun family. If it's not a river, then it's rainwater? As Yu Ran thought about it, it seemed that everything could be figured out. Rainwater could indeed spread to every corner, causing the growth of such large-scale monsters and earth-level elixirs. But what kind of rain can have such an effect? Yu Ran couldn't help but look up at the sky when he thought of this. In the forest that blocked the sky, he could only see some traces of blue and white sky, and it was impossible to judge the situation of the rain. Where did this strange rain come from? Yu Ran was very confused, but then he thought of something: the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. The name Sea of Clouds. Rainfall requires clouds, so it is very likely that the rainfall here comes from that mysterious Sea of Clouds area. A place where people can become grandmasters in batches. It seems that it is not so difficult to accept that they can turn powerful monsters in batches. Yu Ran figured out one thing and became a little excited, but also a little surprised. If he entered such a powerful Yunhai district, would he be able to escape unscathed? He had planned to go to Yunhai district before. As for how to get there, it must be led by our cute points baby Xiao Feng. To seize the opportunity of Xiao Feng in the Yunhai district, Yu Ran had already planned it, but now he became hesitant, and it was not impossible to kill Xiao Feng directly in the Yunhai secret realm. It's just that Yu Ran still wants to raise one more. Xiao Feng still has a treasure in the battlefield outside the territory that he has not yet harvested. This wool has not been harvested. If the next protagonist turns out to be a grandmaster, he will be passive. So under controllable circumstances, Yu Ran still wanted to save Xiao Feng's life for the time being. Alas, it was really hard. He was obviously the villain, but he had to care about the protagonist's life at all times. Xiao Feng? So, you are very noble? Ah, sneeze. Xiao Feng wiped his nose and sneezed without warning. He felt that someone should be thinking about him. Well, it should be Feng Chime. He would propose to Feng Chime when he went out this time, and then he should be able to go to the battlefield outside the territory. By then isn't the sky high enough to allow birds to fly? Yu Ran continued to hunt and gather aimlessly in the forest area, as if he was living a life in a primitive society. Eating various kinds of monster meat every meal made him much more knowledgeable. However, not all monster meat is delicious, and many of it are extremely poor. Even Yu Ran's favorite barbecue cannot save the quality of the meat. However, there are also some that taste quite good. Yu Ran secretly recorded that for parents and women, those with good taste should be the main ingredients. The rest can be used to cultivate loyal secret guards. As for the earth-level elixir, it can only be said that Liu Zitong is simply too happy. There are all good things here for him, and he must be very satisfied. I won't practice anymore, I won't practice anymore, I'm a fighter, okay. Luxi Tongsheng leaned on the bed helplessly. He came to the battlefield outside the territory and wanted to show off his skills, but found that it was difficult to use his strength, otherwise it would easily attract the hostility of other powerful forces. According to the policy given by Yu Ran, they are currently developing in a low-key manner, mainly collecting intelligence. Naturally, they do not dare to expose their strength at will. They mainly go out for dark strength warriors. Cao Ran secretly acts as a bodyguard, while he specializes in alchemy. First, he is responsible for selling gifts and obtaining information to build relationships, and second, he is responsible for improving the strength of the Yu family's secret guards. But after several months of alchemy refining, he really felt like he was going to be useless. He was obviously the most powerful person here, but he could only refine elixirs. Woohoo! Young master, when will you come to save me? Yu Ran obviously couldn't hear Liu Zitong's cries, and even prepared more elixirs for him to continue making elixirs. I don't know if Liu Zitong would cry to death when they met. On the 15th day after arriving in the secret realm, Xiao Feng walked out of the battlefield in high spirits. His body was already exuding the fluctuations of the late stage of energy transformation. Although it was a little unstable, his combat effectiveness had actually increased several times. The 15 days of experience here are almost equivalent to several years of hard training in the outside world. No wonder the 5 major families and the families from outside the territory rushed in. Xiao Feng shook his hands and felt the surging power. Thinking back to the previous battle with Yu Ran, he couldn't help but twist his lips. In the past, Yu Ran only suppressed him by level, but now level suppression no longer exists. Yu Ran, are you ready to face my anger? Chapter 326 Xiao Feng enters the forest area. How are you doing, Wind Chime? Xiao Feng came to Li Fengling in high spirits. Li Fengling shook her head, her eyes a little gloomy. She was still at the second level of energy transformation for so many days, but she was not far from the third level. Compared with Xiao Feng's improvement, it is still much smaller. It's still the second level of transformation strength. Some projections are very strong. Li Fengling's biggest problem is that she can't beat some top-level projections, and even mid-level projections will lose, resulting in slow improvement. Well, after all, we are all top players, and winning or losing is normal. I have reached the late stage of my strength now. Do you want to go out of the forest area to have a look? Li Fengling glanced at the high-spirited Xiao Feng, and the depression just now was gone. She liked Xiao Feng's current appearance very much, he was full of scholarly energy, and scolded Fang Qiu. Well, let me ask the other members of the Li family. Xiao Feng was a little unhappy when he saw Li Fengling turn around to ask other people in the Li family. He brought Li Fengling because of his fiancée, and he really didn't want to bring other dragsters. But what surprised Xiao Feng was that Li Fengling shook his head when he came back. They said they wouldn't go for the time being and wanted to stay in the training area for a while. This is a rare opportunity for them to improve. Xiao Feng was secretly happy in his heart, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. Then let's go first. Xiao Feng had to sigh that the Li family knew how to read the scene and did not force themselves in to be a light bulb. What he didn't know was that the video and documents given by Yu Ran had been circulated. Even if the Li family didn't say it openly, they secretly despised Xiao Feng and were unwilling to go to the forest area with him. In their view, Xiao Feng is a selfish guy. It is impossible to protect them when they are in danger, and they feel even less safe with him. However, Xiao Feng didn't care much about their opinions and just led Li Fengling towards the forest area. Wind chime, do you know what other people are doing? Xiao Feng seemed to be asking unintentionally, but in fact his eyes were shining with golden light. Li Fengling thought for a while. There were many people coming from the Li family, so they were still concerned about these things. Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu seemed to have reached the 7th level of energy transformation, and they both entered the forest area alone. The others haven't left yet. Long Bai and Dao Kuang seem to be planning to practice for a while. As for the Yun family, Yu Ran has been there since the beginning. No one knows where he went. A golden light shone in Xiao Feng's eyes. What he wanted to hear was the news about Yu Ran. As for other people, he no longer paid much attention to them. Yu Ran, right? He was only a little stronger than himself a few times before, but it was just because of the suppression of his level. Now, he is confident that he can defeat him and avenge his shame. Of course Yu Ran didn't know this, otherwise it would be easy to really hurt Yu Ran and he would be laughed to death. The sky cleared up and the rain stopped, and Xiao Feng felt that he could do it again. But regardless of whether Yu Ran knew that Xiao Feng was so arrogant, he planned to give Xiao Feng some big gifts. He watched the red dot move and smiled slightly. Is it finally here? Thinking of this, Yu Ran began to move quickly, approaching in the direction of the red dot. Xiao Feng never expected that Yu Ran's purpose in causing trouble at the beginning was to install a tracking charm on his body. Yu Ran entered the forest area and headed towards where Xiao Feng was, having already calculated Xiao Feng's entrance into the forest. Almost the moment Xiao Feng appeared in the forest, Yu Ran saw him and Li Fengling entering the forest area one after another. With the help of the shadow, this dense forest became Yu Ran's biggest cover. It was impossible for Xiao Feng to notice Yu Ran's figure, but his actions were clearly visible in Yu Ran's field of vision. It's strange. Isn't it said that there are a lot of monsters and materials in the forest area? I've been walking for almost a day, and apart from some ordinary materials, I haven't seen any earth-level materials. Xiao Feng murmured to himself. How did he know that Yu Ran had already searched all over Feng Yuan? Not even a hair was left for him. Li Fengling was not in a hurry and kept looking at the map. When she heard Xiao Feng muttering to himself, she comforted him. This is a normal phenomenon. This road is recorded on the map and may have been swept before. Xiao Feng nodded, did not hesitate anymore, and continued to move towards the distance, not noticing the rustling of leaves on a tall tree on the right. An unknown road. Yu Ran murmured to himself, watching Xiao Feng's path gradually deviate from the map, but this was indeed in line with the characteristics of the protagonist. Otherwise, how can the protagonist get adventures that are different from others? However, on the unknown road, those monster beasts have not been swept away. It didn't take long for Xiao Feng to encounter the first monster beast. However, the demonic beast at the 3rd level of energy transformation could not do anything to him at all. He blew the demonic beast's head open with one move, and blood splashed all over him. Seeing Li Fengling next to him, Xiao Feng touched his head in embarrassment. I haven't been able to adapt to the strength for a while, so I'm a little embarrassed. Then Xiao Feng took out the clothes from the storage ring and burned the blood-stained clothes on the spot. Li Fengling, on the other hand, took out the demon elixir from the demon beast and took some good meat to eat on the road. Their storage rings are not as big as Uran's, and the monster meat is of little use to them, so they naturally won't bother to carry it. Xiao Feng walked for 5 days in a row and encountered no less than 10 monsters. The harvest of monster elixirs and earth-level elixirs from the monsters can be described as a lot of money, and Li Fengling, who is in love, naturally believed that it was all Xiao Feng's contribution. They were all given to him. Xiao Feng thought that he was indeed in poverty now, so he accepted it with peace of mind, thinking that he would give something better to Li Fengling in the future. On the 21st day after entering the secret realm, Xiao Feng encountered a rhinoceros-like monster, which made his face serious for the first time. Monster beasts at the peak of their transformational strength. Although the monsters here are generally inferior to humans at the same level, the peak of their transformational strength still puts a lot of pressure on Xiao Feng. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Wind Chime, hide and stay safe. The battlefield in the later stage of Huajin was naturally beyond the reach of Li Fengling. She also hid 1,000 meters away and watched Xiao Feng's battle. Moo moo. This rhinoceros made a weird cry and rushed towards Xiao Feng at high speed. The rhinoceros horn on its head shone with silver light. Xiao Feng didn't take it hard and jumped behind the rhinoceros in an instant. 2 iconic black hole attacks appeared in his hands and struck hard at the rhino's back. But the black hole attack, which has always been quite extraordinary, did not have a good effect at this moment. The rhino's back did not even have a layer of skin broken, but its legs were slightly bowed, and then it roared louder and rushed towards Xiao Feng. Come! This rhinoceros monster is obviously a rough-skinned and fleshy type, and its attack is also very strong, but its speed is not very fast, and its turns are also very slow. Xiao Feng also made a decision and slowly killed the rhinoceros. Just as the battle between him and the rhinoceros was getting fierce, Xiao Feng suddenly looked behind where Li Fengling was. A huge falcon was flying in that direction at high speed. Xiao Feng was shocked and immediately wanted to call back for help, but how could the rhinoceros in front of him let him go, forcing him to avoid the attack? At this moment, a scream echoed through the forest. Ah! Chapter 327 Death of Li Fengling. Xiao Feng's eyes were red, that was Li Fengling's voice. Xiao Feng frantically distanced himself from the rhinoceros and flew towards Li Fengling at high speed, but when he arrived, he only saw Li Fengling lying on the ground alive and dead. Unbeknownst to him, blood was still leaking out of his body. The falcon next to him didn't seem to be in a normal state at the moment. When he saw Xiao Feng coming, he attacked Xiao Feng angrily. You beast! Xiao Feng was furious. This falcon was also in the late stage of Huajin, but it only had the 7th level of Huajin. As a speed monster, its defense was extremely low. He was actually knocked back a few steps by Xiao Feng's move, and then his wings were torn off by Xiao Feng in anger, and his blood spilled into the sky. Before Xiao Feng had time to see Li Fengling's condition, the rhinoceros attack had arrived. He had already gone all out in the battle with the falcon just now, completely forgetting about the more terrifying opponent behind him. At this moment, he was forced to defend and was directly pressed against his chest by the rhinoceros. The sharp rhinoceros horn instantly pierced his skin and opened a big hole in his chest. As the rhinoceros violently collided, Xiao Feng was pushed against a big tree. He grabbed the rhino's silver horn and swallowed the blood by force. The right hand used all the remaining strength to smash towards the rhino's horn. The rhinoceros was a little dizzy from the huge force. He couldn't help but whine, and took a few steps back to let Xiao Feng break free from his attack. Xiao Feng was already at the end of his strength, but the rhinoceros only suffered minor injuries. The corners of Xiao Feng's mouth became extremely ferocious, and his whole body was bleeding outwards, as if he had walked out of hell. The rhinoceros was a little dizzy from Xiao Feng's angry blow, but at this moment he recovered, and angrily mooed at Xiao Feng 3 times, and continued to attack Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng saw the rhinoceros roaring, took out a package from the storage ring, and threw it directly into the rhino's mouth without any explanation. When the rhinoceros was mooing, it didn't notice the package thrown by Xiao Feng. Moreover, it didn't feel the danger inside, so it instantly entered its stomach. Xiao Feng leaned against the big tree and showed a smile, but it was scary no matter how he looked. Xiao Feng said softly bang from the corner of his mouth. The rhino's eyes suddenly widened, its mouth opened unconsciously, a few wisps of gunpowder smoke floated out, and it suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. Xiao Feng didn't care about his injuries at the moment and hurried to Li Fengling's side, but his expression suddenly darkened. Li Fengling was dead. There were serious marks of impact on the internal organs. Although Xiao Feng felt that this should not be a fatal injury, Li Fengling was dead. Xiao Feng closed his eyes and his body trembled uncontrollably. Li Fengling was really nice to him, and he also liked Li Fengling a little bit. He also planned to build a good relationship with the Li family, then go to the battlefield outside the territory, and then marry Li Fengling openly. But in the current situation, everything is over. Li Fengling died. According to what happened just now, he died from the high-speed collision of the falcon. His internal organs were suddenly displaced, and then he died. Although the displacement of the internal organs was not a fatal injury to Huajin, it was probably because he did not receive effective treatment after the injury, and was affected by the aftermath just now, and died of serious injuries. Xiao Feng sat down next to Li Fengling with some despair, his eyes were filled with despair, everything was over. Yu Ran watched from a distance, somewhat speechless. Did this rhinoceros swallow a bomb and blow himself up to death? It should be a specially made vitality bomb, but at most it was the power of the third level of Huajin. It was not even a trump card. If it hits the rhinoceros head-on, the rhinoceros will probably not even bother to dodge. Unexpectedly, this rhinoceros was accurately fed and swallowed naturally. It exploded in the internal organs. Even the Grand Master was probably finished. This rhinoceros has found his only way to die. I have to say that the protagonist's operation is really cool. The destiny is also really strong, so it can kill the extremely difficult rhinoceros monster at the peak of its strength. However, Yu Ran was not surprised that the rhinoceros was killed, but it was just in such a way that he had to complain. Yu Ran looked at the little falcon that had been crushed to death in his hand and put it directly into the storage space. Yu Ran is a qualified hunter. He has been waiting for this. He followed Xiao Feng for 5 days without making a move. It was not easy for him to kill Li Fengling, but he was easily discovered by Xiao Feng. However, Xiao Feng, the scapegoat, wanted to kill Li Fengling. Yang Yuren didn't want him to die for the time being. Therefore, it was very important for Li Fengling to die in a reasonable way. He was hit by a falcon and died of injuries, no matter how the body was examined. As for how to do it, Yu Ran had been walking in front of Xiao Feng. With the tracking charm, he didn't have to worry about losing someone. When he saw this rough-skinned rhinoceros monster, Yu Ran knew that the opportunity had finally come. This monster could only fight with Xiao Feng, so Li Fengling would definitely stay away. So Yu Ran used the small eagle to lead the falcon here, and before Li Fengling could react, he directly hit it at high speed, and then threw Li Fengling towards the falcon. This was also the reason why Li Fengling screamed. Yu Ran originally wanted to kill Li Fengling with the help of the falcon, but he didn't expect that the falcon just knocked Li Fengling away and came straight towards Yu Ran to save the little falcon in Yu Ran's hand. So Yu Ran added a move to kill the spirit. No one could sense how Li Fengling died, not even the Grand Master. Because the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Yu Ran and the system raised their eyebrows at the same time. After killing Li Fengling, Yu Ran instantly used the shadow technique to disappear. The shadows under the big trees here were perfect for the use of this technique. Then he moved with Lingzi step and added the shadow to hide the aura. Seeing the living person disappear in front of him, Ying Falcon was stunned for a moment, and then Xiao Feng rushed to tear him apart with his hands. Everything went as planned. Although Yu Ran wanted to be sympathetic, Huang Lingmen's incident made him kill Li Xiang in anger, leaving no possibility of repairing the relationship with the Li family. Li Fengling could only destroy the flower with his own hands. Although this was not the first beautiful woman he had killed, Chu Yu before was also quite nice. But it was indeed the first heroine he killed, so I can only say that she was very happy. Yu Ran's mission was half completed at the moment. The next step was to think about how to let Xiao Feng take him to Yunhai district and seize his opportunity. This trip was considered perfect. Xiao Feng was extremely depressed at the moment. After swallowing the elixir, his injuries were slowly recovering. He glanced at Li Fengling with a pale face, and then walked to the rhinoceros monster to take out the elixir. He died, but his life would go on, not to mention that he would continue to fight. He could only feel sorry for Li Fengling's death. The most important thing was that the road to the Li family was completely cut off. Just when he took out the rhinoceros demonic pill, the rhinoceros demonic pill suddenly glowed and turned into a portal, appearing in front of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's eyes widened, the gateway to Yunhai district. Chapter 328 Forced into Yunhai district. The portal to Yunhai district appeared dramatically in front of Xiao Feng and Yu Ran's eyes widened. So it turns out that killing a peak-level monster can lead to Yunhai district? No, the key is whether you can encounter them. I have killed 40 or 50 monsters, and none of them have reached the peak of their strength. His grandma's, indeed the protagonist's opportunity is good. Xiao Feng's mood instantly went from the bottom of the valley to beyond the sky. The unexpected opening of the portal to the Yunhai district meant that there was hope for a master. Xiao Feng was overjoyed, but then he felt dizzy and fell to the ground as if he had been hit by something. Facing a seriously injured Xiao Feng, Yu Ran's sneak attack was effortless, and Xiao Feng was completely unable to react due to Shadow's concealment and Lingzi Buletin's high speed. In order to avoid suspicion, he didn't even use the shadow technique. This Yunhai district is really hard to find anywhere, and it takes no effort to get there. Yu Ran strode into Yunhai district. Points baby Xiao Feng, I will take your opportunity first. Yu Ran planned to take away Xiao Feng's opportunity first, and then Xiao Feng would have no chance to gain access even if he entered. In order to ensure nothing went wrong, Yu Ran used a little more force and gave Xiao Feng some high-grade sleeping pills. Basically, he could only sleep well in 10 days. But Yu Ran was completely overconcerned. After Yu Ran entered, the portal was closed directly. How could the portal allow a second person to enter? If they all work together, then one person will be able to ascend to heaven. People who wanted to become masters in the Sea of Clouds' secret realm throughout the ages were basically loners, which is why Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu walked alone. Yu Ran entered the Sea of Clouds area and looked at the white clouds under his feet, as if he was really stepping on the Sea of Clouds. Yu Ran became more playful and stamped his feet hard. The clouds were soft and completely unforced, just like a punch on cotton. Yu Ran curiously touched the clouds under his feet. He could only feel the softness and had no idea what material it was made of. He even had the urge to take a bite, but after thinking about how many people had stepped on him, he gave up the idea. Yu Ran no longer paid attention to the Sea of Clouds at the soles of his feet, and moved forward with his head held high. The vitality of this Sea of Clouds was so exaggerated that Yu Ran's pores were wide open to absorb it greedily, and he felt extremely comfortable. If such a rain of vitality falls on the ground, it seems that it will not be difficult to create some powerful monsters. Continuing forward, the clouds in front suddenly changed and gradually turned into a human shape. He who comes is stopped. He obviously felt that the voice of the person opposite was not very loud, but Yu Ran felt that his voice was echoing in every inch of land here. Yu Ran stopped and looked at the person in front of him. He did not look like an old man. He looked quite young, and his appearance was probably that of a 30-year-old young man. However, there were clouds and mist around him, and his whole body was wrapped in a sea of clouds, which made him look like an expert from outside the country. Yu Ran was sizing up the people from the Sea of Yun, and the people from the Sea of Yun were also sizing him up, but soon the people from the Sea of Yun frowned. It seems that you are not the person I chose. My name is Duzan, but I am a master of boxing. You do not meet my conditions. Yu Ran frowned at first, and then realized that this was Xiao Feng's inheritance. Xiao Feng uses boxing, and his chance is that boxing is very normal. Yu Ran is more like a sword cultivator at the moment, after all, his main moves are sword skills. At present, the division of martial arts is not so detailed, but when it comes to masters, there are domains, and it will be better if the domains are closely related to their own attack methods. I think my boxing skills are pretty good. I have so many skills that I can't overwhelm my body. Yu Ran also knows how to use the Thunder Fist. Besides, there are no geniuses like him with 9 spiritual veins. Shouldn't these guys give him whatever inheritance they want when they see him? The face of the man opposite changed slightly. Even if it was just a human form transformed from clouds, Yu Ran could feel the anger in him. My boxing style needs someone who is like-minded and can carry it forward. An arrogant person like you who has no understanding of boxing is not worthy of inheriting my boxing style. Please do it. After saying this, Duzan pointed in the direction of leaving, gave the order to expel the guests, and then turned his back and ignored Yu Ran. Yu Ran was a little speechless. Didn't they say that geniuses will be competed for everywhere? Aren't they considered geniuses? Why does this guy have such a bad attitude? Oh, it turns out I'm the villain. That's okay. If you haven't left yet, what are you doing here? After a while, Duzan felt that there was still no movement from Yu Ran behind him, so he couldn't help but continue to scold. Yu Ran seemed to be waking up from a dream, baring his teeth and smiling, but he looked a bit arrogant. Senior Duzan, I'm really not very good at boxing, but I know friends who are good at boxing and are geniuses in this area. How about you give your inheritance to me and I can help you pass it on to her? The fight had already reached the breaking point. When he heard Yu Ran was so arrogant, he turned around angrily and punched Yu Ran. Get out of here! Seeing the fist mark flying towards him, Yu Ran was neither surprised nor afraid, but instead raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Hey, the defense was broken. As Yu Ran spoke, he easily dodged the fist mark to the side, and the fist mark was instantly eliminated when it hit the soft sea of clouds. Duzan looked at Yu Ran's expression and movements at this moment, and his whole body was shaking with anger. No one had ever been so arrogant to him even in his lifetime. The descendants who want to inherit their own inheritance are all respectful, saying that the master should not be insulted. However, Yu Ran's words have no meaning of respect in and out of them, but are full of provocation. The fight at this moment was so angry that he had to show this guy some color. Looking at Duzan rushing towards him, the corners of Yu Ran's mouth raised. He really thought he was in a daze when Duzan just carried him past. He just had a very important exchange with the system. System, what should I do if this guy doesn't give me the inheritance? Can I just grab the inheritance and run away? The host feels very satisfied with this heart system. Just rob him. This battle is the inheritance itself. Just blow him up and rob him. Yu Ran felt that after entering the Sea of Clouds' secret realm, the system almost always encouraged him to grab things, although it always felt really satisfying. But the system is that he is a Grand Master? If I can defeat the Grand Master, why do I need his inheritance? Yu Ran spread his hands and said he couldn't beat him. Host, you are really stupid. The person you see in front of you is not the same as before. He has no strength as a master. At most, he is a relatively strong peak. Just FK him and you are done. The system that entered the Sea of Clouds' secret realm seemed extremely irritable and active, but this suggestion doesn't seem bad? If you don't give it, grab it. Seeing Duzan take the lead in making the move, Yu Ran shrugged. Everyone saw that he made the first move, and I was acting in legitimate defense. Chapter 329 Battle. Although Yuran seemed to be laughing and joking on the outside, in fact, he did not underestimate the battle in front of him at all. Although it was just an inheritance projection made up of a sea of clouds, the powerful boxing style and super high combat consciousness were enough to make Yuran wary. The moment Duzan arrived, the spirit eye sword in Yuran's hand had already appeared. Duzan's heavy fist hit Yuran's spirit eye sword, and in an instant, a distance hit Yuran's body. Yuran couldn't help but step back hundreds of steps before he could stand upright. What a powerful force! It was probably even more powerful than the 9 Yuan vein body cultivation projection he encountered before. However, considering that he is a martial artist who specializes in boxing, it is normal for his boxing style to be strong. Although he was repulsed, Yuran was not injured or weakened. He just tested his fighting strength. Judging from the test results, it should not be too different from the body cultivation projection of the 9 Yuan veins. After receiving this punch, Yuran was relieved, it seemed to be stable. Yuran's expression was clearly visible to Dozhan, and the expression of relief at the end clearly looked down on him. Even if it was just a projection of the boxing heritage, he was extremely angry. Boy, you have to pay for your contempt. Baman fist. Duzan exploded and punched, and the entire Yunhai space began to tremble. The power of this punch was as domineering and brutal as its name suggests. The space in the Sea of Clouds' secret realm is extremely stable, and there is a faint tremor in the space under the Baman fist. Yuran saw clearly that the Lingtong sword was naturally not a free-for-all. Under such power, ordinary martial arts were difficult to resist, so Yuran naturally directly used his most proficient Qinglian sword technique. The final form of the Green Lotus sword technique Unity. The 4 sword energies merged around Yuran, and their power instantly overshadowed the Baman fist. The clouds and mist above the clouds were dispersed by 3 points due to the pressure of the Qinglian sword. Duzan was a little surprised when he saw the power exuded by Yuran's Qinglian sword technique. This boy who looked arrogant and domineering was actually so strong. No wonder he can seize other people's portals to enter the inheritance area, but it doesn't matter if he is strong, this is his home court. Duzan's domineering fist collided hard with Yuran's Qinglian sword art, but he seemed a little vulnerable under the pressure of the Qinglian sword art. It dissipated in the space of the Sea of Clouds almost instantly, and the power of the Qinglian sword technique continued unabated as it attacked Duzan. However, the result of this collision not only did not make Yuran happy, but he instantly became vigilant. He could feel the intensity of the Baman fist attack from a distance. How could it be so vulnerable? Yuran suddenly thought of Xiaofeng's previous battle with Qin Haoshan. Xiaofeng used this trick to defeat the strong with the weak. Yuran became extremely vigilant when he thought of this, and suddenly felt a super powerful attack coming from behind. Yuran immediately put his sword across his chest, and used his body power to block the sudden domineering punch. Because of the precautions, the sneak attack of Baman fist was greatly weakened, but even so, the strength of Baman fist still made Yuran feel a little uncomfortable. My chest felt stuffy, but then the Sun's Yang body started to move, and the discomfort disappeared in that moment. After Yuran stood firm, he noticed that the position of Duzan had changed, but the overall situation had not changed at all. The Qinglian sword technique did not hit him at all. Yuran had just paid some attention to the battlefield over there. With Yuran's current proficiency in the Qinglian sword technique, he would not be within the attack range, but he did not get into a fight. Yuran felt it so clearly that the moment the Qinglian sword technique hit Duzan, Duzan disappeared directly into the Sea of Clouds. The majestic power of the Qinglian sword technique leaned into the clouds in the Sea of Clouds, like a punch hitting cotton, and was instantly dissolved and invisible. To be precise, Duzan did not disappear into the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds, but merged into it. Duzan himself was the incarnation of the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. Duzan sneered slightly, regrouped his body, and attacked Yuran again. He still used the barbarian fist, still so domineering and brutal. He wanted to teach this arrogant boy who broke in so hard that he would understand what it means to be a master. Even if it is just the inheritance of a master, he is still a master. Yu Ran responded with the Qinglian sword technique, but what he got was still the disappearance of Dazan and the Baman fist that changed direction. This time it suddenly appeared from underneath him. Although Yu Ran was well prepared, he still suffered a small loss. Fortunately, there was a physical strength weapon, otherwise Yu Ran, who had no defensive skills, would have suffered a big loss here. Whether it's Dozhan or Bamanquan, he can use the cover of the Sea of Clouds at any time to blend in or hide, making it difficult for Yu Ran to guard against. There is no doubt that Yu Ran encountered an extremely difficult opponent. In this secret realm, the battle had the right time, place, and people, but he still had no strength but could not activate it. Dazan's attacks were continuous and continuous. Yu Ran's Qinglian sword technique from the beginning to the subsequent counterattacks were just symbolic counterattacks. They would all be eliminated in the Sea of Clouds anyway, so it was better to save some energy. However, in the collisions one after another, Yu Ran still discovered some clues. It is true that Dazan's Baman fist is highly concealed with the help of the Sea of Clouds, but the lower the density of the Sea of Clouds, the harder it is to hide, and it is easier to be exposed in advance. It takes time for Dazan itself to merge into the Sea of Clouds and reappear. During this time, he is unable to launch attacks and carry out other actions. Unsurprisingly, this is when he is at his weakest. However, Dazan's figure had already been formed after Yu Ran had dodged such a steady stream of attacks from the Baman fist, and the fleeting opportunity was basically hidden by the powerful attacks, making it difficult to figure out. After Yu Ran and Dazan spent half an hour together, they discovered that the time it took for Dazan to form a human form was about 0.5 seconds, which was the time Yu Ran observed the formation. Including people's reactions, Yu Ran has at most 0.3 seconds to rush and make moves, or to charge up in advance. Under Lingzhibu's extreme speed and extreme reaction, Yu Ran judged that he could launch an effective attack on Dazan within 300 seconds. But the problem came again. Yu Ran didn't have time to charge up his martial arts in advance. If Dozhan was not stupid, as long as Yu Ran didn't lose his martial arts, he didn't need to integrate with Yunhai at all. It would be difficult for his own martial arts to take effect. So all he could do was a close attack. With the current power of the Spirit Eye Sword, it is impossible to kill Dazan with one move without martial arts. Once Dazan is on guard, it will be difficult for him to be effective in the second battle. Is it a bit difficult to kill in one hit? Yu Ran held the Spirit Eye Sword and dodged left and right. From time to time, the sword energy of Qinglian Sword Ju forced Dazan into the Sea of Clouds, constantly observing his landing point. If it is difficult to kill him with one strike, then Yu Ran will have to use heaven-level martial arts. One move of heaven-level martial arts will almost drain him dry. I don't know if he can kill Dazan, after all, Dazan is integrated into the Sea of Clouds. If you want to kill the hidden Dazan, you must directly destroy the Sea of Clouds. If it is not destroyed, you will be in big trouble. Just when Yu Ran was hesitant, a clang from the system space made Yu Ran feel happy. Chapter 330 Seize the opportunity in the Sea of Clouds. Yu Ran continued to fight with Dazan calmly. Dazan was also very annoyed at this moment. He kept using Baman Fist because Baman Fist would come with a very special kind of wild power, which would cause people to quickly lose their combat effectiveness and destroy the body inside. Dazan had the intention of killing Yu Ran. In theory, Yunhai couldn't kill people, but he didn't know why, he just wanted to kill people. So he chose the Baman Fist, which was most likely to kill Yu Ran. Otherwise, Yu Ran might be directly teleported or escape if he was injured. However, the Baman Fist destroyed the inside, and if it accumulated to a certain extent, it would be a dead end. But Yu Ran had obviously received so many punches, and although the power was weakened, the barbaric power of the Baman Fist had definitely penetrated into it, but Yu Ran was still alive and well, without any appearance of being damaged internally. Difficult guy. Dazan secretly cursed. This guy has used earth-level martial arts almost hundreds of times, and his energy is still full, and he is far from the mark. But little did Dazan know that Ju Yuan technique could help Yu Ran recover very quickly in this place where Yuan Qi was as rich as rain, and that the great sun flame body could help Yu Ran get rid of his abnormal state. It looked like Yu Ran had been beaten for half an hour, but in fact it was nothing. At most, the beating was uncomfortable and there was not a single wound on his body. Baman fist. Dazan still doesn't believe it. He can't drain this guy to death. He is invincible in the sea of clouds anyway. His energy is inexhaustible, so he wants to see if Yu Ran can outlast him. Yu Ran's slingsy step was extremely fast, and the Qinglian sword technique broke out again, directly beating Dazan into a coward again. Yu Ran stepped on the sea of clouds in an instant, and sensed the movement of the Baman fist in advance on a thin sea of clouds, and then blocked it with the Spirit Eye sword. The moment he blocked it, Yu Ran suddenly accelerated and went directly in one direction. The battle at this moment was confusing. He had just controlled the Baman fist to attack Yu Ran, and recast his body shape at the same time. As a result, Yu Ran was guarding him before his body shape fully appeared. In this 0.5 second, he watched helplessly as Yu Ran rushed in front of him but was unable to do anything. But looking at Yu Ran's look, Dazan showed a sneer. You have no martial arts skills, and you want to cause a major blow to him just by relying on the earth-level intermediate weapon in your hand? Dream. Dazan had already blocked his face with both fists, and was not particularly afraid of Yu Ran's moves. But what he didn't notice was that the Spirit Eye sword in Yu Ran's hand switched instantly. It was Yu Ran's most familiar weapon, Hong Yao sword. The pinnacle spiritual weapon of heaven-level Hong Yao sword. The earth-level intermediate spiritual weapon is indeed not enough to fight in seconds, but what about the day-level peak spiritual weapon? There is no doubt about the answer. You can see the clues from the dissipation of Dazan's body. When Dazan was cut in half, he was still in a state of confusion. It was only at the last moment that he dissipated that he saw Yu Ran's weapon. Heavenly weapons? Well, that's not surprising. He no longer had time to think about why a Huajin warrior would take out a heaven-level weapon, and it had already dissipated in the sea of clouds. Yu Ran took the Hong Yao sword back into the system space with some difficulty. This heaven-level peak spiritual weapon was really terrifying. Yu Ran's seemingly effortless swing of the sword just now directly consumed 1/3 of his vitality and strength. It was simply terrifying. With Yu Ran's reserves being depleted so horribly, there is no way ordinary Huajin can afford a heaven-level weapon. This is still the case when Yu Ran and Hong Yaojian are perfectly matched. No wonder the system said before that they cannot be used as conventional weapons. The consumption is huge, but the power is also gratifying. A sword without any martial arts, but the attack power is not weaker than the Qinglian sword art, and with the sharpness of a heaven-level weapon, no one will use the turtle shell array to disgust Yu Ran in the future. Let him go see Tai Nai. The upgrade of Hong Yaojian came at the right time. If the upgrade had been completed before in the battlefield, dealing with that physical training would be no different from chopping melons and vegetables. Yu Ran put away the Hong Yao sword. It won't be long before he enters the Grand Master, and it will be much easier to use the Hong Yao sword. However, even after reaching the Grand Master, the Hong Yao sword can be regarded as the best treasure in the box. Paired with the sword to roam the wilderness, tisk tisk tisk, no, I also have a semi-god level skill, which can kill people when people block it, and kill Buddha when it blocks Buddha, okay? Yu Ran was still immersed in the joy of being invincible. The entire Yunhai inheritance became unstable due to the dissipation of the battle. Yu Ran's thoughts were interrupted by the spinning of the world. Yu Ran looked at the somewhat chaotic sea of clouds and just stood up straight, waiting for its changes. About a quarter of an hour later, the sea of clouds had become dead silent, and the sea of clouds under the feet was no longer soft, turning into solid marble land. All the fog in the surrounding sea of clouds dissipated, and a table was placed at the end of the sea of clouds, with a book and a token placed on the table. Yuran picked up the book. The words Fist Inheritance were printed on the book. It looked ordinary, but Yuran did not open it. The system has reminded him that once it is opened, it means that he will begin to accept the inheritance. Naturally, Yuran himself will not accept the inheritance. After all, his inheritance still relies on the system. However, it is good to find a master for the inheritance. There are still masters of boxing among his people. Putting the inheritance into the system space, Yuran began to look at the token. There was a word engraved on the token. He didn't know what it was for. After looking at it for a long time, he didn't see any clue, so he simply threw it into the system space. When Yuran looked around and found that there was nothing else to collect, he chose to leave at the end of the portal. But what Yuran didn't notice was that when he left, a pair of strange eyes looked at his back, seeming to spy on his situation. The mission is completed, prepare to retreat. Yuran stretched out, sat down on a large tree, and took out a special watch to check the time. The time in the Sea of Clouds seems to be a little different from the outside world. The watch shows that 28 days have passed, and the last 2 days are over. Taking stock of the harvest, Yuran can be said to be the biggest winner. There are dozens of dead monsters in the system space. Demon elixirs and monster meat are treasures. There are mountains of elixirs and high-level resources piled in the corner, as if some treasure house has been looted. Of course, the biggest gain is the Yuanmei power that the boxing inheritance and system helped her preserve. After leaving, he and his power will be greatly improved. The system does not perform settlement in the secret realm, but Yuran estimates that his highest level Grandmaster score will be enough after he leaves, and he will finally reach the top of the world. Yuran took out some monster meat and started grilling it. After playing in the Sea of Clouds secret realm for so long, he was really a little hungry. While Yuran was eating meat, the watch in his hand suddenly sounded an alarm. Yuran looked at the red light on the watch and opened it to see that it was the Yun family's contact information. Invincible, separate, and escape. Go directly back to the training area and contact us when it is safe. Yuran looked at the information on the watch and the red dots. The red dots represented Yun family members. 2 of them had been extinguished at this moment. It seemed that the Yun family was in trouble. After checking that the distance was not very far away from him, Yuran quickly rushed towards the nearest red dot. He had promised Yun Sheng and Yun Yi, and Yun Zong had supported him before. When the Yun family was in trouble, he naturally wanted to help. Chapter 331 The Yun family is in danger. Damn beast! Yun Zhong was furious. They had obviously been very careful, but they were blocked by a group of monsters. These monsters started fighting without saying a word. Among the 10 members of the Yun family, only 3 are in the middle stage of Huajin, while the 5 monsters on the opposite side have 2 in the late stage of Huajin and 3 in the middle stage of Huajin. This monster has a snake head and a lizard body, and looks very much like a long-legged worm. However, these worms not only have strong attack power and speed, but can also spray poisonous mist. The Yun family suffered a great loss as soon as they started fighting. In almost a minute, 2 weaker members were infected by the giant snake's venom and were subsequently swallowed alive. Yun Zhong naturally realized something was wrong at this moment and quickly issued an order to retreat. The 8 people from the Yun family naturally had no intention of fighting at this moment and fled in all directions in an instant. The 5 snakes immediately chased after Yun Zhong and the other 4 members of the Yun family who were over 30 years old. Anyone could see that this was a punishment for the older people. But Yun Zong has no time to think about these things now. Except for those older ones, he was the strongest in the team. As the leader of the team, he was responsible for leading away the last big snake. The strong men of the Yun family have high status and good treatment, but when something happens, the strong men are also required to cover the rear, which can be regarded as the unity of rights and obligations. If the Yun family just caters to the powerful, it will be impossible for them to remain one of the top 5 families. The monster that Yun Zhong led away was at the late stage of Huajin, and theoretically had the strength to fight. However, when Yun Zhong was covering the retreat, he was hit by the tail of a giant snake, and his internal organs were churning wildly. He was already behind in rank and injured, so he had almost no intention of resisting. He could only pray that he was fast enough so that these big snakes would get bored of chasing him and give up. As for meeting someone to save him, he had never even thought about it. In such a large forest area, it would be a miracle if he could meet anyone. Yun Zhong's last order for retreat was to turn on all of the Yun family's real-time positioning and communications. Yun Zhong took a look and found that one of the red dots had disappeared. This proves that one person has been preyed on. The giant snake behind him is still chasing him, so Yun Zhong can only curse inwardly, "UBD." However, he had no intention of getting entangled with the big snake at the moment. He ran towards the training area according to the location on the map. As long as he reached the training area, he would be safe. The monsters in the forest area will not enter the training area. This is one of the rules discovered by the 5 major families. Just as Yun Zhong was running away, a sound of breaking air was heard from behind. Yun Zhong dodged the attack by moving to the right without even thinking. The strong venom hit the big tree in front of the cloud tomb, and instantly a bowl-sized hole was corroded on the tree, which looked extremely horrifying. Although Yun Zhong avoided this move with his combat experience, he was in even greater trouble. The direction back to the training area is on the left. The road on the left is only 100 meters away from the big snake. He has to forcefully correct his current position to fight the big snake. But if he pursued through another route, he might be surrounded by unknown monsters, which would make him almost certain to die. Yun Zhong gritted his teeth, took off with his feet, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he shouted angrily and attacked the big snake. "Drink!" Yun Zhong made a loud voice as if to embolden himself, but it could not cover the cold sweat on his forehead. His nervousness had reached the extreme. The big snake opened its bloody mouth and sprayed venom all over the sky towards Yun Zhong. This highly corrosive and poisonous venom caused Yun Zhong to suffer a lot before. Now Yun Zhong has no way to avoid it and can only hold on. Scalp attack goes up. The yellow shield that appeared on his body helped Yun Zhong block a large amount of venom corrosion damage, but Yun Zhong understood that the venom was just corrosion, and this big guy's body was the real weapon. Sure enough, when it was 50 meters away, the big snake raised its thick tail and slapped Yun Zhong's face hard. The fierce wind it brought caused pain to Yun Zhong's face. But the arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. The long sword in Yun Zhong's hand slashed hard at the tail of the big snake. He didn't seek victory, but just wanted to open a way to escape to the right. Konahwai. The glimmer of light emerging from the sword was already Yun Zhong's strongest effort in calculating the energy consumption. After all, he didn't expect to kill this big snake in the late stage of energy transformation. The collision between the tail and the sword ended in an instant. Yun Zhong's sword tore the skin of the big snake, and blood spurted out. The big snake's face showed an expression of extreme pain, and it even wailed from its mouth. Hiss! After all, Yun Zuka's sword failed to cut off the snake's tail. His unique skill was not bad, and he directly cut a huge gash in the snake's tail that was 90 centimeters long and 50 centimeters deep. This is also the reason why Yun Zhong is powerful against the monsters in the late stage of transformation. The monsters have too few martial arts and are not strong. Most of them use their bodies as weapons to fight. No matter how strong the body is, it is difficult to withstand martial arts and spiritual weapons. Attack. However, it is only the power of one battle, and the level difference is too big. The power of Yun Zhong and Orakai are not in the same dimension at all. When his long sword stopped moving forward, there was no doubt that all the distance affected him. Yun Zhong was hit by this distance and flew hundreds of meters upside down, breaking 3 big trees. He didn't stop until he hit the 4th big tree, leaving a huge hole in the tree. You must know that most of the big trees here are over 50 meters high, and many are even 100 meters high. It would be terrifying to knock down 3 big trees. You can also imagine the tremendous force that Yunzong was subjected to. Yunzong was bleeding from the mouth and eyes, his limbs were limp and hanging underneath him, his internal organs had shifted, and he was dying. His plan was to cut off the snake's tail and then use the snake's injury to escape, but the plan failed in the end. The big snake's tail was stronger than he thought. His sword was still stuck in it, and the big snake was only injured. With his limbs weak, he looked at the big snake that became even more furious because of the injury and ran towards him crazily. That's right, it's running. The running posture of this long-legged snake is really ugly. Yunzong showed a sarcastic expression, and at the same time there was a hint of bitterness in his heart. He only knew that he had tried his best just now, but now the remaining vitality could not be used at all due to his injury. Yunzong looked at the approaching big snake, and his eyes that had been closed instinctively opened again. The people of the Yun family have the courage to face death. Yunzong watched the bloody mouth getting closer and closer to him, and he could even clearly see the fangs in the mouth. The stinking breath that hit his face, mixed with corrosion and poisonous gas, only made people feel the desire to vomit. Think of nothing else. Yunzong couldn't help but shudder at the thought of being eaten alive by such a monster. He could face death, but that didn't mean he could ignore it. That instinctive trembling made him forcefully want to move and escape from the hell of death. It's just that this injury is destined to make him return in vain, and the fangs have arrived. Chapter 332 The Worship of Yunzong. The fangs are already attached to Yunzong's forehead, and he will be swallowed alive in the next second to become food for the snake, and eventually become fertilizer for the soil. But at this last moment, a sudden change occurred. Yunzong watched the big snake in front of him fly to the side. The fangs flew past his cheek, and a drop of saliva fell on his clothes. The clothes were instantly corroded, and the pain in his body reached his mind. But at this moment, Yunzong didn't feel any pain at all, and his face was filled with surprise and the joy of surviving. He tried his best to look up at the man on the branch, also holding a long sword. He had never felt that a person's back was so tall. It was Yuran who rushed here. He speeded up and hurriedly and finally arrived at the nearest red dot. He happened to encounter a scene where a big snake was about to eat a cloud grave. Without saying anything, Yuran punched the big snake directly in the face, and the big snake flew out. At this moment, he turned back to look at the miserable Yunzong, took out a pill from the storage ring and threw it over. It's okay. Treat your injuries first, and then I'll deal with this guy. Yunzong smiled bitterly and wanted to say that he was very bad. He couldn't move at all. Looking at the pill on his clothes, he tried his best to stretch his head out and wanted to eat it, but there was only a 5-centimeter gap. Yunzong smiled bitterly. After a while, he had to give up taking medicine and wait until Yuran finished fighting. I'm sorry, I didn't notice and opened my mouth. Just as Yunzong was about to raise his head to see the battle situation over Yuran, he heard a voice ringing next to his ears. He opened his mouth and popped a pill in. After all, she was not a beauty, and Yuran didn't do any feeding play. At this time, Yunzong had the energy to look at the previous battlefield, and saw that the big snake had been cut in half and was already dead. Yunzong's eyes were as white as copper bells. He just went to take a pill and the battle was over before he could take it. This strength is too terrifying. Facing ordinary monsters in the late stage of transformation, and being seriously injured by Yunzong, Yuran walked closer and struck a sword in seconds. What can I say? There is still a lot of system space for such monsters. Looking at Yunzong's eyes, Yuran felt a little chilled. This guy seemed to be looking at him a little fanatically. Damn it, I'm scared when a man looks at me like this, okay? Yunzuka is the person whose favorability towards him has changed the most. From being negative at 50 to now being worshipped at 80, Yuran unexpectedly accepted a younger brother. Yu Ran thrust Yunzong's sword into the ground. Recover quickly and then go find someone else. After saying that, Yu Ran went to take out the demon elixir from the big snake. The smelly mouth and venom made him not interested in the big snake's meat at all. Yunzong thought for a while and quickly sent a message to the contact bracelet. Get closer to me without being out of danger, speed. In less than half an hour, Yunzong's injuries were almost healed. Although he couldn't fight, he could travel on his way. Now he had to be grateful for the vitality he had left before, otherwise he might have to stay motionless in place. When he was about to leave, Yunzong gritted his teeth and looked at Yu Ran with a hint of pleading. Well, brother Ran, can I take this big snake back to the Yun family? Seeing Yu Ran looking at him strangely, Yunzong quickly explained. Brother Ran, I will let the Yun family buy it, and the credit will be reported to you when the time comes. In fact, Yu Ran was not confused because Yunzong wanted to take his loot, but because he had already taken away the demon pill. What was the use of the inedible monster meat? No, I'll give it to you. My family said this. Of course Yu Ran meant that he and Yun Yi were together, and he was still talking about buying a useless monster corpse. Yunzong's face was full of excitement. He thought that Yu Ran recognized him when he said his own words, and he quickly thanked him. Thank you, brother Ran, thank you, brother Ran. Giving Yu Ran the corpse of a monster is definitely useless, but the Yun family uses it for scientific research, and the research value of the corpse of the transformed monster is still quite high. Yu Ran didn't care about the petty profit, he still had a lot of edible monster meat in his system space. There is definitely no way for such a big monster to fit into the storage space, and Yu Ran will naturally not be kind enough to expose the system space for Yunzong to hold it. So Yunzong carried a large snake with legs that was tens of meters long and followed Yu, then headed towards the training area. Along the way, Yu Ran rescued 3 members of the Yun family and killed 4 big snakes. One of them had already swallowed a member of the Yun family. He was attracted by the smell of blood, so he became 5 people and carried the 5 big snakes forward. Yu Ran didn't resist, but Yunzong resisted too. When they arrived at the training area, the unique appearance of the Yun family immediately made other families point and look envious. Yunzong followed Yu Ran with a swagger. When they arrived at the assembly area, everyone in the Yun family gathered around them. When they knew it was Yu Ran who had done it, they looked at Yu Ran with adoring eyes and felt a little embarrassed. Yunzong counted the number of people. A total of 3 people in the Yun family died in the battle, including one who was elderly. If it weren't for Yu Ran, this figure would have been doubled. Yunzong showed a trace of sadness, although compared with the results of the battle, the loss was already quite small. But people cannot be resurrected, and their corpses have long been digested by the snake. Yunzong and the others cut open the snake's belly and found only some undigested bones. Time passed by, and soon the bracelets in Yu Ran's hands emitted a dazzling white light, which was the light that led them out. There is no meeting point in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm. As long as you wear the bracelet, there will be a portal to take you back when the time is up. Of course, there were people who didn't want to go back and wanted to practice secretly inside, but in the end they would just turn into a pile of bones. The Sea of Cloud's secret realm is opened every 5 years not because of recuperation, but because it is relatively safe during this time. After this time, the training area is a dangerous place, and no one can survive. When Yu Ran led everyone in the Yun family out of the secret realm, Xiao Feng was sitting on the ground in pain. Next to him were the bodies of Li Fengling, the body of the falcon, and the body of the rhinoceros monster. After Yu Ran fainted, he slept under the influence of sleeping pills for 5 full days. When he woke up, his injuries were still not healed, and he did not dare to move around at all for 3 days. The previous entrance to the Sea of Clouds had also disappeared. Xiao Feng sat on the ground in annoyance and pain. The disappearance of the entrance to the Sea of Clouds made him more painful than Li Fengling's death. He lost an opportunity to reach the sky in 1 step and become a master. If the Li family knew that he had entered Yunhai district, would they still blame him for what happened to Li Fengling after he got out? It can be said that it is certain that he will become a Grand Master in the future, and he will be more valuable to win over than he is now. When the time comes, the Li family will naturally have a second marriage partner for him. He then used the power of the Li family to return to the battlefield outside the territory, and everything seemed to be logical. But he missed this opportunity. Because Yu Ran's attack was too fast, Xiao Feng had no idea how he fainted. He suspected that he was knocked unconscious, but if someone wanted to take his opportunity, after he fainted, how could it not be silenced? So he couldn't figure it out at all, but now was no longer the time to think about this, but a more serious problem was before him. Should Li Fengling's body be taken out? Chapter 333 Izumo Sea Secret Realm. Xiao Feng looked at the teleportation gate in front of him, and finally gritted his teeth and carried Li Fengling on his back. He also carried the corpses of the two monster beasts in his hands and walked into the teleportation gate. Outside the portal, the atmosphere was slightly serious, and people from various families and sects stretched their necks to see if their own family members were coming out. Like the 5 major families, it's okay. All the people who enter the sect are single Miao Miao, and they are still the best single Miao Miao of this generation. It's strange that they are not nervous. Yun Sheng was located in the Yun family's territory, looking nervously at the portal. With so many people entering the Yun family this time, he was also worried about what might happen. The moment he saw Yu Ran come out, Yun Sheng was slightly relieved. His son-in-law was finally fine. What happened next shocked Yun Sheng and many people present. I saw a group of people in Yunzong carrying the corpse of a monster on their shoulders. The monster looked like a long-legged snake, but the faint aura emanating from the corpse made people feel that it was extraordinary during its lifetime. Transform into a powerful monster. Yun Sheng got excited and ran directly in front of Yu Ran, which shocked Yu Ran. Uncle, you scared me. Several members of the Yun family were eaten by this monster and could not be saved. I brought the rest back. Yun Sheng's excitement suddenly calmed down. Since they were all carrying the corpse of the big snake, they had not yet seen the exact number of people, but now they found that there were indeed 3 familiar faces missing. Yun Yi felt slightly sentimental in her heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by the Yun family's gains this time. Looking around, almost everyone's aura has improved. If you don't know it, you will be shocked when you see it. Yu Ran has reached the 8th level of energy transformation, and will soon be as strong as him. He looked at the harvest of everyone in the Yun family, coupled with the corpses of monsters on his body, and the excitement arose again. Yu Ran, just do your best. The Yunhai secret realm is inherently dangerous. The rest of the Yun family have worked hard. Come with me. Yun Sheng and everyone in the Yun family quickly returned to their residence. Yu Ran was slightly regretful that his idea of seeing Xiao Feng's condition failed, but he was not in a hurry. The Li family could not hide this kind of thing, and he would still do it when the time came. You'll know, but it's just that it's not from the first point of view and it always feels a little less flavorful, tisk tisk. When Yu Ran arrived at the Yun family's residence, before he could relax, he felt the majestic aura on his right side. He turned around and found that it was Grandmaster Yun Kui, and he was temporarily relieved. What a keen perception! Yun Kui secretly praised in his heart, this boy is indeed no ordinary person. Thank you everyone. After Yun Kui spoke up, other members of the Yun family reacted and saluted Yun Kui one after another. Yu Ran also cupped his fists and performed a martial arts salute. Yun Sheng hurried from behind and saluted Yun Kui. Don't be surprised, Grandmaster Yun Kui. I felt something unusually approaching from behind just now, so it was a little late. Yun Kui suddenly laughed loudly, his eyes expressing his expectations for Yun Sheng. I said Tun Lao Ji, please show up quickly. As soon as Yun Kui finished speaking, Yu Ran sensed an aura similar to Yun Kui's. Looking suddenly, he saw a man about 50 or 60 years old, with no beard or hair, walking slowly from outside. "I've met Grandmaster Yun Tun." The shouts and salutes in unison also made Yu Ran understand the identity of the person in front of him, Yun Tun, another Grandmaster of the Yun family. "No gifts, no gifts, damn, I have to spend another 5 years in jail here. It's boring. I finally wanted to tease Yun Sheng, but I didn't expect that I was discovered. You are so powerful." Yun Tun's hearty laughter made Yu Ran's favorability towards this Grandmaster rise a little. Yun Kui walked down and patted Yun Tun on the shoulder. "Okay, stop complaining. I've been here for 5 years. I'll leave the next 5 years to you." Yun Tun didn't reply and shrugged helplessly. He came back to replace Yun Kui in guarding the Yunhai secret realm and the imperial capital. It was indeed a boring job. However, although he didn't reply, he glanced at the Yun family's team, and finally his eyes stayed on Yu Ran for 2 more seconds. "My dear, what a harvest this time. What about Yun Sheng, you really found a good son-in-law." Yun Sheng clasped his fists and spoke with respect. "It's all due to the master's command." Unexpectedly, Yun Tun was not happy and became angry when the flattery was patted on the horse's hooves. "FKU uncle, whoever gets the credit deserves the credit. Yu Ran is your son-in-law. What does it have to do with me? Do I know him? Since when did the Yun family still play this trick? Your kid hasn't been promoted to a grandmaster in so many years. The bad thing is that you are too careful." Yun Sheng grimaced, but he could only say yes repeatedly. The next step is naturally to introduce the process of this Yunhai secret realm. Yun Zong is leading the Yun family's large force, so he should introduce it freely. When talking about the deaths of the 3 Yun family members, Yun Zong's tone was slightly downcast, and the 3 Yun family members who were overage and forcibly entered also sounded panicked. "Both grandmasters are our problem, so we ask the grandmaster to punish us." Yun Tun waved his hand, completely unfazed. "Okay, this is the decision of the Yun family." Yun Zong did a good job. He was responsible for distracting the big snake in times of crisis. Yu Ran is also good. The Yun family has accepted your great favor this time. The killing of these monsters will be counted on your head, of course. Apart from that, the Yun family owes you a favor. Yu Ran had a good impression of Yun Tun. Knowing Yun Tun's personality, he naturally didn't refuse. He just said yes with fists in his arms. Grandmaster Yun Tun has been praised too much. This is what Yu Ran should do. Those gains are disrespectful to Yu Ran. However, Yu Ran should not accept this favor from the Yun family. After all, Yu Ran is also a part of the Yun family. Yu Ran's words made Yun Tun very happy, and he said the word good 3 times in a row. "You are a good boy, and I like you very much." After Yun Tun finished speaking, the silent Yun Kui finally spoke up and asked. "Yu Ran, you and them have been traveling separately. Can you tell me about your experience in the Sea of Clouds secret realm?" Yun Kui's tone was very polite, and Yu Ran didn't intend to hide everything. It would be very beneficial for him to put out some content appropriately in the future. "After I entered the secret realm, I first advanced to the 8th level of energy transformation in the training area. When I was not far from the 9th level, the time was already over, so I entered the forest area and wandered a long way in the forest area, and also experienced some things on the map. There was no location. Finally, after killing a 9th level monster, a portal appeared, which was the Sea of Clouds area." Yun Kui and Yun Tun looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. "Wait a minute, you mean you entered the Sea of Clouds district?" Yu Ran nodded. What's strange about entering Yunhai district, and he also robbed the inheritance of Yunhai district. Beheading the 9th level demon beast with energy and entering the entrance of the Yunhai district is completely different from the previous ones. As expected, entering the Yunhai district is a random mission, and you can only meet it by chance. Yun Kui whispered secretly, and everyone in the Yun family next to him looked at Yu Ran with envy. They knew very well what Yunhai district represented. Future Grand Master. At this moment, the system in Yu Ran's mind sent him a reward. Chapter 334 Xiao Feng breaks up with the Li family. What's going on with the wind chimes? Li Fengling's father, Li Yunchun, specially rushed back from the battlefield outside the territory, but what was waiting for him was his daughter's cold body. At this moment, his eyebrows seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold aura emanating from his whole body made people shudder. Other members of the Li family Momo stayed farther away. The Li family was very lucky. Only one person, Li Fengling, died. The others were very weak. The path taken by the group in the forest area was also on the map. There were no near misses and no loss of personnel. Only Li Fengling, who was following Xiao Feng, died. The cause of death is unknown and he was suspected of being hit by a collision. The moment Xiao Feng came out carrying Li Fengling's body, Li Yunchun's whole body collapsed. He was such a precious daughter, and he died in the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. And all the other Li family members were safe and sound, only his daughter died. Others also said in unison that Xiao Feng had to take Li Fengling to the forest area alone. Xiao Feng did not deny that it was indeed him who took Li Fengling away. Fengling and I were unlucky. We encountered a demon beast at the peak of its transformation. I tried my best to stop Feng Qi from waiting for me in a safer place. But what I didn't expect was that another monster at the late stage of transformation emerged from behind. I wanted to go crazy to support, but I was entangled by this beast, so it was still a step too late. Li Yunchun's eyes were burning with anger, and he slapped the table angrily. The sound was so shocking that all the Li family members present changed their colors slightly. I've been talking for a long time, but you still can't protect me well. What's your crime? Li Yunchun did not suspect that Xiao Feng deliberately killed Li Fengling. After all, there was no basis for Xiao Feng to kill Li Fengling in the current situation, but someone had to pay for his daughter's death. Li Yunchun is now the commander-in-chief of the Northern Army, and he was Xiao Feng's old boss back then. As soon as the aura of someone who has been in power for a long time comes out, everyone around him is silent and dare not speak. Xiao Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. He had already said this. You really couldn't blame him. Who would have known that there would be a sneak attack by a beast in the late stage of transformation, and he also killed the monster to avenge her. As for the gate of Yunhai district, Xiao Feng didn't say anything. He didn't go in, so he couldn't be sure if it was Yunhai district. Moreover, the fact that he fainted and didn't go in made the Li family even more unhappy, so it was better not to say anything. Okay Yunchun, no one expected Fengling's death. You have to express your condolences. The gains for the rest of the Li family this time are not small. As for Xiao Feng's matter, Li Ning glanced at Xiao Feng, and then glanced at Li Yunchun meaningfully. You can discuss it with your family after you go home and then make a decision. Although Li Yunchun was immersed in the pain of losing his daughter, when he saw Li Ning's eyes, he understood something in his heart and finally retreated silently. Xiao Feng was a little uneasy. He didn't know what the Li family would decide in the end, but after thinking about it, he was already in the late stage of strength, so he should be the one to win over someone. Xiao Feng puffed up his chest again when he thought of this. Not long after Li Yunchun left, he walked to a quiet place and bumped into a young man sitting there playing with his mobile phone. It seemed to be the QQ farm that no one had cared about for a long time. Li Yunchun bowed respectfully. Grandmaster Cheng Tang. Li Chengtang has a delicate face and looks to be only 20 years old, but Li Yunchun knows that Grandmaster Li Chengtang is one of the oldest masters of the Li family, and his current appearance is only due to his martial arts. Li Chengtang ignored Li Yunchun and was trying hard to steal food, but he seemed to have encountered some problem and finally sighed. It's really annoying if this food is stolen when it's cooked. You can't steal it back from others. Li Yunchun seemed to understand somewhat and did not interrupt. He also knew the character of Grandmaster Li Chengtang. Even though he started to say something ambiguous, it was difficult to explain it to him. Xiao Feng, he wanted to steal our food. He still thinks so 3 years later. I thought the wind chime could help us tie him up, but now it seems that the chain won't work. A thief without a chain is still too scary. When Li Yunchun heard this, he would be really stupid if he didn't understand. The Li family decided to abandon Xiao Feng and let him fend for himself. Without the fetters of Li Fengling, a mere business marriage would not be able to lock such a tycoon. No matter how defeated the Northern Army was, it would still be in their hands no matter how low its morale was. It would be hard to say if it was given to Xiao Feng. Then do you want me to? Li Yunchun made a gesture of wiping his neck, and Li Chengtang shook his head. Just let some news out. Without our protection, he will have a hard time, haha. Li Chengtang seemed to have finished stealing the food. He stood up and walked in the opposite direction while muttering. Well, it's time to go to work. I wonder if this dish can grow. With the master's words, Xiao Feng's fate has been decided. When Li Yunchun came to Xiao Feng to talk about this matter, Xiao Feng's face was already filled with anger. You, the Li family, are trying to beat the odds. I, Xiao Feng, will help you win the second position. Are 8 places not worth one mistake? Li Yunchun looked at Xiao Feng's face with disgust on his face and said coldly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Getting rid of the mill and killing the donkey? Didn't you get any benefits from being in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm? It's not my Li family that gave you this opportunity. Besides, Feng Chime is my daughter, and you said it was a mistake when she died. Get out of here. Xiao Feng was furious at this moment and stared at Li Yunchun fiercely. Naturally, Li Yunchun was not polite to him and pointed at the door. Why don't you get out of here? The contract was supposed to be terminated peacefully, but you have to make a big fuss. Xiao Feng's anger seemed to have dissipated, and he suddenly laughed loudly. I know, I've known for a long time that people in your family will always focus on family interests. If you see that I have no use value, you will kick me out. Okay. Very good. Xiao Feng stopped talking to Li Yunchun about Li Fengling and strode outside. Li Yunchun's expression remained unchanged, looking at Xiao Feng's back he looked like a fool. My family's affairs don't put the interests of the family first, should they put your interests first? Yu Ran received the announcement from the Li family that day, and Yun Yi told him the news without even asking. Well, you said that because of Li Fengling's death, the engagement between the Li family and Xiao Feng was cancelled, and now Xiao Feng and the Li family have no relationship at all. Yun Yi nodded, the official news from the Li family would certainly not be wrong. Only then did Yu Ran understand what happened to the huge sum of money yesterday. The connection between Xiao Feng and the Li family was cut off, and his last source of support was gone. From now on, he could only rely on himself. These points are no surprise. Yu Ran received 2 points yesterday. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 4,000 points. Since Xiao Feng's hatred value reached 90, the points were doubled. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1,000 points. 9,000 points. Yu Ran was shocked for a whole year, and yesterday he was still thanking the system for its generosity. Now he somewhat understands that with the inheritance of the Yunhai secret realm and the relationship with the Li family, 4,000 points is quite reasonable. As for the last 1,000 points, they are naturally the points for killing Li Fengling. The points for winning the heroine are the same as killing the heroine. It seems much easier to kill the heroine. Yu Ran fell into deep thought, as if there was a more open road to take. Chapter 335 Return to Jinling to get married. Because of Xiao Feng's generous gift, Yu Ran's points were enough to be promoted to Grandmaster. Opening the system panel and seeing 30,000 plus points, Yu Ran felt very happy. Yu Ran. Martial arts level, 9th level of Huajin. Physique, Great Sun Yang body. Skills mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yi Yang Finger, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Lingzi Step, Shadow, Yuan Gathering Technique, Crazy Thunder Fist, Soul Cutting, Sword Dang Bawang, Body Scale Judgment, 10,000 Spear Ju, All Heavens Fist Technique Dazzling Shadow Technique. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor descends from the mountain, Urban Crazy Soldiers, and God of War in the north. System points, 34,400. Mall, click to open. After thinking about it, Yuran still didn't click on the promotion to Grandmaster. According to the system, the promotion to Grandmaster can be half a year or an instant, but the control is different. At present, his 9th level of transformation strength is enough, and he is not in a hurry to advance. If he encounters a dangerous situation, he can advance with one click to eliminate the danger. If he doesn't want to advance with one click, he needs to retreat. He still has a lot of things to deal with for the time being, so he has to wait for a while to retreat. After Xiao Feng lost the protection of the Li family, he was basically drained. For Yuran, Xiao Feng's final role was to get the treasure he buried. He killed Xiao Feng and took the treasure while also gaining points. Simply perfect. Xiao Feng, I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. Xiao Feng can't go to the battlefield outside the territory for the time being because of the Li family's affairs. Yuran also wants to take this time to finish his own affairs and then take Yunyi to the battlefield outside the territory. Then the most important thing next is the wedding. Yuran was really a little nervous when it came to the wedding. When he first came to this world, his feelings about the world were completely separated because of the existence of the system. He only regarded the people and things here as characters in the book, but as time went by, Yuran vaguely felt that things were not that simple, and at the same time, he gradually became closer to many people. But his heart always felt that this world was not very real. Getting married and having children, that inexplicable bond made him feel intimate with this so-called book world for the first time. A living person? No longer a character. Yuran's eyes were shining, and Yunyi's beautiful eyes were shining as well. The master was so handsome when he was thinking about things. Yunyi, I'm going back to Jinling to get married. Are you going? Yuran actually didn't know how he said it. Inviting his beauty to attend the wedding was really a bit outrageous. Of course, I want to go. Naturally, Yunyi would not miss such a grand occasion. As for the wedding between Yuran and Huang Lingmeng, she was only a little envious, but not jealous or other emotions. Huang Lingmeng's character is quite good among the girls, and she is the one who helps Yuran the most. No one will have any objections to her marrying Yuran first. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone rang, and Yuran took out the phone. It was the call from Yufu. He clicked the answer button and heard Yufu's somewhat joyful voice. Son, are you back safely? Your mother has been talking about it for a month. After Yufu finished speaking, Zhang Mei's voice came from beside him. FKU, what are you talking about? I'm just caring about my son. Haven't you heard about that secret place where people may die? Yuran felt a little warmth in his heart and his voice became softer. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Your son is very capable and will be fine. He is now safely out of the secret realm. Yufu laughed loudly after hearing this, with a hint of excitement in his voice. That's great. When are you coming back? By the way, your wedding to Ling Meng will be in 7 days. You can't stay in the capital for too long, otherwise the woman will be dissatisfied. My son is not what I am telling you. You have to be nice to Ling Meng. Before Yuran could reply, he heard the voice on the phone change, as if his mother had snatched the phone away. Go, what are you talking about? Is my son like that? Then his voice changed and he spoke softly into the microphone. Son, you'd better come back soon. It's okay to talk about Riemu. The other girls' mothers don't seem to be at ease. Thinking of the recent actions of Lu Qingxiu and the others, Zhang Mei was still a little frightened. These girls were a little crazy. She didn't know if it was because of Yu Ran's intention to marry Huang Lingmeng. Anyway, it would not be wrong to give her son a tactful reminder. Okay, I understand, Mom, I will set off in a while. Hey, don't worry, Mom has stewed your favorite braised pork for you. After that, Yu Ran chatted with his parents for half an hour about their daily life. Yun Yi watched with envy. Yun Sheng was away from home all year round. She saw Yun Sheng only a handful of times and often had nothing to say. Yu Ran's family was so happy. How could she not be envious? Yu Ran also noticed Yun Yi's mood and touched her head. What are you thinking about? We are all a family. Family. When Yun Yi heard this word, her melancholy emotions were instantly swept away. Yes, Yun Sheng still cares about her, and she has Yu Ran and a group of sisters, so what else can she be dissatisfied with? So she nodded vigorously and took the initiative to hold Yu Ran's little hand. Yeah, let's go. Yu Ran also smiled slightly when he saw Yun Yi's mood getting better again. Set off. The plane drew a perfect arc in the sky, setting up a perfect bridge between the imperial capital and Jinling. When Yu Ran landed, this time because he came back alone, he landed directly on the Yu family's own tarmac. As soon as he landed, naturally there was a group of Yingying Yunyan members to pick him up. Brother Yu. Lu Qingjian was the most enthusiastic, hugging and kissing her, and a lipstick mark instantly appeared on Yu Ran's cheek. With Lu Qingjian's proof, others followed suit, and soon Yu Ran's face turned into a tabby cat. Even Lian, who was never very intimate in front of others, took the initiative to kiss her, causing everyone to scream in surprise. But Yu Ran is extremely happy. There is nothing better than family harmony. He can be regarded as fulfilling his original dream and giving every good girl a home. Among so many women, only Huang Lingmeng was not there. The wedding was coming soon. She had a lot to prepare for, and according to tradition, it was naturally difficult for her to meet Yu Ran. Yu Ran wiped off the mark on his face after being intimate, but the impact was still not good for his parents to see. He walked to Chu Qingkai's side. Chu Qingkai's stomach had improved slightly, and it had been about 3 months. When Chu Qingkai saw Yu Ran's eyes, he also showed a somewhat loving smile. This little guy is a little restless now. He will move occasionally. Yu Ran was overjoyed when he heard that, and like all those who were about to become fathers, he put his ear to Chu Qingkai's belly. It took less than 3 seconds to see the excited look on Yu Ran's face. Move. Move. I felt him kick me. Chapter 336 Night Talk with Chu Qingkai. In the face of Yu Ran's yelling, everyone just laughed and said nothing. Whether they are masters or ordinary people, this is a true portrayal of almost all expectant fathers. Yu Ran took Chu Qingkai and returned to the Yu family's house. Yu Fu and Zheng Mei also knew what their son was going to say to a group of women, so they naturally did not come in to disturb them. After Yu Ran came in, he looked around and looked at Chu Qingkai, Lu Qingxiu, Lu Qingjian, Yun Yi, Bai Yuan, Lian, and Suandi, Su Jianqian, and Wu Qing, and his eyes were somewhat moved. He cleared his throat, his voice a little serious. I will marry Ling Meng in 7 days, but I promise to give everyone a wedding, and no matter what, I will treat everyone equally. Yu Ran's speech made many more sensitive women shed a few tears, and it felt like tears filled their eyes. They all believe that Yu Ran will do what he says. They were indeed envious of marrying Huang Lingmeng, but they also knew how much Huang Lingmeng had helped Yu Ran. Huang Lingmeng himself had a very high status. In terms of status, only Yun Yi and Li Shui were similar to her. Even Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu were far behind. Not to mention that Huang Lingmeng also had a Grand Master's grandfather who was also the leader of the military generation. She helped Yu Ran the most among all. So everyone didn't have much objection to Huang Lingmeng being the first to get married, but when Yu Ran promised to give everyone a wedding. People like Bai Yuan who considered themselves maids and people like Su Jianqian who felt that their families were not good were very excited, and even powerful women like Ansuandi showed a smile. The underground queen sounds very lofty, but in fact she is nothing in front of the current Yu family. Yu Ran can still treat them as equals, and they are really satisfied. After talking to the girls about their daily routine and their experiences in the Sea of Clouds' secret realm, it was time for dinner. Son, this is the braised pork that Mom made for you. Thank you, Mom. Yu Ran was enjoying his meal and inadvertently glanced at the dish of lamb whip soup with leeks and oysters. Who stewed this? This is not looking down on me, Yu Ran. He must let others see his heroic appearance tonight. After dinner, for the first time, Yu Ran did not go back to the room to wait, but directly found Chu Qingkai. It's okay for other women, Chu Qingkai is pregnant after all. He had read in the book that pregnant women are more sensitive, so he thought it would be better to talk to Chu Qingkai alone. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who gets jealous whenever she has nothing to do and doesn't understand the overall situation? As soon as Yu Ran raised his buttocks, Chu Qingkai knew what he was going to fart. When she saw Yu Ran's sideways remarks, she couldn't understand what he meant, so she naturally said angrily. Well, that's not what I meant. After all, you are also pregnant. What I meant was, how about we have another one after Ling Men's wedding? Chu Qingkai pinched Yu Ran's face angrily. Are you stupid? You really don't care about the people in the military. You blatantly cheated on Ling Meng just after they got married. Even if they tacitly agree, you can't go against the trend and commit a crime. Yu Ran scratched his head in embarrassment. Wasn't he worried that Chu Qingkai would feel uncomfortable? What's more, he will soon be a master, so he doesn't need to care too much about these worldly opinions. I know, Her Royal Highness the Princess understands people's hearts best and will listen to you. Then I will make up for the wedding before the child is born. I told you I won't be jealous. It won't be good for me to have a big belly in 5 or 6 months. Besides, I'm going to have another wedding. What do you want the other sisters to think? You idiot! Chu Qingkai didn't care at all what Yu Ran said. Although the wedding was important, it was not as important as Yu Ran in her heart. Okay, I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Chu Qingkai was thinking about himself so much, Yu Ran couldn't help but be moved, hugged Chu Qingkai and said softly. The two of them were silent for a while, but Yu Ran was the first to break the quiet atmosphere. Wasn't your relationship with Qingxiu not very good before? I heard that your relationship is very good recently. Chu Qingkai glanced at Yu Ran, and she bit Yu Ran's neck in a bad mood. Hey, princess, how did you become a vampire? Chu Qingkai snorted angrily. I understand, you just think I was jealous because of Lu Qingxiu before, right? Are you stupid? I was angry because of your 3-year relationship. Now Lu Qingxiu is well-behaved and clever and you like her, and I still have trouble with her. What are you doing? Do you want to see me and Lu Qingxiu fighting every day? Yu Ran naturally didn't dare to tell the truth that Chu Qingkai was a jealous person, so he could only shake his head quickly. Of course not. It's too late for me to be happy that you and Qingxiu have such a good relationship, but I heard that you and Qingxiu are doing something big recently. Here it comes. Chu Qingkai knew that it was impossible to hide such a big thing from Yu Ran, and they had no intention of hiding it in the first place. Well, it's a matter of the Han family. Qingxiu feels that she can't let go of the Han family so easily. She plans to support Han Su to completely swallow up the entire Han family and turn the Han family into our affiliated family. Yu Ran understood why his mother said it was a big move. Devour the Han family. This appetite is not small, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Han family is divided into 2 families, Han Li and Han Su, it will never be much weaker than the Lu family before. It is still a behemoth. Lu Qingxiu and Chu Qingkai are not ambitious enough to swallow up such a behemoth. Yet it's up to you, but you have to pay attention to your own safety, don't let Lian leave you too far, and don't show up in person unless it's necessary. Seeing that Yu Ran didn't even ask about the details, Chu Qingkai was also a little moved. Swallowing the Han family was just the most superficial goal. As for the inside, since Yu Ran doesn't ask, I'll tell him after it's finished. I know, I know. After Chu Qingkai agreed twice, she leaned in her arms and kissed Yu Ran's lips directly, and the two of them instantly became passionate. But at the last moment, Yu Ran suddenly remembered Chu Qingkai's body and stopped abruptly. Chu Qingkai felt slightly happy when she saw Yu Ran's actions. Even at this moment, Yu Ran still cared about him in her heart. The doctor said the normal things are fine. Yu Ran smiled bitterly. The key is that my body is unusual. No matter how hungry Yu Ran was, he would not attack the current Chu Qingkai. He was about to change rooms when he saw Chu Qingkai smiling like a little fox. Then try another way. When Yu Ran walked out of Chu Qingkai's room, he briefly entered the sage time, just in time to talk to Lian about some business. Lian was slightly surprised when she saw Yu Ran pushing the door open, but then her face showed joy and she took the initiative to sit on the bed facing Yu Ran. Ahem, Lian, I'm here to talk to you about some serious business. I'll talk about that later. Chapter 337 Boxing Inheritance. Lian looked at Yu Ran with some doubts. Isn't it important to cultivate the next generation? She thought this was the most upright thing. She recently read a book about Daxia. Didn't it say that carrying on the family line in Daxia was a top priority? Looking at Lian's confused look, Yu Ran coughed twice and took out the book on the inheritance of boxing without any hesitation. He thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to let Lian inherit it. The only people around him who were good at boxing were Lian and Liu Zitong. However, Liu Zitong already had the inheritance of alchemy, so adding another one would not mean much. It's just right for Lian. Lian's martial arts talent is very good, and he will be able to become a master sooner or later. Lian looked at the book in front of her and felt an inexplicable intimacy, as if something in the book was attracting her. Yu Ran didn't wait for her to ask, and took the initiative to explain to her. This is the inheritance I got in the Yunhai district, the secret realm of Yunhai. It is a boxing inheritance. It doesn't fit well with me, so I plan to give it to you. Lian Gang's entire attention was attracted by the book. Hearing Yu Ran's words, he turned around in shock, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. She is not stupid, she has also heard about the Yunhai district, the secret realm of Yunhai. Basically, everyone who enters becomes a grandmaster. In other words, this is a real grandmaster inheritance. Yu Ran's willingness to pass on the master's legacy to her made her eyes light up, and she felt the emotion of admiration for the first time. Looking back on Ye Chen back then, he tried every possible means to stop her from breaking through to transform her energy. Thinking about it now, it was the right thing to leave him. Yu Ran, I love you. Lian's emotional expression is relatively unrestrained. Without saying anything, she directly takes the initiative to kiss Yu Ran. Yu Ran originally planned to help Lian accept the inheritance, but Lian took the initiative and ignited the fire at the first moment. How could he care about the inheritance? The poor boxing inheritance would be regarded as a treasure anywhere in the world and carefully collected, but it sat on the bench in this room for 2 hours. 2 hours later, during the short sage time, Yu Ran still chose to let Lian receive the inheritance. After all, he had to go to other rooms tonight. Lian also knows the importance of inheritance. She has excellent physical fitness. The 2 hours of madness did not affect her state, and she is still in perfect posture. It is also very simple to start the book Inheritance, just shed blood to recognize the master. Lian used a dagger to lightly cut a wound on her finger, and a drop of blood fell into the book from a high altitude. Suddenly, the entire room emitted a fierce light that made it impossible to open one's eyes. Even Yu Ran, who had reached the peak of his energy, narrowed his eyes slightly due to the sudden light. Although the light was strong, Yu Ran could still see what was going on inside. The confinement book has been opened, Lian's hand is placed on the open book, her eyes are closed, and it seems that she should start to receive the inheritance. This made Yu Ran relax slightly. This system is said to be very safe. Please come back to the host in 3 days. The time to receive the inheritance was 3 days. Yu Ran placed a small formation next to Lian, quietly closed the door and walked out. However, Yu Ran quietly closed the door and saw a large group of people standing outside the door, with worries in their eyes. Seeing Yu Ran coming out, his worry turned into joy, and he walked quickly towards Yu Ran, instantly surrounding Yu Ran. Yu Ran, are you okay? Lian's room was so bright just now, we were all a little worried. Chu Qingkai took the lead in asking questions for everyone. Looking at the concerned eyes of a group of people, Yu Ran felt warm in her heart. It's okay. Didn't I go to the Sea of Clouds' secret realm? I found the inheritance but it was of no use to me, so I gave it to Lian. The light just now is a matter of inheritance. Don't disturb Lian for 3 days. In addition, this matter is also don't tell anyone. Others were fine, and most of them were relieved. It didn't matter to them whether they inherited it or not. Among Yu Ran's women, only Ansuandi, Huang Lingmeng and Lian were more concerned about martial arts, but both Ansuandi and Huang Lingmeng were more interested in martial arts. Each has its own inheritance. They wouldn't say anything to whomever Yu Ran was willing to pass on. Only Yun Yi's eyes were filled with shock, and she could guess that it was the inheritance of the Yunhai secret realm. She was surprised that Yu Ran could bring out the inheritance of Yunhai secret realm, and she was even more surprised that Yu Ran actually gave the inheritance to Lian. No matter which family entered the Yunhai district in the past, they kept silent when they came out, for fear of others prying into their inheritance, but Yu Ran passed it on to others without caring. This magnanimity and courage make him worthy of being my master. Yun Yi's eyes changed from shock to admiration and then to a cautious look. Yu Ran just smiled in his heart when he saw it. This girl is so expressive. After the explanation was clear, it was understood that it was a misunderstanding, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Yu Ran also slipped into So Kyunkin's room after everyone left. Yu Ran. When Su Jianqian saw Yu Ran coming directly to her, she screamed out in excitement and threw herself into his arms. Yu Ran feels a little guilty. After all, Su Jianqian is his first woman, but now she is a bit marginalized. Although he upholds the principle of treating everyone equally, Su Jianqian is more or less treated coldly than at the beginning. There is no way, who can let the sisters a little too much. With Su Jian's affairs weighing on her, Yu Ran's guilt for Su Jianqian instantly turned into desire. After the sage's time disappears, there is even greater desire. So Kyunkin's body was not as good as Lian's, and her martial arts level was no higher than Ming Jin's. How could she withstand Yu Ran's ox-like body? Wu Qing was soon called by her to join her. Good sisters naturally share blessings and share hardships. After a night of madness, Su Jianqian looked at Wu Qing as soon as she opened her eyes in the morning. Both of them had a hint of shyness in their eyes. Although it was not the first time, no matter how many times this happened, they were still quite shy. However, the addition of sisters is indeed beneficial. For example, they can get up normally the next day. Su Jianqian recalled that when she was alone, when she met Yu Ran, she would often sleep for several days without getting out of bed. How miserable! Yu Ran didn't know when he got up, and there was no trace of him on the bed. When Su Jianqian opened the door, she saw Yu Ran cooking in the kitchen, and Bai Yuan was helping him next to her. The two people looked at each other and saw the surprise in their eyes. Yu Ran actually went to cook. Although Yu Ran had never brought them breakfast, and most of them were bought directly, when did he actually cook it himself? Yu Ran didn't look back, but he knew that the two of them were getting up, so he called directly from the kitchen, Qian Qian and Qing Qing are up. Go and wake up the others, then wash up and have breakfast. Chapter 338 Gift. When Su Jianqian and Wu Qing called others to get up, everyone had doubts in their eyes. Even Zheng Mei looked at the kitchen in confusion and looked at Yu Ran for a long time. Son, when did you learn to cook? Yu Ran looked at his mother's doubts and shrugged helplessly. Of course he couldn't cook, but the ingredients in the morning were quite special and he had to help with them. The main force was Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan has now fully developed her maid skills. She can cook at the level of a chef. Lu Qingxiu is also good at cooking. However, as the president, she does not have the time to cook every day, so Bai Yuan cooks most of the meals at home. Maid. After washing up, everyone looked at the ingredients on the table with doubts on their faces. Everyone looked at Yu Ran and wanted to hear his explanation. Of course Yu Ran knew what they were wondering about. The breakfast was all meat and there were no side dishes. It would be strange if they didn't wonder. Ahem, this is the meat of the Huajin monster I got from hunting in the Sea of Clouds secret realm. It is full of energy. Mingjin warriors can only eat a small piece, and Dark Jin warriors can eat a large piece. If you want to use Huajin, you only need to feel no pain. You can keep eating until you're full. It's not like Yu Ran didn't think about doing it at lunch, but these beasts are full of energy, and most people will be full after just 2 bites, so eating at lunch will affect other dishes. Transform into powerful monsters. Ansuandi and Yun Yi's eyes lit up when they heard this word. Although the others didn't know the specific function, they knew it must be a good thing. Well, it's delicious. Lu Qingjian was the first to sigh, this meat is really delicious. The meat is not only tender and juicy, but also not greasy at all. The slightly salty taste is a perfect match with the milk on the side. Lu Qingjian ate it without hesitation, it was so delicious. Not only Lu Qingjian, but others also sighed, but their abilities are limited, so naturally they cannot feast as much as Lu Qingjian. The first ones to finish were Su Jianqian, Wu Qing, Yu Fu, and Zheng Mei. They were still at Mingjin warrior level and were already very full after 1 bite. But fullness is not the most important thing. They all feel a warm current flowing in their bodies. In less than 5 minutes, there was a click in his body, and Yu Fu entered the 9th level of Mingjin first. Great supplement. Yu Fu couldn't help but sigh. The other 3 people also rose to a level within half an hour. Of course, it's not just because the Huajin monster's meat is very nourishing. They usually take some elixirs and take medicinal baths, but the Huajin monster's energy suddenly becomes too much, which directly causes them to level up. Each of the dark strength warriors probably stopped after eating 1 to 2 kilograms. Lu Qingxiu also improved to the 4th level of dark strength. The others did not improve much, but it was obvious that the energy had not been fully digested. What surprised Yu Ran was that Chu Qingkai was the last one to stop, perhaps because he had 2 mouths. Yu Ran was worried about Chu Qingkai being blown away at first, but he felt relieved after checking Chu Qingkai and found nothing. As for Ansuandi, Lu Qingjian ate more, and there was Shui Yi beside her. Yu Ran would not forget it. There was also a basin of cooked meat in front of it. My dear, Xiadi and Xiao Yan are so amazing. They weigh more than 10 kilograms. By the way, son, it's so easy to send something to Ling Meng. Hearing Zheng Mei's words, Lu Qingjian and Ansuandi blushed slightly. They were indeed a bit edible. Yu Ran nodded and took a thermal box to Su Jianqian. Qian, please send some to your mother. I'll send it to Ling Meng. I have plenty of monster meat, so don't worry. What Yu Ran said was true. After he came back, he counted the meat he had caught. After the system processed it for him, there were a total of 46 demon transformation pills and 30 tons of meat. Excluding the not-so-palatable ones, there are about 18 tons left that can be consumed by the family, and the rest can be used to train the Yu family's secret guards. As long as you know it well, this is just the right gift. When Yu Ran heard what Zhang Mei said, he nodded and continued casually. Of course, Ling Meng and I have agreed before that we will bring her any gifts she needs in the Sea of Clouds secret realm. It would have been better not to say this, but as soon as I said it, I saw all the women's eyes turning over. I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and my mind started to spin instantly. Of course, I brought gifts for everyone, how could I forget everyone, ha ha ha. Yu Ran's smile looks very natural. He is a veteran actor in this aspect. What's more, with his rich spatial collection, what gift can't he come up with? And he originally planned to give the Yuan Mei power in the training area to others, but the Yuan Mei power can only be used to transform energy, and there are really not many people who can use it. Although Yu Ran's smile was natural, Chu Qingkai, who knew him well, could tell at a glance that this guy was somewhat guilty, and she would definitely give Yu Ran face in front of outsiders. But she was happy to see him embarrassed in front of her sisters, so she asked deliberately. What about my dear husband, where are our gifts? Yu Ran looked at the smiling Chu Qingkai and began to search frantically in the system space. There were many things, but not many that could be used as gifts. In fact, most of the women here have seen Yu Ran's dilemma, but no one has spoken. This guy is too annoying. He knows how to prepare gifts for Huang Ling Meng, but not for them. No matter how good the relationship between sisters is, they will still be jealous. Looking at the people around him, Yu Ran was sweating profusely. He finally found a suitable gift in the system space and breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Ran took out 7 flowers, 7 color flowers, from the system space. Yu Ran affectionately gave 6 flowers to Yun Yi, Wu Qing, Su Jianqian, Bai Yuan, Chu Qingkai, and Lu Qingxiu respectively. The red flower represents a passionate character, full of energy, passionate about things in life, and upholding a righteous heart. It is a true portrayal of our Yun Yi. The orange flower symbolizes liveliness and cheerfulness. Ching Ching, you are optimistic and have a bright smile that lights up the world of the people around you like orange sunshine. The yellow flower means self-confidence and sunshine, confidence in oneself, the courage to show one's charm and talents, and the light of self-confidence. I give this flower to Jianqian. The green flower represents gentleness and peace. Baiwen has a gentle personality and is considerate, giving people a sense of tranquility and comfort, as relaxing as the green nature. This flower must be yours. Cyan flowers have a fresh and elegant temperament. They are usually restrained and unobtrusive, but they have a unique charm. They give people a deep and peaceful feeling like the Cyan lake. It is given to the elegant Qingkai treasure. The blue flower symbolizes calmness and calmness. Qingxiu is our most powerful brain. It can stay calm when facing problems and analyze and deal with them rationally, giving people a sense of reliability. Facing Yu Ran's affectionate words, Chu Qingkai couldn't help laughing, but she posed another problem for him. What about the last purple flower? Chapter 339 Everyone becomes stronger. There were Lu Qingjian and Ansuandi present who did not receive the gift, but only the last flower was left. They both looked at Yu Ran expectantly. Yu Ran looked at the gift proposal in front of him and gave the flowers to his mother without hesitation. The purple flower means mystery and nobility. My mother has a unique personality and charm, which is elusive and exudes a noble temperament. This flower is the most suitable for my mother. Zhang Mei was just watching the show, but her son unexpectedly gave her a gift, which made her overjoyed. Zhang Mei took the last purple flower without hesitation. She liked the adjective noble and mysterious very much. These 7 flowers are all mysterious level elixirs. If necessary, you can let Lu Zitong make alchemy and eat them directly. If you don't want to eat them, you can also keep them in special soil and put them in the room, which will help you sleep. The 7 color flowers are indeed not of high quality, but their gorgeous appearance and light fragrance are obviously more in line with girls' aesthetics. Girls who receive the flowers can't help but gently smell the fragrance with the tip of their pen. However, the 2 girls who did not receive the message could only watch helplessly. There was an obvious look of disappointment on Lu Qingjian's face, and her mouth had dropped. Although Ansuandi's expression remained unchanged, it was obvious that her trembling hands behind her back showed that she was very uneasy inside. Yu Ran naturally saw the expressions of the two people and explained quickly. Ahem, I said everyone has a gift. Yesterday I gave Lian a gift, because this time I went to the Sea of Cloud's secret realm to accept many gifts that required strength, so the gifts for you two are very special. When she heard that they both had special gifts, Lu Qingjian's expression brightened instantly and she looked directly at Yu Ran. Ahem, it's not very convenient here. Let's go to the training ground. Although it was a gift for Lu Qingjian and Ansuandi, all the women naturally would not miss it and were all watching to see what Yu Ran could give. Yu Ran took out the ball of Yuanmei power as planned, and instantly both Lu Qingjian and Ansuandi felt the desire in their bodies. It was an instinctive feeling. The two people looked at Yu Ran in surprise, as if waiting for him to explain the origin of the ball. Yuanmei power is a good thing I obtained in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm that can quickly increase my level. Yu Ran put 2 pieces of Yuanmei power into their bodies without hesitation, and their bodies quickly absorbed them like rain after a long drought. Yu Ran looked at the status of the 2 people, and then took out a sphere of Yuanmei power and put it into Ansuandi's body. As if everything came naturally, Ansuandi's body suddenly became full of aura, and for a moment it was released towards the surroundings. Go! Fortunately, Yu Ran was nearby and helped the girls stop this force, otherwise they would be disgraced even if they were not injured. This is a breakthrough. Ansuandi looked at her body in disbelief. With 2 spheres, she went directly from the 3rd level of Huajin to the 4th level of Huajin. This was the threshold from the early stage to the middle stage, but she broke through it so easily. Lu Qingjian broke through to the 3rd level of energy transformation a little later, but she didn't have a deep understanding of the realm. She just scratched her head and didn't know why she broke through so quickly. Well, you should be satisfied with this gift, right? Yu Ran nodded as he looked at the 2 people's breakthrough. Yuanmei power is really a good thing, but it's a pity that he can't get more of it. Satisfy. Ansuandi came up and kissed Yu Ran on the cheek. This Yuanmei power saved her so much hard work. Qingjian, your physique is quite special. You can eat more monster meat from now on. I have a lot of it here. I will give 5 tons of meat to Bai Yuan first. You will be fine if you eat more. Others can just eat some according to their own bodies. Don't be greedy, except for Lu Qingjian, it's best to eat it once every 3 days. Due to the sudden situation just now, Lu Qingjian and Ansuandi had not eaten to their limit yet and could continue to eat. But Ansuandi is no better than Lu Qingjian. Lu Qingjian can directly absorb the energy inside. The Yuanling body is so buggy. Lu Qingjian nodded. Her body was a bottomless pit, but the energy to convert energy was too little. Now that Yu Ran was open to supplying it to her, it would not be long before she would be the 2nd highest level after Yu Ran. Finally, after satisfying everyone with gifts, Yu Ran thought for a while and took a sword and handed it to Yu Fu. Yu Fu looked at Yu Ran in surprise and put away his weapon when he saw that Yu Ran was not joking. Dad, I know you also have a martial arts dream. This weapon is very suitable for you to use now. As for the skills, you can go directly to our martial arts pavilion to watch. Yu Fu laughed loudly and patted Yu Ran's shoulder hard. Not bad, you understand me. This sword is called the Golden Light Sword. It is only a weapon at the peak of Xian level. It is also a trophy from the Dragon King Palace. Although this sword is not of high level, it looks extremely handsome. The whole body was glittering with gold, and the hilt was engraved with a golden dragon. The shape was extremely cool, so Yu Ran kept it and planned to use it for show-off someday, and now it was just a gift to Yu Fu. Yu Fu doesn't have to go to the battlefield. This handsome sword is naturally the most suitable for him. Besides, he is very happy to receive a gift from his son. After delivering the gifts, Yu Ran called Shui Yi over. Since it was a gift, it was natural for everyone to have it. However, Shui Yi's gift was quite special. Yu Ran took it to a separate training ground. Shui Yi still looked at Yu Ran in confusion. Before she could ask the question, she saw Yu Ran pouring out a lot of demon pills like beans. Shui Yi was startled by the strong aura attached to the demon pills, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The aura released by each demon pill was not weak. It could feel that these monsters were stronger than itself in life. Even much stronger. I heard that monsters can improve their physique and strength by eating other demon pills. I have given you so many demon pills. As long as you can eat them, you can keep taking them. Shui Yi opened her mouth wide, looking at these demon transforming pills in front of her, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Any of these monsters that he catches are much stronger than him. Yu Ran can kill so many monsters, but in fact, he shouldn't be of much help to him. Thank you, thank you. It didn't know what to say for a moment, so it could only say thank you. You're welcome. You deserve this. Become more powerful and I will leave my parents' safety to you in the future. Since Sui Ai protected his parents last time, even though it was just his request, he also regarded it as part of the family. What's more, Shui Yi's cute, white, and soft appearance when shrunk is deeply loved by Zhang Mei and Yu Fu, and they usually carry it with them almost everywhere. It is naturally a good thing for Yu Ran that Shui Yi becomes stronger. The wealth will not flow to outsiders. Although these demon pills are also alchemy materials, Yu Ran will not be stingy in helping Shui Yi become stronger. Chapter 340 A Gift for Huang Ling Meng. Shui Yi's strength was similar to Lian's, and it couldn't be accomplished in an instant. Yu Ran left the demon pill there, set up a formation, and flew towards the military headquarters. Hey, brother-in-law, we're getting married in a few days, and you can't wait to find my sister. It was Huang Tian who met Yu Ran. Huang Tian excitedly led Yu Ran towards Huang Ling Meng. Although it is customary not to meet each other before marriage, Yu Ran has already found him, so naturally he will not be turned away. Huang Ling Meng got the news early and waited outside the door. As soon as Yu Ran arrived, he couldn't wait to give Yu Ran a big hug. Ahem, sister, I won't be a light bulb anymore, you guys can talk. After saying that, a somersault cloud formed directly under Huang Tian's feet and disappeared instantly. Yu Ran and Huang Ling Meng had a brief conversation, but the topic still pointed to the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. It was a great pity for Huang Ling Meng that she could not go to the Sea of Clouds' secret realm because of her pregnancy. Yu Ran described the situation of the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds to Huang Ling Meng in detail. It's a pity that photography is not allowed inside, otherwise it would be more vivid if accompanied by photos. You said that defeating the same phantom in the training area will generate Yuan Mei power and help Huajin warriors grow rapidly. No wonder the 5 major families attach so much importance to it. Only then did Huang Ling Meng understand why the Sea of Clouds' secret realm could be used as a secret realm jointly guarded by the 5 major families. Even if Huajin improved one level in it, it would save countless time. It's a pity that I couldn't make it. The gap between me and you will become wider and wider in the future. There was some regret in Huang Ling Meng's tone. She was now like a civil servant who was pregnant and could only engage in command work. Huang Xianlin and Huang Yongsheng regarded the child as a treasure and did not dare to let her do strenuous activities. Of course this is what Yu Ran meant. Hehe, I knew you would feel sorry for Ling Meng, so I collected the Yuan Mei power I got inside and gave it to you directly as a gift. Huang Ling Meng looked at Yu Ran in surprise. Yuan Mei power was not an unfamiliar word to her. After all, such a thing existed in foreign battlefields, but it was the first time she had heard of storing Yuan Mei power. Huang Ling Meng naturally wouldn't suspect Yu Ran of lying to him, but he still shook his head. That won't work. It's also important for you to improve yourself. I'm not in a hurry. I will definitely catch up with you when our baby is born. Yu Ran hugged Huang Ling Meng gently, and could only sigh helplessly in his heart. He was about to become a grandmaster, and he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. No, my improvement has been enough. The Yuanmei power is of no use to me, nor can it help me become a master. Yu Ran took out a ball of Yuanmei power without saying a word. Huang Lingmeng didn't hesitate after hearing Yu Ran's words and accepted Yu Ran's Yuanmei power. Huang Lingmeng absorbed it very quickly, but this ball of Yuanmei power did not advance successfully, so Yu Ran took out another ball, but it was still a little short, so he took out another ball. It's not that Huang Lingmen's background is worse than Ansuandi's. Yu Ran gave Ansuandi the power of the 8 Yuan and 4 Yuan veins, and gave Lu Qingjian the power of the 7 Yuan veins. The three groups of Huang Lingmen's Yuanmei power are the first, second, and third Yuanmei respectively. The quality is quite different, but the three groups of Yuanmei power still successfully helped Huang Lingmeng to upgrade to the fourth level of energy transformation. Huang Lingmeng was about to get up after absorbing it when he heard Yu Ran's voice. Don't get up, still. Then a ball of Yuanmei power as strong as fire entered Huang Lingmen's body, and Yu Ran sent the Yuanmei power of the 9 Yuanmei into Huang Lingmen's body. This majestic Yuanmei force instantly began to expand Huang Lingmen's Yuanmei, and the level that had just been improved actually increased again. In an instant, Huang Lingmeng advanced to the 5th level of Huajin, but the Yuanmei power of the 9 Yuan veins had not been completely consumed. It was not until the middle stage of the 5th level of Huajin that all the energy was consumed. Yu Ran was also shocked by the terrifying improvement of the 9 Yuan veins. He thought it was not much stronger than the 8 Yuan veins, but now it seems that it is much stronger. It is indeed the strongest Yuanmei. Speaking of which, I, Lao Yu, also have the 9 Yuanmei. That's understandable. It's understandable. Huang Lingmen's eyes were full of excitement. Because of her pregnancy, she had not dared to practice martial arts. There were still a few months before she could only stand still. The Yuanmei power Yu Ran gave not only made up for the gap, but even far exceeded it. Huang Lingmeng couldn't say the word thank you at all, so he directly used actions to let Yu Ran know what gratitude meant. She had heard Su Jianqian say before that Yu Ran liked feet. Although she was a little confused, she was willing to learn. Yu Ran left Huang Lingmen's room refreshed and took Huang Lingmen's hand to the banquet hall. There were not many people in the banquet hall, only Huang Yongsheng and Huang Xianlin. When Huang Yongsheng saw the bright strawberry on Yu Ran's neck, he felt a little ashamed for a moment. He was really old. Huang Xianlin's expression remained normal, he laughed and patted Yu Ran's shoulder. You kid, you can do it. Yu Ran chuckled. Of course he knew that the mark on his neck was made by Huang Lingmen's force and would not disappear for a while. Ream your martial arts. When Huang Xianlin saw Huang Lingmen's martial arts level behind him, he was so frightened that as a master, he didn't even know what to say. Until Yu Ran talked about Yuanmei power in detail, Huang Xianlin also sighed slightly and patted Yu Ran on the shoulder. You're not a simple boy. The storage of Yuanmei power has been unheard of before. Huang Xianlin didn't dig into it. After all, who doesn't have secrets? Let alone a peerless genius like Yu Ran. Yu Ran was happy and relaxed at the family gathering of 4 people. The conversation at the banquet was also about light topics, and the main focus was still on the upcoming wedding. Although Huang Yongsheng and Yu Fu have studied it countless times, they still need to listen to the feelings of the parties involved. Of course Yu Ran agreed with both hands and feet. It was more troublesome for him to think about this kind of thing than to kill the protagonist. Naturally, the matter of the Sea of Cloud's secret realm was also mentioned during the banquet, but Yu Ran briefly introduced the situation. Huang Yongsheng and Huang Xianlin looked at each other. Grandmas, it's a good thing. In 5 years' time, their military department should also get a share of the pie. Speaking of the Sea of Cloud's secret realm, Yu Ran took out the prepared meat from the system space and put it aside. Huang Xianlin and Huang Lingmeng are both people who know the goods, so they can naturally see what a good thing this is at a glance. Yu Ran explained it to Huang Yongsheng, who was confused. I gave this ton of the flesh of the transformed monster beast as a tribute to my father-in-law and Grandpa Huang, and these 5 tons were given to the military department. That 1 ton is naturally the most delicious kind of monster meat. Among the other 5 tons, there are 3 tons that taste good and 2 tons that taste average. How to use it is the military department's own business. If he reciprocates the favor, the military department will still remember his kindness, so he will naturally not be stingy with this small gift. Huang Xianlin took a deep look at Yu Ran, and then smiled. You boy! Not bad. Chapter 341 Luxurious Wedding. Huang Xianlin is becoming more and more satisfied with Yu Ran. This kid is really to his liking. These 5 tons of demon beast meat are quite a lot. It is estimated that the entire military department may not have such a large inventory now. Although there are demon beasts in the outer battlefields, the transformed demon beasts are not everywhere, and hunting them is extremely difficult. Even if most of them are hunted and killed, they are eaten on the spot, and very little is transported back. What is transported back will be eaten, so the storage capacity is extremely small, otherwise Huang Yongsheng would not still be Mingjin. So this big gift from Yu Ran is not ungenerous. Huang Xianlin glanced at Huang Yongsheng and patted his shoulder. Yongsheng, you are lucky, you can finally advance to Anjin. Although Huang Yongsheng's martial arts level is not high, he also understands the value of the monster meat in front of him, so he is naturally smiling. What's more, Yu Ran gave their family a ton, which he didn't have to hand over. Even if he ate a few kilograms of this ton of meat, it would be enough to level up. If he ate it all, he could reach the peak of Anjin. Of course, he will definitely not eat them all. His daughter and nephew will definitely give them some. Even so, he can also step into the ranks of dark power. Yu Ran stayed with Huang Lingmeng for another afternoon. Huang Lingmeng was obsessed with martial arts, so Yu Ran helped her answer her questions based on the content in the book and the system's prompts. The whole afternoon was like a fleeting moment. Huang Lingmeng felt that all his previous problems had been solved, and he was even more impressed by Yu Ran's profound knowledge and understanding of martial arts. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. See you at the wedding. Huang Lingmeng knew that Yu Ran still had a lot of people at home, so naturally he wouldn't let him continue to eat. Although there were still a lot of martial arts that he wanted to discuss with him, there was still a long life left, so why spend a day and night? However, Yu Ran's words about "see you at the wedding" still made her blush rarely, and she replied in the same way. See you at the wedding. After Yu Ran returned to Yu's house, he had no free time for the next few days, ordering wedding clothes and meeting some relatives and friends. The Yu family was originally the overlord of Jinling, so there was an endless stream of people coming to see Yu Ran in the past few days. Although Yu Ran was not familiar with most of them, he was not disappointed when he saw Yu Fu's excitement. It's rare for Dad to show him in front of the whole world and make him happy. I heard from my mother before that after Yu Fu got the golden light sword, he never left it. He even ordered a scabbard specially made for it and couldn't put it down. When people reach middle age, there are not many things that can make Yu Fu happy, and Yu Ran is happy to accompany him. With 3 days left before the wedding, rehearsals were inevitable, and Yu Ran was so busy that he felt dizzy. Then a huge problem arose: the best man. Yu Ran didn't have any male friends at all, nor any biological brothers, so the best man's position was suddenly vacant. Yu Fu was also anxious, and the best man couldn't just throw a few people in there. In the end, Yu Ran made the decision to use his own secret guard. Anyway, they are all a group of singles. Liu Zitong, Cao Bing, and Su Huang were pulled over directly. Cao Ran could no longer be the best man because he was already married. For such a big event as Yu Ran's wedding, as Yu Ran's #1 loser and secretary and housekeeper, Liu Zitong naturally rushed back from the battlefield outside the territory. I was even more excited when I heard that I would be the best man. I frantically searched for information online for several days. His search history on the browser said separately. What should the best man pay attention to? Are the groomsmen's outfits particular? How to deal with the relationship between the best man and the bridesmaids? Can the best man take action if something goes wrong? Although Cao Bing and Su Huang are calmer, they have been working overtime these days to supplement information and cannot embarrass the young master. Preparations for the wedding were in full swing, not only on Yu Ran's side, but also on Huang Lingmen's side. There are dozens of outfits for the wedding alone. Huang Lingmeng understood for the first time why there were so few people holding Chinese weddings, and they were really expensive. The two families finally made the best preparations on the wedding day. The Yu family felt that the betrothal gift should not be too stingy, while the Huang family did not have many requirements, as long as the two of them were happy. Yu Fu also decided on an auspicious number, 88.88 million, but Huang Yongsheng didn't take a cent of the money and gave it all to Huang Lingmeng. Yu Ran was not stingy either, and directly presented the military department with 18 rubbings of Earth-level martial arts, 6 original copies, 28 original copies of Xian-level martial arts, 8 Earth-level spiritual weapons, and 18 Xian-level spiritual weapons. This luxurious betrothal gift caused the military department to modify the amount of the dowry overnight, except after Huang Yongsheng took out the coffin book and paid 880,000. The military department even presented a set of heaven-level materials, 88 Earth-level martial arts rubbings, and 28 Earth-level materials. The return gifts were extremely luxurious. The two families didn't say much on this, as long as everyone was satisfied. The wedding between Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng can be regarded as the wedding of the century. Yu Fuhao inhumanely spent 1 billion to celebrate with the city. Various candies and cigarettes are given out to everyone who meets them. Children can get red envelopes ranging from 666 to 888 by just blocking the road and blessing them. Yu Fu even sent tens of millions of red envelopes in the work group and on the internet. Without him, I am happy. Although the Yu family's trenches were inhumane, Yu Fu was not stupid, and did not make things difficult for the military. Most people only knew about the wedding of Huang Lingmeng and Yu Ran, and there were no photos of the two of them online. Jinling City only knew that the eldest son Yu was getting married. In terms of wedding cars, Yu Fu chose a world-limited Fengshen Phantom sports car as the first car, followed by wedding cars worth no less than 40 million. Anyway, he spent whatever he wanted, which gave Huang Lingmeng enough face, and the other girls looked at him with envy. Yu Ran took the Fengshen Phantom, the only one in the world, to go to the Huang family to pick up his bride. Yu Ran was very calm, but Liu Zitong next to him was extremely nervous. Okay, whatever you're nervous about, I'm not in a hurry. Liu Zitong swallowed. Then young master, as the old saying goes, the emperor is not anxious and the eunuch is anxious, I must be anxious. Okay, I am not the emperor, and you are not a eunuch. Lingmeng and I are in love, what can happen? However, these words did not calm Liu Zitong's mind at all, and he still secretly took the memo to look at his responsibilities. When Yu Ran arrived at Wang's house, the door of Wang's house was naturally closed. As a traditional Chinese custom of blocking the door, Yu Ran didn't panic at all. Although the door fell down as soon as he pushed it, how could the wedding be so disappointing? Yu Ran took out hundreds of red envelopes that he had prepared in advance and quickly opened the door guarded by a group of children. The brothers-in-law and brother-in-laws of that group of children were so friendly that they passed the first level so smoothly. At the second level, Huang Lingmen's door was opened, and Qing Yi could only see a sly smile in the crack of the door. It's not that easy to pick up the bride. Chapter 342 Wedding Ceremony. Yu Ran smiled slightly, knowing that it was the bride's sisters who were blocking the door. Standing outside the door, he said loudly, "Sisters, open the door quickly, don't miss the good time." There was a sweet smile from inside the door, "Master Groom, it's not that easy to get in. Let's answer a few of our questions first." "Okay, girls, it's okay to just ask. Yu Ran responded calmly. Groom, when did you first meet the bride? Yu Ran thought for a moment and answered confidently, it was during the banquet. Although my wife is sick, she is still beautiful. There was a burst of laughter inside the door, and then another question was asked, then when did you commit to the bride? This question is easier to answer, Yu Ran did not hesitate. The secret place of the military headquarters, where you can seal your love with a kiss. It is not accurate to say a kiss. In fact, it should be a pledge of love, but the word big day is not very good. After answering the question, the door still didn't open. At this time, a new challenge came. Officer Groom, it's not enough to just speak. Now please join the groomsmen and jump rope 10 times on the acupressure board. Yu Ran smiled helplessly and stepped on the acupressure board with the groomsmen. Perhaps it was the acupressure board specially made by the military, but Yu Ran could still feel a trace of pain. Cao Bing and Su Huang next to him even grinned, making everyone laugh. But the girls inside the door seemed not to let them go. Groom, now do 10 push-ups with the groomsmen, and each time you push up, you must tell one of the bride's good qualities. Push-ups were not difficult, so Yu Ran lay down directly, talking about Huang Lingmen's advantages while doing them. Beautiful, generous, noble, kind, smart, powerful. Yu Ran did 10 push-ups without even repeating the 15 advantages of Huang Lingmeng. At this time, the girls inside the door were moved by Yu Ran's sincerity and finally slowly opened the door. Yu Ran couldn't wait to walk into the house and saw the bride, dignified and beautiful in a phoenix crown and harem, looking at him affectionately. He walked forward, and Qing Yi was no longer embarrassed and pointed to the red shoes on the ground. Groom, help the bride put on the red shoes and then you can take her away. Yu Ran squatted slightly and held Huang Lingmen's feet. An inexplicable feeling rushed into Huang Lingmen's mind, and she felt a little shy for a moment. Huang Lingmen's feet are slightly larger than those of Su Jianqian and others, but even though he has practiced martial arts since childhood, Huang Lingmen's feet are still fair and red, and it is not an exaggeration to call them jade feet. After putting on the red shoes, Yu Ran carried Huang Lingmeng on his back and got into the wedding car. They drove all the way to a stop near the hotel and saw only the tall horses and sedan chairs around them. Because the distance is too far, in order to prevent excessive disturbance to the residents, the sedan chair was designed around the hotel. Yu Ran abandoned his carriage and mounted his horse, the sedan chair was raised, and the music of gongs and drums accompanied them to the hotel. The entire venue was lit with wedding candles, and the candle light flickered, making the whole place red. A newlywed couple stood in the hall. Yu Ran was wearing a bright red brocade robe, a golden crown with hair tied on his head, and his posture was as tall as a pine tree. Huang Lingmeng is wearing a phoenix crown, her face is looming under the red hijab, and her figure is graceful. Bow down to heaven and earth, the celebrant sang loudly. The newlyweds turned around and bowed to the heaven and earth outside the hall. The man's movements are steady, the woman's figure is graceful, and her red clothes are gently moving in the wind. Behind them were the elders sitting happily in the high hall, and on both sides were relatives and friends who came to watch the ceremony. Everyone's eyes were focused on the newlyweds, full of blessings. Second obeisance to the high hall, the newlyweds faced the elders and bowed slowly. The man's eyes show respect for his elders, while the woman's movements are gentle and dignified. Huang Yongsheng in the high hall had tears in his eyes, while Yu Fu was smiling so much that his mouth was almost crooked in laughter. Relatives and friends around were chatting in low voices, praising the couple's suitability and thorough etiquette. Husband and wife bowed to each other. This sound fell, and Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng came face to face. Yu Ran raised his head slightly, the expectation and tenderness in his eyes moved Huang Lingmen's heart. The red lips of the woman under the hijab were pursed slightly, showing shyness. The two of them bowed to each other gently, their clothes touching each other, as if time had stood still at this moment. After the ceremony was completed, there were cheers and congratulations all around, and the couple moved towards their new life in this lively and festive atmosphere. Please let the two couples have a wedding ceremony. Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng took the scissors and gently cut off a strand of hair. The MC next to them tied them together with a red rope and put them into the brocade box. The ceremony is completed, husband and wife will be united forever and grow old together. As the ceremony was completed, warm applause erupted from the venue. Among them, Liu Zitong was so excited that he clapped his nose while applauding. Master, woo-woo, that's great, Master. The banquet started next. Yu Ran probably drank more wine today than before combined. If he hadn't secretly turned on the cheat device, he would have been drunk long ago. There was no way that the newlyweds had to toast at the same table. The number of people at nearly 100 tables in this venue was really an exaggeration. Yu Ran never thought that so many relatives and friends would appear at home. But naturally he didn't care about this on the big day. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon by the time the banquet was over. Some other rituals were added after the guests left, such as facial cleansing ceremony and the like. This time the wedding ceremony has been simplified again and again. According to the normal requirements, it may take more than 3 days. Yu Fu was drunk. Zheng Mei supported him and scolded him for not taking care of his health. Huang Yongsheng also drank too much, while Huang Tian supported him and prepared to return to the military headquarters. The banquet ended perfectly. There is still one last step left, sending it to the bridal chamber. Liu Zitong stood outside the house, next to Cao Bing and Su Huang. Cao Bing and Su Huang both looked at Liu Zitong pacing back and forth in confusion, and couldn't help but patted their shoulders. I said, Brother Liu, what are you doing wandering around there? Isn't the ceremony over? Liu Zitong glanced at Cao Bing and smiled bitterly. Is it over? There is still one last thing to do in the wedding ceremony. This is the most troublesome thing. Cao Bing disagreed. Making trouble in the bridal chamber? Is there really anyone who dares to riot in our young master's bridal chamber? Are you not afraid of death? A few of them are here to prevent others from disturbing the young master's mood by making trouble at the wedding. Ahem, then Mistress Chu, Mistress Lu has been stable for a day. I don't think she will be too stable when it comes to the bridal chamber. When Su Huang heard what Liu Zitong said, his eyes were as wide as bells. Damn it, you didn't say we wanted to stop other mistresses, did you? This is an offending job, it's not easy to do. What do you think? It's not easy to be the best man. Cao Bing and Su Huang were sober from drinking for a while, and cold sweat began to break out from their backs. Should they stop them or not? I wanted to think about it, but time waited for no one. Liu Zitong and the others saw a huge army of women walking towards the wedding room at a glance. Liu Zitong swallowed, if I don't go to hell, who will? Do it, brothers. Chapter 343 Gifts from the Girls. The result was that Liu Zitong was lying there. Cao Bing and Su Huang cooperated extremely well, pretending to be dead and lying down. In fact, we can't blame Liu Zitong, after all, he didn't dare to take action. He was beaten in vain. Lu Qingjian, Lian, and Ansuandi, all three of them gave one blow, and he lay down on the spot. Liu Zitong looked up to the sky and sighed. Young master! I tried my best. Qing Yi didn't know when he ran over and poked Liu Zitong's cheek. Hey, are you okay? Liu Zitong glanced at Qing Yi, closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Can't you tell if it's good or not? When a group of women came in, they saw Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng drinking a glass of wine, and the slightest bit of jealousy arose instantly. Hey, yo, let's have a drink. Ansuandi ran to Huang Lingmen's side with a smile on her face. She didn't make any trouble and just looked at her like that. Yu Ran looked at the tiger-like and wolf-like eyes of this group, and felt a little scared. What did these guys want to do when they came to the wedding room? Huang Lingmeng glanced at it, but didn't care, and forcefully pulled Yu Ran over to continue drinking. Today is her home court, can she still show her cowardice? Ansuandi pursed her lips. It's boring, I still want to make a scene. After watching Yu Ran and the others drink together, Ansuandi returned to the team. When Yu Ran was wondering what they meant, Chu Qingkai took the lead and took out a pill and handed it to Yu Ran. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Today we are here to give gifts. After all, it is our sister's wedding. Why would we embarrass her? Chu Qingkai handed the elixir to Yu Ran and explained in passing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This elixir is called the fetus basing pill. It can stabilize the fetus. I spent a lot of money on it. Tonight is your wedding night after all. It doesn't seem right to keep it simple. This elixir can guarantee stability. You just have a good bridal chamber. After Chu Qingkai finished speaking, he didn't stop and walked straight out. Yu Ran looked at the elixir in his hand and was stunned for a while. He hadn't thought of this aspect yet, but Chu Qingkai had actually thought of it. He thought they were jealous and causing trouble, but he didn't expect. Hey, brother you can treat sister Qingkai well. This is her suggestion. I'm giving you a gift. Qingjian is a bit stupid. She knitted a sweater for the baby. The baby should be able to wear it when he is born. Lu Qingjian smiled and took out her gift, a small sweater, but the knitting was not very good, it was a little crooked, and the traces of handiwork were extremely obvious. Lu Qingxiu also took out a pair of small trousers. The color and layout were the same as those of Lu Qingjian, but the workmanship was much more exquisite. Huang Lingmeng took the two pieces of clothing with a touch of emotion in his eyes, and sister Lu Qingxiu also exited the room. Lian then took out a martial arts book and handed it to Huang Lingmeng. I know Lingmeng is boring because he can't practice. This is a technique that can be practiced during pregnancy, but the level is not very high, but it is very good for the baby. I give it to you. There was some surprise in Huang Lingmeng's eyes. She had asked the military department to look for this kind of technique, but she couldn't find it. She didn't expect Lian to have such a technique. Su Jianqian gave a longevity lock, and Wu Qing gave a gold bracelet. They were all baby items, all specially customized. The surnames of Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng were engraved on them, and a box was specially left blank for engraving. The baby's name is also very attentive. Bai Yuan brought a bowl of porridge and placed it on the table. Master, this porridge is made by me using all the mild monster meat and some mild chitinifying herbs. It is highly nutritious, but it will not be a major tonic. It is also conducive to the absorption of the mistress, and can also help the child absorb some. Yun Yi followed closely and took out a bead and placed it on the table. This is the Wanjingzhu I'm looking for. When it is turned on automatically, it can simulate various scenes, such as the sea, oasis, etc. It can make Sister Lingmeng less bored in the house, and the baby will be healthier if she is in a good mood. Everyone left the room after giving their gifts, and now only the last one, Ansuandi, was left. Ansuandi shrugged helplessly. My sister is really poor. They have given away all the things they can give, so I don't have to give them away. On the night of the wedding, I will just give you a red stocking that matches the occasion. I know my little brother likes this. Ansuandi smiled at Yu Ran, and Yu Ran couldn't help laughing. Huang Lingmeng, on the other hand, blushed with embarrassment and let out a squeak. Ansuandi, what are you teaching this pervert to do? Ansuandi chuckled twice and put the red stockings on the table. Okay, no kidding, my gift is really simple, a diary. Ansuandi didn't explain and put a diary on the table. Yu Ran opened it, and the title was called My Future, and the handwriting was exactly that of Huang Lingmeng. Ansuandi. Huang Lingmeng stood up suddenly. She didn't expect that Ansuandi had the diary she had written a long time ago. There was a death scene. Ansuandi smiled and exited the room directly. Yu Ran was looking at Huang Lingmeng's diary with great interest. My future is the stars and the sea. I want to become the strongest warrior in the world and conquer the world. Of course I also want to conquer men. My man must be an extraordinary and powerful man. He must be able to fight with let's go hand in hand and accompany me to the end of the world. If I have a child, I think about it, my child will also become a warrior, martial arts is our spirit, let him inherit my martial arts spirit, so I named him Wu, but Wu doesn't seem like a girl's name. If it was a girl, it would be Wu. No, what's the point of thinking so much? There is no one in this world who can conquer me. Man! Yu Ran suppressed a laugh while watching. Huang Lingmeng next to him felt a little bad when he saw his dark history. His face was red and steam was coming out. Well, I wrote this almost 10 years ago. I was just writing for fun out of boredom. I didn't expect that this guy would hide it. Huang Lingmeng was so anxious that she quickly explained that she was really not such a naive person. Yu Ran didn't care at all. It would be better to say that Huang Lingmeng like this is more real. Who doesn't think about the future when he is young? Can he still be called a boy when he is not frivolous? Yu Ran gently hugged her waist and breathed gently into her ear. Then my dear wife, have I conquered you now? Huang Lingmeng took the pill given by Chu Qingkai and also whispered in Yu Ran's ear. Do you think you've conquered me? Yu Ran was shocked by Huang Lingmeng's words. When will my generous Lingmeng baby become flirtatious? There must be a demon behind her to guide her. But at this moment, with the red candle swaying, there is something special about it. Tonight in the bridal chamber, I will conquer you. The red stockings on the table disappeared without knowing when, and the candle light gradually dimmed, leaving only the most beautiful love words of the newlyweds. Chapter 344 Three Happinesses Come to the Door. In the morning, Huang Lingmeng rarely slept in. It was difficult for her to have such leisure after developing a military routine. It's not because Yu Ran was too crazy last night, on the contrary, Yu Ran was very gentle last night and was very careful even though he knew there was a pill to protect him, but overall he was quite happy. Sleeping in the morning is a state that occurs after the whole person relaxes. When she is staying at the military headquarters, even if she is pregnant, she plays the role of an instructor. She had absolutely nothing to do at Yu's house, so she lay lazily on the bed and picked up the cell phone next to her, only to find a note underneath the cell phone. Huang Lingmeng opened the note and found Yu Ran's handwriting on it. Go and cook, wait for me to feed you. Huang Lingmeng snorted softly. She actually didn't expect that one day she would be able to make such a charming voice and be so feminine. It has really been changed. She touched the baby in her belly. She had heard before that a special hormone would be secreted during pregnancy, turning a girl into a mother, and her personality would also undergo some slight changes. It turned out that she didn't believe it, but now it seems that it is not unreasonable. In addition, yesterday Yu Ran said that she would name her children according to her essay. The boy will be named Yu Wu and the girl will be named Yu Wu. It made her somewhat shy, but it was a joyful thing to have her youthful fantasies come true. Just as she was thinking wildly, the door was pushed open with a creak. Yu Ran walked in with a cup of soy milk and a piece of barbecue. There were also a few steamed buns on the barbecue plate. Are you awake? Just in time to come for dinner. I baked this barbecue with my own hands, and I also made the buns with my own hands. Huang Lingmeng heard what Yu Ran said, and after taking a closer look, she realized that the wrinkles on the bun were crooked, and it was indeed handmade. Huang Lingmeng curled her lips. It looks good. I'm going to wash up. Seeing that the fruits of his labor were recognized, Yu Ran was also happy and put the food on the table to wait for Huang Lingmeng's return. After Huang Lingmeng finished washing, he came back and saw Yu Ran looking at his cell phone and playing with the food. It looked a bit interesting, and Huang Lingmeng couldn't help but ask. What are you doing? Yu Ran raised his head and glanced at Huang Lingmeng, stood up to help her sit down, but Huang Lingmeng was not that weak yet, so he sat on the bench and directly picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Study the ratio of energy. This is the energy table I asked someone to ask for after pregnancy. I will see how much food you can eat in the morning. Huang Lingmen's eyes lit up when she was eating the buns. Although the buns didn't look very good looking, the taste was really amazing. Well, I think I'll be fine as long as I'm full. There's no need to be so careful. These buns taste really good. What's the filling? Yuran thought about it for a while. It might not be good if he was really calculating like this. He was still a little too nervous. Yuran gently picked up the knife and cut off a small piece of barbecue and brought it to Huang Lingmen's mouth. Huang Lingmeng swallowed it in one gulp, and her eyes brightened a little. The barbecue is delicious too. The stuffing of the buns is made by the monster that looks like a cow. The meat is the most tender part. It is ground with herbs and some spices. The barbecue is made by the monster that looks like a wild boar. It's made from ribs, it tastes good. Huang Lingmeng nodded, it was indeed delicious. With Yuran's feeding, she managed to kill 5 steamed buns and a whole piece of barbecue in the morning, which was very satisfying. That's great, Yuran, your cooking skills have really improved a lot. Yuran raised his chest to express his approval. Although Bai Yuan and Lu Qingxue were responsible for the recipe, ingredients, and the heat of the barbecue, they were also involved in it. There was nothing wrong with rounding off their progress. After eating, Yuran took Huang Lingmeng for a walk in the garden. Huang Lingmeng knew that Yuran was going away again, so she calmed down and walked with him in the garden. During lunch, Huang Lingmeng was prompted by the crazy looks in the eyes of the sisters, and could only lower her head shyly. Master, the man from southern Xinjiang has not left yet. He said he wanted to see you. He didn't come to disturb the wedding night yesterday, but he came again today. During lunch, Bai Yuan reported a piece of news to Yuran, which was from southern Xinjiang. Li Shui was the only woman who did not attend the wedding, but the envoy from southern Xinjiang still gave him a generous gift. Okay, I'll go see him this afternoon. After eating, Yuran went straight out to meet people from southern Xinjiang. Huang Lingmeng put down the bowls and chopsticks, smiled and bowed to the sisters on the table. Thank you everyone for your understanding, thank you for your gifts, I am so lucky to meet Yuran, and I am so lucky to meet you all. After Huang Lingmeng finished speaking, she felt someone helping her next to her. When she looked up, she saw everyone smiling at her with a look of approval on their faces. Chu Qingkai, who was supporting her next to her, also held her arm and showed a gentle expression. Okay, Sister Lingmeng, we are one family and don't talk about two families. From now on, we will be together well. Huang Lingmeng nodded, saying nothing. Yuran never expected that the person from southern Xinjiang would be the second elder. Now that Li Qi had abdicated, the second elder should be someone who assisted Li Shui in his affairs. He actually came to the Yu family in person to celebrate. Congratulations to Mr. Yu on your happy marriage. Yuran nodded slightly and was about to ask something, but the second elder spoke first. I know what Mr. Yu wants to ask. Southern Xinjiang is too far away from Jinling. Even the bumpy plane back and forth is troublesome. The saint is now the pillar of southern Xinjiang. We are also afraid that something will happen to her, so I will celebrate on her behalf. Yuran was a little puzzled. In order to pick up Li Shui, he sent his own special helicopter to southern Xinjiang. Although there were some bumps on the plane, most of the conditions were very stable. Li Shui didn't come because he was bumping back and forth? This reason made him slightly confused. As for Li Shui, no matter how busy she is in southern Xinjiang, she can't spare 2 or 3 days. Besides, if the second elder can come to participate, Li Shui should also be able to come. Yuran couldn't understand, so he asked directly. Did the bumps have such a big impact on Shui'er? As for the matter in southern Xinjiang, it will be good if the second elder helps to deal with it. It won't be too late for a few days. The second elder naturally heard the blame in Yu Ran's words, and just smiled mysteriously. Of course we can help with matters in southern Xinjiang, but there is nothing we can do about the bumps on the road. The saint's body is not suitable for bumps now, so we still have to focus on stability. Whenever Li Shui takes a plane. As Yu Ran was talking, he suddenly thought of something. Looking at the mysterious smile of the second elder, he couldn't understand what he meant, but he still asked with some doubts. You mean Shui is pregnant? Chapter 345 Return to Southern Xinjiang. The second elder nodded. He had to say that Yu Ran's accurate shot in southern Xinjiang was indeed very powerful, almost enchanting him with one shot. Of course, Yu Ran didn't know that Li Shui had a special gu to assist him on the night of his bridal chamber. Even so, 2 Huajin warriors who succeeded in one attempt can be regarded as the chosen ones. Li Shui became the third pregnant woman besides Huang Lingmeng and Chu Qingkai. Sometimes Yu Ran had to sigh, who the hell said it was hard to keep a powerful martial artist? It's just that Yu Ran never thought that most Huajin warriors are obsessed with martial arts, and they do the same thing all day long like him. Okay, I understand. Before I go to the battlefield outside the territory, I will go to southern Xinjiang to see Shui. After that, the two of them talked about the current situation of southern Xinjiang. Now southern Xinjiang has truly stepped out of the mountains and begun to integrate with the outside world. Whether it is the students studying abroad in Jinling or the construction of roads, the three-way project is going very smoothly. In 3 months at most, southern Xinjiang will be truly connected with the outside world. At this meeting, the second elder also went to see Yun Sheng. With the understanding of the Yun family, the road to southern Xinjiang will become smoother and smoother. In addition to telling Yu Ran about Li Shui's pregnancy, he had already dealt with all matters here. After resigning from Yu Ran, he returned to southern Xinjiang overnight to help Li Shui handle political affairs. Yu Ran stayed in Jinling for 3 days, flirted with various women several times, and took Yun Yi with him to prepare to go to southern Xinjiang, and then to the battlefield outside the territory. Originally Yu Ran wanted to stay a little longer, but when Yun Sheng brought him the news that Xiao Feng was going to the battlefield outside the territory, Yu Ran finally decided to leave. Yu Ran took Yun Yi to fly to southern Xinjiang first, and then went to Kyoto to transfer to the battlefield outside the territory. However, Liu Zitong and others had already embarked on the road to the battlefield outside the territory in advance and were waiting for Yu Ran's arrival. Southern Xinjiang. When Yu Ran set foot on this land again, only 2 or 3 months later, the changes in this land far exceeded Yu Ran's imagination. With the support of more than one superpower, southern Xinjiang has been supplied with electricity and running water. The base station of the network has not yet been completed, but it will basically be completed within half a month. 3 external roads have been built. Although they have not been completely repaired, the process has reached more than half. Within 3 months, southern Xinjiang will break the isolation pattern and reconnect with the outside world. Yu Ran saw the changes in southern Xinjiang on the plane. After landing, he was still filled with emotions. It seemed that he, the villain, had done a good deed. Yu Ran came to Nanjiang without notifying Li Shui, wanting to give her a surprise, but Nanjiang must have gotten the news when the plane landed, and Yu Ran strode towards Li Shui's office area. On the road, a little girl about 3 or 4 years old was chasing butterflies. After seeing Yu Ran, her eyes showed a happy look, and she gave up the butterfly and ran all the way to Yu Ran. Deguo, I know you, you are a good person. Guo says you are our benefactor in southern Xinjiang. After the little girl finished speaking in a sweet voice, she fumbled in her pocket for a while and took out a lollipop. There was a look of reluctance on her face, but she still handed the lollipop to Yu Ran. Here, my benefactor Deguo, the elder and the saint said that we should be very, very good to Deguo. Yu Ran smiled and took the lollipop. In fact, he seemed to have been canonized as a saint in southern Xinjiang. But he naturally had to accept the kindness of a little girl. Thank you for your gift. Can de Guo Guo give you a gift as well? Yu Ran was unknowingly affected by the common accent of Nanjiang. Yu Ran took out a box of chocolates and put it in the little girl's hand. The little girl also had a child's heart and happily held it in her arms. Thank you de Guo Guo, thank you de Guo Guo. At this moment, Yu Ran looked up and saw Li Shui leaning under a tree, looking at him tenderly. The little girl also knew how to watch people's words and waved her hands to Yu Ran and Li Shui. Goodbye Cauldron and Saint, I'm leaving first. Yu Ran walked towards Li Shui and opened his arms. Li Shui lay on Yu Ran's chest, greedily enjoying the moment. We haven't seen each other for only a few months, but our longing has reached its peak. The quiet atmosphere was finally broken by Li Shui. That little girl, her brother went to Jinling to study, and he admires you very much. Yu Ran smiled and rubbed Li Shui's hair. Are you jealous of the little girl? Also, are you standing on tiptoes so that you can bury yourself in my chest? You want to die, you? Faced with Yu Ran's joke, Li Suejiao punched him angrily, and then continued to bury herself in it and annoy him to death. After being speechless for a long time, Yu Ran took Li Shui's hand and started walking in southern Xinjiang. Whenever he met the members of southern Xinjiang, he would salute them very respectfully. Hello, Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Yu Ran and Li Shui also responded with smiles. Looking at the rapid development of southern Xinjiang, Li Shui was also very proud to introduce his achievements to Yu Ran. Of course Yu Ran would not be stingy with his praise and praised Li Shui to the sky. During dinner, of course Yu Ran cooked the Huajin monster meat himself to replenish Li Shui's health. A candlelight dinner for two seemed very romantic. By the way, where's the Great Elder? Yu Ran accompanied Li Shui for a day and saw all the familiar people in southern Xinjiang, but he did not see the original Great Elder Li Qi. Have you forgotten, didn't the Great Elder retreat to death because of Xiaofeng's matter? There is a high probability that he has not made a breakthrough yet. Well, didn't the Great Elder say to teach and educate people last time? Didn't he go into seclusion so quickly? Li Shui nodded. The Great Elder actually went into seclusion not long after Yu Ran left. Southern Xinjiang now needs a top combat force. Li Kai's talent is already very strong, but the level of Grandmaster cannot be broken quickly by relying on talent. It will definitely be impossible to leave the customs in a short period of time. After briefly chatting about the situation in southern Xinjiang, Li Shui brought the topic to Yu Ran's affairs in Jinling, that is, her sisters. When the second elder came back, he brought back the video of Yu Ran's wedding, which made Li Shui envious. Not only that, Li Shui also knew that Yu Ran had found many sisters for her after she left. She had not met them yet, and she felt a little uneasy, wondering if those people would dislike her. Yu Ran carefully told Li Shui a lot of things, and of course expressed the goodwill of the other sisters towards her very clearly. And gave her all the gifts given by the other sisters. Li Shui looked at the carefully prepared gifts in front of her, her uneasiness and anxiety were drifting in the wind, and she was only moved. Why are you crying? Don't be too excited. Yu Ran reached out to help Li Shui wipe away her tears. I didn't cry, I was just a little happy. I didn't expect them to be so kind to me. Li Shui didn't cry as she spoke, but lay in Yu Ran's arms and refused to get up. By the time Li Shui's mood returned to normal, Yu Ran's chest was already wet. Ha, you little guy who doesn't care what he says. Chapter 346 Hope City. After staying in southern Xinjiang for 2 days, Yu Ran finally got on the plane to the imperial capital. Here I come on the battlefield outside the territory. She wants to come with us too. Yu Ran tilted his head and looked at Yun Sheng doubtfully. Yun Sheng nodded. Well, just think it's for Yun Yi's safety. She is a healer and is very important on the battlefield outside the territory. Yun Qi wanted to twist Yu Ran's head off at this moment. The guy's eyes clearly said I don't want to. She is a therapist, and her status is extremely high even in the Yun family. Apart from the Grand Master, she is the highest status among them. The disgust evident on Yu Ran's face made her feel insulted. But Yu Ran really felt that it was useless to take her with him. He was protected by systemic elixirs, so a therapist was of little use. But after thinking that the therapist could tell him what medicine to use, he reluctantly agreed, just to give Yun Sheng some face. Yun Sheng looked at Yu Ran's perfunctory expression and Yun Qi look on the verge of exploding, and hurried out to smooth things over. Yun Kai is very familiar with foreign battlefields. It will definitely be good for you to take her with you, right? Yes, yes, Uncle Yun, let's set off. Yu Ran took this stinky-tempered woman with him as a favor to Yun Sheng. Yun Qi snorted coldly and didn't want to pay attention to Yu Ran at all. Yu Ran took Yun Qi and Yun Yi on the road to the outer battlefield. There are two ways to go to the outer battlefield. One is to enter from the boundary of the planet after leaving Daxia. However, now the border has long been occupied by various countries. Such people are generally called stowaways. Most of them are wanted criminals who want to fight for their future in foreign battlefields. The second way is to teleport directly to the border through the country's exclusive teleportation array. Of course, the cost is higher. One teleportation array is equivalent to about 500,000 Daxia coins, so there are basically no members under Jin in the outer battlefield. Otherwise, you will not be able to get your money back at all, and you will easily be slaughtered as a fat sheep. Of course, it will be a different matter if other people take you to see the world. The 5 major families all have their own teleportation arrays, and the southern military headquarters also has one. Since he was taking Yun Yi there, Yu Ran did not set off from the southern military headquarters. He started from the Yun family and brought the 2 eldest ladies of the Yun family, of course for free. After passing through the heavily guarded road, we finally arrived at the location of the teleportation array. This is the first time Yu Ran has seen the shape of the teleportation array. The teleportation array is similar to the shape of a 6-pointed star. It is suppressed by large pieces of top-quality elemental stones around it. The formation is extremely complex and was jointly created by multiple space system masters. The cost is extremely expensive. Yu Ran and Yun Yi walked hand in hand to the teleportation array, while Yun Qi looked at Yu Ran with his hands folded in a sneer. In her mind, Yu Ran was that carefree man who deliberately took care of her niece in front of others. She knew at a glance that he was not a good thing. When the teleportation array was activated, Yu Ran felt a little dazed, but it passed quickly. In less than a second, Yu Ran went from the imperial capital to the entrance of the battlefield outside the territory. It is different from the foreign battlefield described in the book where the sky is full of yellow sand. Because there are so many people at the entrance, a small city has been formed. When Yu Ran stepped on it, he didn't feel separated from the city of Daxia. Although there was nothing unusual about Yu Ran, it was his first time after all, so Yun Yi, who had done enough homework, acted as the commentator. We are here at one of the entrances to the outer battlefield. It is the hope city of our great Xia. It means that everyone who comes and goes from here is full of hope. This is also the only place in the outer battlefield that has a signal that can connect with the country. Satellite phones are not applicable in the extraterritorial battlefield, and we can only use a special sound stone for one-way communication. Yu Ran had known this for a long time. Liu Zitong's intelligence and the description in the book meant that he was not completely in the dark about the battlefield outside the domain. There was also a sound transmission stone in his system space, which was used to communicate with Liu Zitong. This sound transmission stone is the mother sound transmission stone, and there are 10 sub-sound transmission stones. The mother stone can connect to any sub-stone, but the sub-stone can only connect to the mother stone. Liu Zitong spent 100 pieces of top-grade yuanqi to find it in the battlefield outside the domain. Although 100 top-grade yuanqi may not seem like much, it is actually equivalent to 1,000 high-grade yuanqi, 10,000 medium-grade yuanqi, and 100,000 low-grade yuanqi. The price of one low-grade yuanqi is 100,000 Daxia coins. With this calculation, 100 top-grade yuanqi can be exchanged for 10 billion Daxia coins. Of course, in reality no one would exchange it this way. There is basically no private exchange of yuanqi and Daxia currency, and the Daxia government does not allow it. There is only a small amount of official exchange, otherwise the inflation of Daxia currency will be very serious. The usefulness of yuanqi itself is only for warriors, so yuanqi is mostly exchanged between warriors, and there is no point for ordinary people to buy yuanqi. However, Yuan still had tens of thousands of top-grade yuanqi on him, including what he had found in several secret realms and the Dragon King Slayer Palace. When it comes to wealth, most of the masters are not as rich as Yuan. Walking into Hope City, I found that its layout was exactly the same as that of Daxia City. There were restaurants, hotels, and even foot baths. Yuan clearly saw the young lady at the foot bath door flirt with him, which was quite interesting. Yuan's gaze naturally could not escape the eyes of Yunqi, who was always looking for trouble. Yunqi snorted coldly. "Humph, you scumbag, you can't even walk when you see a woman." Yuan glanced at her and was too lazy to argue with her. Yunyi noticed that the atmosphere was not right and quickly acted coquettishly towards Yuan. "Master, I heard the street stalls here are very interesting, let's go take a look." Yuan naturally would not refute the advice of his good disciple. "Sure, I heard there are a lot of good stuff on the street stalls, maybe we can get a bargain." Seeing that Yuan ignored her, Yunqi continued to follow him in a bad mood. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yuan naturally felt happy and at peace. The street stalls in Hope City were concentrated on a street at the east gate. Fortunately, Yuan and his companions were all warriors, so they arrived there in less than half an hour. As soon as he arrived at the street stalls, Yuan was completely shocked. There were really huge crowds of people and a dazzling array of goods. There were at least thousands of stalls on both sides alone, and with the moving crowd, there were actually tens of thousands of people on one street stall. However, the stalls were spaced far apart so it wasn't too crowded. Many people were arguing over an item, and a bunch of people were bargaining. It doesn't look like a world of warriors at all, but rather full of the atmosphere of fireworks. Yuan took Yunyi to walk around the stalls. Yunyi was very interested and looked at this and that. However, under the illumination of Yuan's system, nothing could escape detection. They were all disguised garbage, and there was nothing to be missed. When Yuan was bored, he looked around and saw an unexpected person, Xiao Feng. Chapter 347 Street Stall Troubles. Yuan was very surprised to see the points baby here. Yuan heard from Yunsheng that Xiao Feng should have been away for 3 to 5 days, but he was still staying in Hope City? But wherever the protagonist goes, there must be something to pick up. Yuan calmly pulled Yunyi in the direction of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng didn't go straight to which stall with a clear goal, but just looked around and picked up things along the way. "Miss, this hairpin is at least the remnant of an earth-level spiritual weapon. Look at the phoenix tail symbol on it. It's definitely a good thing. It's just that I, old son, can't repair it, otherwise I wouldn't sell it to you so cheaply." Yunyi looked at the hairpin and liked it very much. The phoenix pattern on it was extremely beautiful. Yunyi couldn't put it down because of its soaring attitude. "How much?" Yunyi couldn't help but ask about the price, and Lao Sun across from him smiled. "Miss, you have really good taste. This hairpin is an earth-level material. If I sell it to you for 1,000 high-grade yuan stones when it's in good condition, it's not too much, right? Now that it's broken, my grandson is reluctant to sell it at a sale. I'll give it to you for 100 high-grade yuan stones. Just make friends." Although Yunyi is the eldest lady of the Yun family, she was not a warrior in the Yun family before, so she did not have much savings. Yun Sheng gave her a sum of money before leaving, but the price of 100 high-grade yuan stones still made her stunned. Yuan glanced at the hairpin and saw that the material was indeed from the earth grade, but this guy was obviously dishonest. It was just coated with a layer of earth-grade material on the outside, and the inside was at most a high-grade Xian-grade material. Regardless of the fact that there is not much difference between the high-level Xian level and the earth level, the price difference is huge. A low-level earth-level weapon costs at least 300 high-grade yuan stones, while a peak Xian level weapon may only cost 100 high-grade yuan stones at most. Not the same price at all. Materials like this are still broken. 10 high-grade yuan stones are considered to be very high. This guy dares to sell them for 100. He is really unscrupulous. You know how much Xian level high-end materials are worth. I will give you 20 high-grade yuan stones. If you want to sell them, you can get a fixed price. Looking at Yun Yi who was hesitating next to him, Yu Ran spoke. Lao Sun looked at Yu Ran and his heart skipped a beat, knowing that he had met an expert, and he had already doubled his face. If he didn't reward him, he would have no rules. My mama, you are really discerning. The two women next to you are also very beautiful. They are a perfect match for you. Yu Ran dropped 20 high-grade yuan stones and was about to give the hairpin to Yun Yi, but he didn't expect Yun Qi next to him to explode. What are you talking about, UBD? Who is his woman? If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will kill you. Looking at the furious Yun Qi, Old Sun shrank back. He was just a second-hand dealer at the peak of his dark strength. The power of Yun Qi's strength made him tremble, and how could he dare to resist? Yu Ran reached out and held Yun Qi down. Okay, I didn't mean it on purpose. I just wanted to say a few nice words. Don't you know the rules in the market about not being violent? Yun Qi's wrist was so painful when Yu Ran grabbed him, but he couldn't break free at all. It looked more like a cat with fried fur. Of course I know. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Yu Ran's face turned cold, his breath moved, and Yun Qi instantly felt a heavy pressure on his body. You came with me yourself. If you don't want to, just go back and forth wherever you go. Maybe Yu Ran's eyes were too scary, or maybe Yun Qi knew there was no good in making trouble on Didon Street, so he just snorted and turned his head. Yu Ran shook off her hand and said to the frightened boss. The money and goods are cleared. Boss Sun didn't dare to answer the question, he only nodded in agreement. Seeing that Yu Ran and Yun Yi were young, he thought they were rookies, but as soon as the Huajing aura came out, he was so frightened that he trembled and dared not say anything more. Yun Yi wanted to say something before, but after Yun Qi made such a fuss, she was too embarrassed to express her original thoughts. Yu Ran picked up the hairpin with a calm expression and carefully helped Yun Yi put it on. This hairpin suits you very well, it looks great. Yu Ran's nervousness because of the little conflict just now was calmed down by Yu Ran's words. I quickly took out the mirror I carried with me, looked left and right, and I was satisfied with the hairpin on my head. Yu Ran pulled Yun Yi and continued to move in the direction of Xiao Feng. He found that Xiao Feng seemed to have found his target and was heading straight towards a stall. Hey old man, how did you sell this jade? The old man at the stall saw that he finally had a business, and he quickly introduced it to the customers excitedly. This jade contains 30 high-grade yuan stones. These are all good materials. Unexpectedly, the customer sneered. Old man, you are too dishonest. You dare to sell 30 high-grade yuan stones for just a Xian-level material. You are a black shop. When the old man was told this, his face turned red with anger. What a shady store. It's normal for jade to be more expensive. Besides, if you can afford high-end materials, just say so. The old man's retort suddenly made the customer angry. Old man, what are you talking about? You still have good ingredients? Even a dog wouldn't believe it. The old man stood up suddenly, said wait and went straight to the box at the back to rummage. Customers not only refused to leave in order to watch the excitement, but even shouted loudly. This old man actually said that he has good materials, do you believe it? Other people shopping nearby laughed. Ha ha ha, this liar really thinks that the person who comes here is a fool. What good information can an old man who has not reached the peak of his dark power have? As if to prove himself, the old man carefully pulled out a black box from the box. When he opened the black box, there was a palm-sized jade guanyin inside. It's just that the color of this jade guanyin has been dyed yellow by the wind and sand, so it doesn't look like a good thing. This jade guanyin, I picked it up deep in the Tian Shen mountain in the battlefield outside the territory. It is absolutely good material. At least it is made of earth-level material. The customers next to me laughed. Damn it, you really think I'm stupid? A yellowed jade guanyin is of the lowest quality, not to mention it's a waste. What's the use? The old man was so angry that he picked up the sword beside him and slashed it at jade guanyin. When the sword fell, sparks flew out of the sword, but jade guanyin was unharmed. The audience on the sidelines widened their eyes, maybe it was really good material. The old man looked at the changes in the crowd's expressions and said proudly. How's it going? Isn't it good material? It's worth 500 high-grade yuan stone. The face of the customer next to him turned red, but he still couldn't lose. Why don't you grab 500 high-grade yuan stones? The finished earth-level weapon only costs 300 high-grade yuan stones. The old man didn't think so. This treasure of mine is not an ordinary earth-level material. It is good anyway. If you can't afford it, just say so. The customers who were a little tempted on the side shook their heads when they saw the old man quoted such a high price. It was not worth the gamble at all. Xiao Feng looked at it clearly from the side. He vaguely felt that this jade guanyin was a good thing, and was about to take a step forward to take a closer look. But someone appeared next to him and made a direct decision. I bought this jade guanyin. Chapter 348 Intercepting Hu Yu Guanyin. Yu Ran. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Yu Ran, who suddenly appeared. Yu Ran glanced sideways at him as if he had met Xiao Feng by chance. Xiao Feng, it's really unlucky to meet you. Don't bother me. Xiao Feng was furious and immediately took 3 steps forward. I want this jade guanyin too. The old man didn't think he could sell it, but the sudden appearance of 2 buyers made him speechless. But seeing how angry the 2 of them were, I was afraid that they were just looking for their own happiness. Those 2 guests are not playing tricks on me. This is 500 high-grade yuan stones. I won't bargain. Yu Ran threw 50 top-grade yuan stones to the old man without any care. I gave you the money, and the jade guanyin is mine. The old man's eyes widened, and the people next to him also swallowed their saliva. The best primeval stone. Even though the ratio of top-grade yuan stone to high-grade yuan stone is 1:10, in fact almost no one trades top-grade yuan stone because the value of the top-grade yuan stone itself is very high. A high-grade yuan stone can even be sold for 15 to 20 yuan on the black market. In fact, there are not many high-grade yuan stones traded at street stalls. Most of them are mid-grade yuan stones. High-grade yuan stones are mostly used by purchasing ground-level materials. Many people present had never even seen a top-grade yuan stone. The old man was afraid that Yu Ran would regret it, so he quickly took the top-grade yuan stone into his arms. This trip was a huge profit. Xiao Feng was a little unwilling to give up, so he took a step forward and said, Old man, I am willing to pay 600 high-grade yuan stones to buy it. The old man's original movement of stuffing the yuan stone into his arms stopped for a moment. The thought of wanting Yu Ran to increase the price only passed through his mind, and he immediately rejected it. Just kidding, the power behind a master who pays with top-grade yuan stone is simply beyond his reach. He is not only the core figure of the top 5 major families but also the top hidden sect. I don't have to make enemies with such people. I have to spend my life to make money. People who can survive in foreign battlefields still have some brains. What's more, if he went to the black market to resell the top-grade yuan stone, it would probably cost more than 600 high-grade yuan stone. Thinking of this, he immediately rejected Xiao Feng righteously. Impossible, the money and goods are clear, we are business people who are particular about it. Yu Ran didn't care what he said, took Yun Yi's hand and walked outside, joking that the old man dared to increase the price temporarily, and he promised to let him know whose territory this was. The two eldest ladies of the Yun family around him now have the status of the military department, and there are still people who dare to blackmail him. This is not the old birthday star hanging himself, seeking death. This Jade Guanyin is indeed a good thing. Yu Ran couldn't help but sigh that the protagonist has such an incredible physique that he can pick it up wherever he goes. After using the system to check this Jade Guanyin, he found that it turned out to be a heaven-level embryo. There is no logic in this world. An old man in the late stage of Didan Anjin can sell a heaven-level embryo. Fortunately, I happened to be hit by Xiao Feng. The most outrageous thing is that the system told him that this embryo will be a defensive heaven-level spiritual weapon after repair, which can not only prevent physical attacks, but also soul attacks. Isn't this the spirit killing specifically aimed at him? Go Tiandao once again brought some private goods to his own son, but now that he has intercepted him again, he wants to see what other adventures Xiao Feng can have. Hey, just thinking about it makes me cry. The battlefield outside the territory is no better than Jinling. It is difficult for me to keep an eye on Xiao Feng the whole time. There are so many opportunities here, it is really difficult to handle. Forget it, if it's hard to handle, let's not do it. Get rid of Xiao Feng as soon as possible. When Xiao Feng goes to get the treasure, we can send him to see God. Seeing Yu Ran staring at Jade Guanyin in a daze, Yun Yi couldn't help but ask. Master, is this Jade Guanyin a good thing? Did you spend such a big price to buy it? Before Yu Ran spoke, Yun Qi next to him became angry again. What kind of good thing could it be? I guess it's just something I can buy casually if I have more money. Yun Qi has been on the battlefield outside the territory for decades at least, and she is somewhat discerning. However, she thinks that this Jade Guanyin is just an ordinary artifact. Even if it is an embryo at the peak of the earth level, it is not worth 500 high-grade yuan when it is so bad. Stone. She felt that Yu Ran was just sick and had too much money to spend on things. She deliberately didn't remind him just now, but now she was happy to laugh at him. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran glanced at her with disgust. Can you please stop yelling? Are you annoyed by the yin and yang all day long? If you don't want to follow me, get out as soon as possible. Who will let you follow me and put on airs in front of me all day long? Do you have the strength? Yu Ran's breath moved, and Yun Qi was instantly shocked and took 3 steps back. Yu Ran's words and actions deeply hurt Yun Qi's self-esteem. I'm here just for my little talent, what does it have to do with you? You are a brainless, arrogant, stinky man now, who wants to be with you? Seeing Yun Qi's furious look, Yu Ran just pointed his finger to the other side. Then get out of here. I will take good care of Yun Yi. It will be the same with or without you. Yun Qi was so angry at Yu Ran's attitude. Remember what you said, no one wants to be with you, a brat like you. After Yun Qi said this, he turned around and headed in the opposite direction without giving Yu Ran a chance to retaliate. Yu Ran didn't care, but Yun Yi was hesitant to speak. She couldn't help either side, so she could only watch Yun Qi leave. Scared you? That woman Yunkai has such a bad temper that she and I are in conflict with each other. Don't worry, it doesn't matter whether she's here or not. Yun Yi could only nodded, looked at Yun Qi who was walking away angrily, and followed Yu Ran's words. I know Master will protect me, so is my aunt. She actually doesn't have a bad heart, but she was injured by a man on the battlefield outside the territory before, so. Yu Ran held her hand and spoke calmly. It's not like she has been hurt by me. She lost her temper with me. Who wants to spoil her? Being hurt is not a reason to hurt others. If she seeks revenge from that scumbag, I will think highly of her. She will know how to do it all day long. All the men can be beaten to death with one stroke, I really despise her. Yun Yi knew that Yu Ran was telling the truth, so he didn't refute it and continued walking with Yu Ran. After such a fuss, Yun Yi had no idea of going shopping anymore and went back to the hotel with Yu Ran to rest. Yu Ran also readily agreed. He was not worried about Xiao Feng. First of all, Xiao Feng was going in the direction he had been to before, and there was nothing good in those places. In addition, in order to prevent Go Tiandao from causing trouble again, Yu Ran specially ordered the Yu family's secret guards to follow Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng wanted to take action, he would immediately intercept Hu. Hope City is the city at the entrance to Daxia, so the Yu family's secret guards naturally reserve personnel here. Yun Yi and Yu Ran did not see Yun Qi when they returned to the hotel. They were not in the same room. Yun Yi wanted to talk to Yun Qi in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, Yun Qi seemed to have left early, or he might have moved to another place to stay, but he couldn't find it anyway. Although Yun Yi was a little worried, but considering that her aunt was a master of energy transformation and had full experience, there was a high probability that nothing would happen and she and Yu Ran slept peacefully. Chapter 349 Yun Qi is ambushed. After a night of silence, Yu Ran received a message from the secret guard. After Xiao Feng and Yu Ran met, they felt bored and left the stall. In addition, Xiao Feng left the city early in the morning, heading east. Of course, he might change direction midway. This direction cannot be taken completely seriously. Yu Ran, where are we going now? I hope that in the city, Yun Yi is not familiar with the place and can only turn his attention to Yu Ran for help. Let's go meet up with the Yu family's secret guards. Yu Ran thought of what Yun Sheng had talked to her about before. Yun Yi's life was probably being watched by many people. Walking out of Hope City, Yun Yi's eyes were slightly shocked, and even Yu Ran, who had expected it, was a little stunned. The sky in the battlefield outside the territory is a bit yellow, but if you look closely at the sky, you can find that there are various colors mixed in. Black, white, red and other colors are mixed in the sky. It is a scene that is even more spectacular than a rainbow. Looking down from above, the land is closer to a desert scene, with yellow sand all over the sky, and occasionally you can see a few sand crabs and sand foxes popping up. It's just that even a sand crab that is only 50 centimeters or a sand fox that looks harmless to humans and animals, they are the nightmare of many warriors. The claws of the sand crab are not big, but they have a powerful attack power. If you are not careful, your legs and feet will be scrapped in an instant, and then you will be surrounded by a group of sand crabs until you are chewed into a pile of bones. Beneath the frail appearance of the sand fox, it possesses rapid speed and powerful bite force. If you are bitten by it, no matter whether you are bright or dark, a large piece of meat will instantly fall out. In areas where sand crabs and sand foxes are common, there is a specialized profession called corpse collectors. They specialize in picking up warriors killed by sand crabs and sand foxes. After all, those storage rings and storage bags will not be eaten. Of course, not all extraterritorial battlefields are deserts, but deserts account for the vast majority, at least 80% of the area is desert. Most people in the desert walk or fly, and vehicles are of no use here because you never know when a sand crab will appear and directly pinch your tires. The same goes for airplanes. The air here is very special. Once the airplane takes off, the dust attached in the air will easily enter the wings, causing it to crash and kill people. Of course, there are also some special means of transportation, such as sand trucks. The sand truck is a vehicle specially designed to drive in the desert. The tires and body are made of special materials and will not be destroyed by the monsters that emerge in the desert. It can protect against dark monsters if it is close to it, and it can protect against evil monsters if it is better. Beast. Yu Ran is an owner who is not short of money, so he is naturally the sand truck to guard against the evil beast. The shape of the sand truck is a bit like the Renault model of the flying cars he played in the early days. The four large tires look very domineering. Sit tight. It was Yu Ran's first time racing in a foreign battlefield. He looked at the speed wheel and saw that the pointer pointed directly to 280. Although it was slower than what he was flying, the feeling was completely different. Yun Yi was a little scared at first, but after getting used to it, he was very excited. This kind of racing feels really good. If you have a chance, you can take Wu Qing to play. She will definitely like this exciting atmosphere. Yu Ran and Yun Yi were having fun with the speed of the desert racing, when suddenly Yun Yi's sound transmission stone lit up. Yun Yi put his consciousness into it, and his expression suddenly changed. Yu Ran noticed Yun Yi's expression and asked with concern. What's wrong? You look so ugly. My aunt was ambushed by a group of people. We don't know whether she is alive or dead. From the information she sent, it shows that there are a lot of people, many of them are Huajin warriors, and there are also formations to support them. They don't look like ordinary killers. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. They just parted ways yesterday and something happened today. It was really such a coincidence. Yun Yi's whole heart was on Yun Qi's safety, and she continued to tell him the known information. The message sent by my aunt said that this was probably a long-planned ambush, and it might not be aimed at her alone. She asked the Yun family to gather at least a Huajin A team before going to rescue her. Yu Ran was also familiar with the Yun family's Huajin Team A, which referred to a team of 10 people who were all Huajin warriors, and had a peak Huajin warrior in charge, as well as 3 or more late Huajin warriors. It is the top team sequence in the Yun family's Huajin series. The Yun family only has 2 Huajin A teams in total. These 2 teams are tens of thousands of miles away from Hope City, and it is impossible for them to arrive there in a short time. It seems that Yun Qi had no intention of coming out alive. He just conveyed the last information to let the Yun family know the murderer's approximate strength to facilitate the investigation. Yun Yi naturally thought of this as well, and her face turned pale. After all, she was her closest aunt, so how could she not be worried? Yu Ran looked at Yun Yi's face and sighed. To be honest, he didn't care at all about the woman's death, but seeing Yun Yi's sad look and Yun Sheng's entrustment and help, it was really hard for him to stand idly by. Yun Yi, tell me the location. Master, it's too dangerous over there. Yun Yi is not stupid. Yun Qi has been fine for so many times, but this time when she was with them, something happened. It was obviously not directed at her. From the information Yun Qi sent out, it was obvious that he didn't want others to rescue him. Who were all those warriors guarding against? There is no doubt that the defense against Yu Ran is definitely aimed at Yun Yi and Yu Ran. So it is definitely very dangerous there. Okay, stop whining. You still don't trust your master's ability? Do you really want to see that stupid woman die? Yun Yi gritted her teeth and finally gave the coordinates to Yu Ran. She really couldn't watch Yun Qi die, but if Yu Ran didn't go, she wouldn't say anything. Yun Qi killers were obviously surrounding the strategy of attacking the reinforcements is probably waiting for them to take the bait. Yu Ran didn't mean to insult Yun Qi maliciously when he called her a stupid woman. With Yun Qi's strength, it would be almost impossible for her to fall into the encirclement if she had a little bit of brains. Yun Qi was in a very bad condition at the moment. Not only was she trapped in the Huajin formation, she was also poisoned. The playful attacks from the warriors next to her made it impossible for her to detoxify. It looks like I'm really going to die. Yun Qi dodged the attack from the side with a wry smile. She was really stupid. When he encountered an injured warrior in the desert, he was so kind as to save him, but he was ambushed. These killers obviously knew her very well, and they used 2 pitiful-looking girls to move her sympathy. 2 girls with hidden strength. One of them was seriously injured. How could she have thought that this was a trap? She never expected that while she was treating the wounded man suddenly jumped up and stabbed a dagger into her stomach. The poison in the dagger instantly made her unable to move, and her ambushed teammates rushed over from a distance and put together the last piece of the formation. If the formation was arranged in advance, Yunqi's perception would naturally not become to die. Originally, she had the strength to rush out before the formation was completed, but she was poisoned and her strength was greatly reduced, so she was trapped in the formation. Yunqi looked up at the colorful sky blocked by the formation. If he relaxed, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He was really going to die here. Chapter 350 Rescue Yunqi. So will Yu Ran come? Of course he will. I know him very well. He is a very conceited person. As long as the Grand Master is not around, he will definitely come to save us. The killer Black Wolf took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the man in front of him. What if Yu Ran comes alone and loses the target? No, I told you that Yu Ran is very confident in herself, and without her protection, would it be difficult for you to kill her? Black Wolf did not comment on this point. A young lady with hidden power would surely die if she was targeted by them. Black Wolf thought about it and chuckled twice. I didn't expect someone like you to get involved in such an event. If you fail, you'll be in trouble. The man remained silent. Assassinating someone from the Yun family was a serious crime in any sense. Besides, if Yu Ran didn't die, he would definitely seek revenge on him. This was no worse than being hunted down by the Yun family. However, he glanced at He Lang. If this was successful, someone would naturally settle everything. He Lang and his men had the guts to assassinate the people from the 5 major families, not just because of their courage. The 2 people outside were chatting as if no one was around, but Yunqi was in great pain at the moment. These people were obviously professional killers. They used 2 assassins to keep her and then slowly wear her down, and by the way, they hooked Yunyi and Yu Ran. There were only 2 assassins who took action, and both of them were wearing special veils, so their identities could not be determined. But Yunqi knew that there were definitely more than 2 people around, and the control of these formations was definitely in the hands of other people. The wounds on his body became more and more, and the poison gradually penetrated deeper into his body. Yunqi's body gradually began to fail. The killer left a wound on her right shoulder and whistled playfully. Girl, don't resist. No one will come to save you. Kneel down and surrender as soon as possible. Maybe we brothers can have some fun first and then let you go. Yunqi was already a little dazed by the wound and poison, and when he heard this, he immediately became furious. You scumbags from the gutter, you dare to touch me, Yunqi? I will never let you succeed. The Yun family will hunt you down and kill you. Ha ha ha, then I've had enough fun, so I'll just die. Then Miss Yun will have traces of us brothers for the rest of her life. The other killer looked at his companion speechlessly. This guy still had such a bad taste that he had to humiliate others before they died. They can kill the people of the Yun family, but if they dare to do that kind of thing, no one will dare to protect them. The Yun family will definitely send out a master to hunt them down, and the fight will not stop until they are dead. Yunqi was of course unaware of the situation. The sword in her hand had long been unsteady. She was not very good at fighting to begin with, and now she was forced into a desperate situation and humiliated in such a way. She only felt endless anger in her chest. Yunqi tightened her grip on the sword. She would not allow herself to be insulted by such a person even if she died. Just when she was ready to put an end to it all, the roar of the car seemed particularly abrupt in the foreign battlefield filled with yellow sand. Here we go. Black Wolf and the man stood up at the same time. Just as the man said, Yu Ran's arrogance made him come here to save people. When the 2 killers heard the sound of the car, their eyes flashed and they attacked Yunqi with all their might. This was the plan drawn up by the higher UPS. They would first kill Yunqi when Yu Ran was on the spot. As for why Yunqi was not left to restrain Yu Ran, they didn't know. The killer must faithfully execute the order. When the sand truck rushing at high speed fell into He Lang's sight, he was surprised to find that there was no one on the truck. The killer armor who attacked Yunqi suddenly felt the energy fluctuation behind him, and attacked behind without hesitation, but the dagger only hit the air. Yu Ran's figure disappeared strangely again, and then the sound of the formation breaking was heard. Killer Bee looked at Yu Ran, who suddenly appeared from behind Yun Qi and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired, so he could only attack Yu Ran with all his strength. Yu Ran gave a crooked smile and borrowed the protagonist's signature move today. A guy in the middle stage of his energy transformation dared to attack him. He was simply looking for death. The moment the Qinglian sword Ju was released, the killer's path was cut off from 4 directions. Seeing that he was destined to die, Killer Bee decisively cut off his arm to survive. A circle of green smoke appeared from his body, and disappeared in the same place the moment the Qinglian sword Ju was released. Land. But when he reappeared, his left arm was already empty, and blood was flowing down. Yu Ran shocked everyone with his skills as soon as he came out. He broke the formation instantly and helped Yun Qi to kill in 2 directions in an instant, and even forced a killer to cut off his arm to survive. In an instant, the face of the black wolf in the distance turned ugly. When the man warned him before that Yu Ran was difficult to deal with, he didn't take it seriously. He had never been able to defeat anyone on the battlefield outside the territory, so it was not worthy of his attention at all. He Lang was also at the peak of his strength, so he naturally felt that his combat experience was countless times greater than that of Yu Ran. His plan for Yu Ran was to kill Yun Qi at the first opportunity, rather than using Yun Qi to blackmail him. But it was a pity that the strategy was not successful. Yu Ran was much stronger than expected. He came to Yun Qi without any effort. Yun Qi looked at the sudden appearance of Yu Ran, and couldn't help but loosen his hand holding the sword, and quickly went to the storage ring to get healing and detoxifying elixirs. She didn't know whether it was because she was too nervous or too intoxicated, but she couldn't do such an action. Yu Ran glanced at Yun Qi speechlessly, took out a pill and stuffed it into her mouth. It was at this moment that killers A and B, the Black Wolf, the Man, and C who controlled the formation appeared at the same time, forming a 5-pointed star and directly surrounding Yu Ran. Yu Ran looked at the 5 masked people in front of him and almost laughed out loud. These deceptions were not worth mentioning in the face of system identification. Xiao Feng, when did you become a killer group? You are very brave to assassinate the Yun family. The man talking to He Lang is none other than our male protagonist Xiao Feng. It seems that without the help of the Li family, Xiao Feng has become more and more decadent and even joined the killer group. Xiao Feng was shocked at first, but he thought that he had used special objects to cover up, and Yu Ran would not be able to tell. He might just be deceiving his identity, so he would not admit it outright. Yu Ran, why is Xiao Feng not Xiao Feng? Today is the day you die. Yu Ran looked at Xiao Feng, who turned his back and refused to recognize anyone, and shrugged helplessly. It's okay if you don't admit it. Tisk, the name Li Haidan is too vulgar. Isn't it embarrassing for a killer like you to choose such a name? The expression under the Black Wolf's mask gradually changed from shock to anger. Since he became a warrior, no one has ever mentioned the name Li Haidan. He called himself He Lang. Unexpectedly, he was called out by Yu Ran by his name today. How could this not make him angry? His roaring voice, it was as deafening as thunder. I want you dead. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.